Yo, JB, what's up? Bro is here for the CK3 reaction video. Or stream. But we're watching the video. I'm still debating if today should be like a proper stream or if it should just be the reaction. I don't know. What's up, comrade? Hello, Silver. Hello, everyone. Hello, people. React to increasingly strange things too will get disturbed. Sounds like an excellent strat. Absolutely insane. Now, basically today, JB, we're watching. There's an influential content creator by the name of One Proud Bavarian, who is, you know, I would go as far as to say I don't know about a pillar of the community, but a very important member of the community. And he put out a video where he's going over, like, some of the, I guess you could say, like, some of the reactions to Crusader Kings 3 over the years, because the game has been getting a lot of, like, flack recently. And OPB, One Proud Bavarian, OPB for short, is generally pretty pro CK3. Some would say because he is sponsored and very heavily involved with the developers. Some would say because he just likes the game, you know, I'm not here to judge. But I wanted to see his video, and I could have watched it offline, but I kind of want to, like, watch it with the community, so we can, you know, we can see what I think. That's the rundown for even the, I guess, the people who just don't happen to know OPB. And for the context, I have no idea what's happening, but I can put emotes when I feel it's appropriate. You know, nothing wrong with that. My mic is too far away. I'm gonna bring my mic a little bit closer. I just realized, like, it's really far away. There you go. That should be a little better. I had it, like, super far away for some reason. I probably sounded like I was talking from another room, when I am in fact not talking from another room. Yeah, that's probably a lot better. All right, there we go. There it is. My camera's on the top right this time, up here, because OPV's camera's in the bottom right. So yeah. But anyway, today we're just gonna be. Hold on, let me mute the music. We don't need music right now. Just have raw audio here. All right. So today we're watching One Proud Bavarian's video, CK3 released 3.5 years ago. Some thoughts on where the game is now. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I saw the first minute just so I could, like, you know, test audio levels and stuff, so I know, like, kind of what the video is about. But we're gonna react to it and see what I think. I tend to ramble on and on, so 35-minute video probably gonna become like an 1.5 hour long stream, perhaps even longer. So yeah, let's get right into it. Let me know, chat, how the volume is. I think I balanced it, so it should be okay, but let's see.
Hello and welcome everybody, I'm One Proud Bavarian, and today we're going to take a good look at what is going on in Crusader Kings 3, what the conversation around the game looks like, and indeed where CK3 is headed. Because we have this right here, where we even see a couple of details on what is coming in Roads to Power. This, for example, is the new starter in 1178, and this right here is the interface for the estates. We're going to talk about this later in this video. We're going to start with everything that is currently in CK3 and that is going on around CK3. And I want to warn you right now, this is not a concisely scripted video where I give you all of the exact news that you need, that you're interested in.
No
Instead,
script.
I will be rambling a bit today because I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff to discuss and a lot of interesting stuff where I want to hear your opinion. And we can't really do this unless I expose my entire flow of thought and information to you here in the video.
Yes, I'm going to get a notepad open by the preemptive notepad.
We're going to talk today about the reception for Legends of the Dead, where CK3 is in general 3.5 years after release. And again, then we're also going to talk about the news, where Roads to Power is headed, what I think about it, and I would be more than interested in hearing what you are thinking about it. But that is basically what we're going to be doing today. On the 30th of April, this right here was published, some words from our game director, and it explored what happened with Legends of the Dead and what would be done about it. A bit later then, on the 8th of May, a balancing patch was released that changed a lot of things. How, for example, plagues spread, how legends stick around, and so on and so forth. It also, finally, rebalanced, for example, how much piety you would get from stuff like pilgrimages, which is really...
I didn't actually know that. I didn't know that piety pilgrimage was, or pilgrimage piety was changed. Look at me, so uninformed for this video.
Welcome. Now, in general, I think the elephant in the room, and I really love talking about this because it's so interesting to me, is the question of what the hell happened with Legends of the Dead. Legends of the Dead as of today.
Bro, listen, look, I'm not an OPB hater like some people are, okay? But when I saw that 9 out of 10 that he gave to Legends of the Dead, I'm like, I harp on it a lot, but that was like, that had to be one of the biggest misses I've ever seen in my life, and I feel salty about it only because seeing that 9 out of 10 made me gaslight myself into thinking that I didn't know what I was talking about, so I gave the DLC a 6 when it deserved like a 4. That's all I'm saying.
Today is the worst rated DLC for Crusader Kings 3 ever released, which says a lot because, and if we take a look at it right here, people really hated the Friends or Foes.
Yeah,
there it is, Friends and Foes DLC. I think mostly because of the house feud mechanic, but take a look at that. This DLC is rated at 35%,
oh, it's only 1% higher.
Slightly higher than 34%. Now, this rating is very negative, and this rating does not surprise me, although I do want to explore why that is, and I want to really appeal to you to leave your opinion, especially if you think that this DLC and this update really sucked. I would like to hear your thoughts in particular, so that I don't really lose the connection to what other people are thinking. I think that is a vital thing for me to do.
So he wants to hear thoughts about why people think Legends of the Dead sucked. Okay. There's a lot of reasons why. I remember in my review, I brought up stuff like the fact that it wasn't very repeatable, like the content. So it was like, if you complete one legend, you've completed them all. Or rather, if you've completed 3 legends, because there were 3 legend types. So the 3 legend types more or less correspond to effectively 3 possible outcomes for legends, with the very minor difference of legitimizing legends giving you a claim on different titles depending on what the legend was. And that was about it. The chronicle writing wasn't very good. Not that anyone read them, because, sorry, but no one reads in Paradox games. Only YouTubers read in Paradox games, or, like, first-time players. Like your first time playing, you might read things, but no one actually reads normally. Getting into more legitimate criticism, though, of the legends, they felt kind of backwards. So, in CK2, and again, this is another point later, but the comparison to CK2 is kind of weird, but in CK2, it was like, you accomplish something, you get a bloodline, right? Because obviously we're drawing the comparison between bloodlines and legends, because everyone was doing that, which again is another flaw of the DLC. They aren't comparable, but for the purpose of the explanation, they are comparable here. You accomplish something, you get a bloodline. Okay, and the bloodline has some kind of unique reward, which is completely unique to itself. Every single bloodline in CK3 was entirely unique. Now, that being said, some of them sucked and some of them were good, so it wasn't balanced, but they were all at least unique. Some of them were pointless. Some of them were like +5 opinion to a random culture. Who cares? Some of them were like attracting great warriors, and that was super useful. Some of them were you can raid no matter who you are. That's insane. Those were really good. Some of them really bad. Didn't matter. They were all very unique, and you got them very differently. Okay. With Legends, it was the reverse, where you accomplish something, and that gets you the legend seed, and then the seed costs money, and then that's like it didn't feel like a reward. It felt like it was a continuation of your achievement. And the thing is that can work, where it's like, yeah, okay, so I've completed this gargantuan task of like restoring Israel or conquering Jerusalem as a Crusader or something like that, and now I have this legend seed, and what can I do with this? Well, not much, unfortunately, because the king of Jerusalem gets the same legend seed as like anyone else that does anything somewhat impressive. If you play as a Viking and you raid, every time you burn any building down, there's a chance you get a legend seed, just like a small chance that you get one every time you burn a building down. And that would have been the exact same effect as restoring Jerusalem or restoring Israel, or even as much as like restoring like the Roman Empire. Even the Roman Empire, you would have gotten, I guess the Roman Empire seed was level 2 at the start, but you know, that doesn't really matter much. So you got the same outcome, and it's like, what? Doesn't really matter much. Basically, your achievements had no effect on the legend, and that I think was the problem. I think a lot of people were deceived into thinking that the legend seeds were going to be a parallel of bloodlines, and they kind of just weren't, and that's okay. They didn't have to be. I think that's okay if they're their own thing, but they felt like they were advertised. They felt like they were advertised as like as almost being that system coming back in a new way. And the thing is, I can't actually pinpoint what it was about the advertising that made it look that way. it kind of was just the prevailing sense that people had. I think it was that a couple people made the comparison, and then that just stuck, and then everyone started uh, comparing them. So I don't know if it's necessarily even the developer's fault. Although that being said, I mean it's not about whose fault it is. I guess it's more about like what happened. It just ended up being the way that it was. But other things that were wrong with it, I mean, I could keep going. I mean, I can just keep going, but I'm a bit of a rambler. What else is wrong with it? I mean, just so much. Like the pricing was imbalanced. The legends were not very interesting. The pricing of the legends, I mean, the pricing of the DLC, like all CK3 DLC, is too high. But I mean, that's just CK3 DLC these days. It's Paradox DLC in general. It's too expensive. But that being said, I'm a Canadian, so our DLCs are a little more expensive than normal. And I did get the DLC for free, but I'm trying to analyze it. I obviously at this point in my career, I got given keys and stuff, so I guess you should know that I am sponsored and I got the DLC for free, but I have no clauses about having to speak positively, so I'm speaking how I want to. Yeah. It just felt like there was no uniqueness to it. It felt like rather than the legend being a nice reward for getting um rather than the legend feeling like you got some kind of reward for like achieving something, it was more like you achieved something and you get this legend, and the legend is like the least cool part of it. And the legend also didn't evolve. It felt like I can't pinpoint. I wish I had like notes that I could pinpoint on like a dev diary where they said something, but there was it felt like there was an expectation that legends would kind of shift based on your actions, or it's like the legend is reflective of your character's life. So if you pick a protagonist of the legend, then the legend will reflect that protagonist. That is not the case at all. The protagonist has nothing to do with the legend besides what name gets slotted into like the AI generated chronicle prompts or whatever. I know they're probably not AI generated, but they feel that they're on the quality of AI generated in terms of their writing. They're just not very interesting. I say that as someone who, I do a bit of writing myself, and I'm not a perfect writer, but yeah. And it's just as your legend after you die if you don't continue it instantly. That is true. They will steal your legend before the first initial patch. They would even steal it without you having a chance to reclaim it, which is really annoying. Um, um, Either way, I made a mod that was about making legends that were actually interesting. I made a five sets of legends, all of which were unique, and immediately the amount of positive reception I got on that mod was insane because I think people just wanted a legend that felt like it was the lead up to an accomplishment. So, for example, I made a legend, five legends that were about reviving the Achaemenid Empire, and one of them was where you play as Darius the Great. And the way that it works is you had to be Iranian to use it, so it's limited, right? So you can't just, and not just anyone, can be like a Darius, legend seed person. I don't know how I worded it that way, but whatever. What you got for it was the initial when it's active, you have extra advantage in cows and counties of your own culture group. So the idea is that you're fighting to restore the Iranian Empire, so you get a bonus to fighting in your culture. Okay, that makes sense. When you complete it, you get a claim to the Persian Empire, which came with a decision to also get a new CB. And the CB was basically like a really overpowered, it was kind of overpowered, conquest that let you take all the land in the Persian Empire, no matter how large it was. So you could just immediately conquer the whole Persian Empire de jure. So even if there was no empire formed, having the claim meant that you could then declare wars to take all the land in the de jure Persian Empire region. People liked it because it felt like, okay, this legend, while it's active, is helping me, and then once I complete it, I can wrap up my conquest, or I get some kind of reward, and that reward feels good, and it reflects the context of the legend itself much better. There were more legends after that, like the one that was about the immortals, where it's all about just increasing your men at arms power. The point is that that mod, I think, again, it's something that I feel bad kind of advertising it, I guess, but that mod felt like it. I made it. The intention was to make legends feel like what they should have been, I guess you could say, at least the expectations that I had. Either way, let's just end the video now before I yap too long. You want to know what was wrong with it? That was a very long-winded way of saying that the legends weren't very interesting, the DLC was overpriced, and it was also imbalanced gameplay-wise, which later got fixed and stuff. That's not even talking about the plagues. The plagues are part of the free update. The plagues are trash. I know that they've reduced their I know that now what do you call it? This has been a patch that reduced the commonality of plagues. It's still not an interesting system, no matter what anyone says. It was much better in CK2 because you could fight back against it in ways that made a lot more sense, and also you didn't have to build hospices in like every single county. Not to mention the plague was a lot more in CK3. Avoiding plague was kind of like interesting because you built up that DLC also added in the opposite of plague. It added in prosperity, right? So when a plague came by, it didn't just kill characters; it wiped your prosperity. Now in CK3, you lose development from the plague, but then because I think that Paradox was kind of afraid to like make players actually suffer the consequences of a plague, they gave that button where you spend a fuck ton of gold and you get all your development back. I mean, just go into debt and take it because development's pretty important. So everyone would just go into debt and always click that button because it's better to have the development than to worry about having a little bit of debt. Regardless, point is the plague sucked, the legend sucked. Let's watch.
But let me lay it out for you. I gave this DLC, by which I actually mean I gave this update a 9 out of 10. This
Crazy.
is a score that I very much stand by. The way
dude, bro, I'll wait till he says more because I'm sure he's gonna explain it. I don't know how, dude, like delusional. Delusional. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, 9 out of 10. I'm gonna wait to see what he says. I'm really curious if he has some way to justify that because it's such an insane score.
The way I do my review scores is not an approach or an attempt to get some objective level of this is what this is, because I don't think that can be done, and I think that is utterly useless. I know that is...
Okay. Like, I don't believe in objective reviews either. Like, motherfucker. I don't want to sound insulting towards it. I said motherfucker, I don't mean it towards him. I used it as a transitional word. Like, 9 out of 10... Like, I can't think of any way you could subjectively come to the conclusion that this DLC was a 9 out of 10. Now, to be fair, that's really loaded because subjectivity is obviously different to each person. I'm just gonna let him talk more, but I get mind blown every time I hear the 9 out of 10.
Is kind of how we all conceive of reviews, because that is how it is done, you know, or was done at the start of the entire kind of gaming magazine period, where they would have these meticulously crafted kind of what goes into the score, right? Technical details, then the story, then yada yada yada, and that all in all would then give a quote-unquote objective score. As much as video game magazines have moved away from this, for example, when we take a look at IGN, they have Liana Hafer.
Oh, bro, hold on. You don't want to compare yourself to IGN if you're trying to do a review. Whatever, I'm just joking. I'm memeing about IGN.
Who does the stuff for, you know, City Builders, who does the stuff for GSG. And she is very clear, I think, about the fact that any opinion that she gives will also be an opinion that is her opinion. Those are not...
Score legit if you have to give some convoluted explanation why you gave it. It can still be legitimate if you have a convoluted explanation. So, for example, when I gave this DLC a 6 out of 10, I explained that on my scale, like 5 is actually average in the sense that we're not talking like an IGN 7 where 7 is like the average because they inflate the scores. Talking about like, you know, I gave the explanation that like, yes, this is how my score works. Now that being said, I am very curious as to how OPB will explain his scoring working to give it a 9. He might have just personally liked the DLC, but then I would like him to say what he liked about it.
Not objective scores, so even gaming magazines have moved away from it, but I in particular never really cared for this because I don't think there is such a thing as an objective rating. My rating, the way they work is that, or the way I want them to work anyway, if you are my player type, so if you like role-playing, if you like narratives, if you are a strategy player without a doubt, I've been playing grand strategy games starting with Hearts of Iron 2, if you are a fan of that stuff, and if you approach the games the way I do, then my review is intended to give you an impression of whether you should be playing this content right now or not.
Okay. I'm also a roleplay gamer. Now I know I'm also a speedrunner, okay, but I'm multifaceted. I'm multifaceted as a player, but okay, like I try to be every kind of player. I can be a pro, I can be like a metagamer in CK3, I can be a role player, I can be a speedrunner. I am a speedrunner, you know, I've done some insane shit in this game. Sometimes I sit down and I lose. Sometimes I literally just like sit and I just lose the game. Like it happens, okay? I can tell you from a roleplay perspective, because again, in my review, I gave the perspectives from each side, okay, of like speed running, of like challenge stuff, of like roleplay. The roleplay in this DLC is also garbage because the legends suck. Now, to be fair, every roleplay aspect is what you make of it, right? So every time anything roleplay comes out of any kind, whatever you make of it is what you get. So the legends go as far as you're willing to let your imagination go, I guess. But the purpose of the game is to make your job as easy as possible as a role player, in the sense that the more systems that exist to allow you to express your role, I guess you could say, or rather play your role, the better. The Legends system does not do a good job of giving me the opportunity to play the role of a legendary king who's going to go down in history. In fact, quite the opposite. It completely downplays everything that has been done. In the current CK3 game, the aftershock of a legendary ruler is whatever happened on the map or whatever kids he leaves behind, he or she. Sorry, a little bit of internalized misogyny there. Whatever whatever after effects of that king or queen are left behind, that is the legend, you could say, of the ruler. The legend system doesn't do like anything like that. Like the legend exists for a bit. It gives you like plus 5% taxes on the county it's spread to. And then it becomes completely irrelevant to everything. Completely. Like there's no even then when you finish a legend, its effects do go away. So actually it doesn't even give the 5% to the counties. Once the legend is completed, which you complete, you're intended to complete it once it gets to maximum size, it's gone. And that part of the effect of the legendary ruler is completely gone. Okay? Completely gone. Whereas the effects of like the changes in the map, the changes in cultures, the changes in everything never go away. Well, I guess they can go away, but they are felt, is the point. I just imagine Legend, easy to imagine Legend, and the mechanics help me see this in the map. But what mechanics help you see it, Fridge? Like when you like in terms of when you say like the mechanic helps you see on the map, that helps you to imagine your legend. Like what are you referring to? Because the mechanic of like I guess you could say there's like the great conversion button if you're like a religious person, and the great conversion button means that the after effect you could say of the legend, the after effect you could say of the legend is that conversion that came about, right, when you evangelize the realm. You could say that, but that's a pretty normal, the spread, yeah, okay, the spread, sure, you could say that that's like a pretty good effect. I feel like the spread isn't though, because the spread doesn't do anything. So one thing people make the mistake. I won't open the game and show it because it would take too long. But people make the mistake of foolishly believing that the legend has any kind of effect once it's completed. When the legend is completed, it stops having all of its effects, including the county effect. So it stays on the map. It's still there, just visually, but it doesn't actually do anything. I think I'm trying to because I think it sticks around. I think the effects last for some time, or they don't. I don't remember. See, now I haven't played in a little while. It's been a few weeks since I last played CK3. Pretty sure they're just gone the second you end the legend. So those mechanical effects just aren't there. The only thing you get is the visual. No. But I'm not talking about the visual. So it visually stays on the map for 150 years if it's a max level legend, or around 150 years. It's random. But the mechanic, so the actual, the effect is gone. I remember the legend during this time we had effect. Yeah, well, the thing is, that's obviously like a way to reduce the roleplay possibility. But genuinely, if you had like some modifier on the county that was like extra, extra development or whatever, it's a pretty lame modifier. It doesn't really matter much, but it would be a way to commemorate. It would be a way to commemorate that legend or whatever. I care about how this helps my roleplay. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of going back to, I guess, the problems with it. To me, it doesn't help the roleplay to have the legend be on the map. Um, the bonuses to me are the roleplay. That's the thing. I think that you can't divorce roleplay from the game itself. Um, like you can't actually, because the roleplay exists within the mechanics, and the mechanics are the roleplay. So when the mechanics don't have any feel to them, the roleplay feels empty as well. Like I think about when I like murder someone in CA3, the consequence is the end of that character's life. If you were to murder someone that didn't have a face and a name, it wouldn't really matter very much. So you could roleplay your character as a killer, but the consequences of a serial killer king should be the deaths of characters who are like recognizable in some way. You could say that you could just murder lowborns and it wouldn't really matter, but even then, lowborns have skills. Lowborns can be commanders. Lowborns could have been something. But if you killed, for example, let's say that you had a button you'd click that was like mass execute 100 people in your capital, and it's like 100 nameless entities, and it doesn't do anything. It like, would you say it's good roleplay if it just mass execute 100 people, doesn't do anything? Okay. Um, it doesn't it doesn't make sense. The problem, CVEX Rios, is that the realm of the promoter or owner doesn't exist anymore once the legend's over, because you can't promote or own a legend that's already been completed. So the modifiers are disabled. The entire effect is disabled because whether it's intentional or not, I'm not sure if it's an intended effect. There's no owner or promoter of any legend that's completed. They no longer have owners or promoters, so it's over. It just ends. I think that maybe I feel like maybe when the legend is completed, if the guy who owned it and completed it is still alive, then it still works. But yeah, I can divorce from the bonuses pretty easily. I just imagined a whole legend. Okay, I mean, yeah, sure. But why couldn't you have imagined that legend by let's say that I restore Israel. I just think it's just a classic like challenge at CK3. There's nothing political about it. Let's say that you restore Israel and then you get the legend seed. I didn't need the legend seed to think of my character as a legendary character. He just restored Israel. That's already legendary. So the question is, what does the legend contribute? I think it contributes nothing, personally. Game Genghis Legacy. Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, but the Genghis already had that legacy, whether the legend was in the game or not. The 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 legend doesn't create the legend. I know it sounds funny, but like if you had a Genghis Khan like character, I want you to disable Legends of the Dead, so you no longer have legends. Now go play Genghis Khan. Is he no longer legendary? Like he's still. You can still have a role play in your head of reclaiming Genghis's legacy after he dies. I see no reason why the Legend DLC gives some kind of unique way to interact with the legendary status of a particular Khan or king or queen or whatever. It doesn't do that. The trait already does it. Even without the trait, you can cut the trait out too. Just his accomplishments are the legend. Like, to me, the map alteration, the new hybrid cultures or diverged cultures that will come out of it, the shaking up of the realms, the murders of various characters, that's all the legend, and that's the roleplay. Once you, it's the same thing when I would play as a map mode. I mean, I guess, but the map mode isn't that interesting. Whatever, it's fine. We're gonna go back to watching. No more arguing. Go back to watching now. I just don't agree. I just really don't agree. As a roleplay player, going back to OPB's point, I'm also a roleplay player. Okay, I've done many. I do Giga Chat stories. I do roleplay content. That's basically like the most of what I do. There's a reason why legends almost never get mentioned in the Giga Chat stories ever since this came out, except for the ones that were sponsored. I had 2 videos that were like literally like pre-release sponsored Giga Chat stories, and those were mentioning legends all the time because it was about legends. But look at the recent Mega Campaign video. An entire CK3 campaign, beginning to end, didn't mention legends once because they contribute nothing to my roleplay. And I'm a roleplay player, so I don't agree with this. But also, if he thinks it, I mean, clearly a fridge agrees. So if some people can think it helps, I just don't understand. You'll have to give me some good way to explain it. Because if it's in my imagination, like, okay, it's good that you have a good imagination. That's not, you're paying, what is it, like $20? I forget how much it is, but you're paying some amount of money to use your imagination when the game should be giving you things to base your imagination off of.
I also, and this is the caveat there that I thought about it and I will never change this, I review paid and non-paid content as one in my review.
Yep.
Or in my...
Same here. I also included the plague stuff, which only brought the score down, to be fair, but yeah.
My reviews in general. And I will always do this because I fundamentally believe that the update counts as a whole. I know that this isn't how people make purchasing decisions, and I think that is completely adequate. If you look at this DLC and you say this isn't worth $20 for me, most of the good stuff is in the free patch, right? I get that, but I don't think that we can actually separate these two.
No, so he's right about this. You can't actually separate, like, you can't separate the free update and the DLC because they go hand in hand, right? But I think most people do it this way. I don't think the critique was, OPB, you don't understand. By including the free content, you actually shifted the score up like 5 points from the 4 it should have been. You put it to a 9. Like, no. I mean, whether you divorce them or not, both of them are quite flawed. So I don't really think this is a good way to explain the 9 either. But let's see, keep going.
They come from the same cauldron, basically. And that is also something that needs to be connected to my review. Now, I personally,
exactly, JB, exactly. Dude, JB's not even a CK3 player, and he gets it. He gets it.
Really good time. I enjoyed the way the legends were done. That also kind of, I think, partially comes down to the fact that I never really cared for bloodline stacking in CK2.
That's fair. So bloodline stacking in CK2 was a very like hardcore meta player type thing. I was a huge fan of bloodline stacking, but as roleplay, it was pretty stupid because you would just like go into the character finder and be like, oh, I need to find an heir of Charlemagne. You just search this massive spreadsheet of characters to try and find one that has Charlemagne's bloodline. Yeah, that wasn't very good roleplay. That's fair. I found it really fun, but not my roleplay self. My challenge, speedrunner guy loved that. Not the roleplay guy. Yeah, it was fun for like being Giga Chad, but it wasn't fun for roleplay. Although it kind of was. If you could play it to be fun for role playing by actually like thinking more about who you're marrying to get the bloodlines, but obviously like if you're just hunting for some random carling, then it doesn't feel very roleplay like. Do the same thing with finding stat wives. That's true. CK2 version of inheritable traits. I mean, kind of, yeah. It was a little more complicated than that because there was like some bloodlines could only be inherited along matrilineal lines, some could only be inherited along patrilineal lines, and so on.
Which I think is like the wall that a lot of veteran CK2 players were hitting with this DLC, where they were basically saying, I enjoyed Bloodlines way more. I really liked that way more in CK2, and this is not even scratching that itch, right? Because Legends are not Bloodlines, very specifically. I get that, but for me, I didn't really care about Bloodlines. And I like Legends. I like them with the, I will trace myself back to this historical thing. That is the origin of my dynasty. Like I said in the review itself as well, I very much did not enjoy these just kind of dissipating. Everybody forgets about them. There are no events after you complete them. Nobody remembers that your family was associated with this exact legend. And that was pretty disappointing. But in general, I really liked the effects that they gave.
So I don't understand how that important of a... So I'm going to replay what he just said there, because I completely agree with this, but somehow he just brushes it off like it's nothing. Like,
that is the origin of my dynasty. Everybody forgets about them. There are no as well. I very much did not enjoy these just of my dynasty. Like I said in the review itself as well, I very much did not enjoy these just kind of dissipating. Everybody forgets about them. There are no events after you complete them. Nobody remembers that your family was associated with this exact legend, and that was pretty...
So, like, this is a really important point, that, like, the legend, although it exists on the map, it doesn't exist in any other way. So... he'll probably mention that in a later patch they chose to extend the period that the legends linger for, but I want to make it very clear that having the map mode last a little bit longer doesn't address the problem of the fact that, like, I complete a legend, and then in terms of its effects on the game, which directly impacts the roleplay, by the way, the effects on the game determine the roleplay, in fact, I would say. Unless you're playing a true sandbox mode where you just don't care about the game at all, in which case just go write some alt history fanfic or something. But the effects on the game are gone, and you can make the last on the map longer, and I guess that's something. It's not nothing, but it is not excused. Like how can you say this critique and then just be like, oh yeah, but well, I assume, let me wait till he says it to say it, but I
in general, I really like the effects that they gave. I in particular like the legendary adventure, although the algorithm is very opaque in like how stuff is handed out after you migrate away. But I like that stuff. Opening up migration gameplay was also something that really comes naturally to me as well. So like, I was very thankful for that possibility there, basically coming from the feature Legends. Now, Plagues, I liked.
He just moves on. So he just moves on from it. Okay, so I mentioned this in my review as well. Some of what the Legends do is kind of good. Like being able to migrate, that was obviously like doing an adventure seed and then being able to migrate to another region and stuff like that. That's all good stuff, and that's why it's not a 0 out of 10. Like obviously, it's because of these somewhat interesting mechanics that we got from the legends that we can put the score to like a 4 or a 5, but everything else is just so lacking, in terms of the legends. I don't think that like the fact that they unlock migration or whatever is therefore now it's okay that the writing isn't very good. It's okay that they have no other effects. It's okay, it's just like, what? I think there's an all of Iberia, for example. Yeah, but I mean, that's the Gothic King one that you're thinking of, where you play as a Norse character and you can get the claims in Iberia. Like, cool. But, like, I don't know, who cares, I guess. I feel like it doesn't really... The legend still is pretty lame, even though it gives you claims in a foreign empire. That's one of the rare examples of a somewhat interesting one. The problem is that you can't recreate it, so it's a historical seed. So the historical seeds are interesting because they can't be, like, redone. So you basically can have one character who gets claims to, like, all of Iberia, and then, like, that's it, more or less. It's like, okay. Again, this is what brings it to like a 5, is like, okay, a couple of interesting mechanics, but we have to go a little further above and beyond to get above a 5. If you ask me, like a 9 out of 10 to me has to be like pretty good, pretty insane. In fact, it's just. We got more people still using AI and even just generate some arts concepts. I'm totally cool with AI stuff. I don't have a problem with AI games. Special meta arms, giant special buildings, fair bonuses, which I was never brought up afterwards. Yeah, the problem is that it doesn't stick around. So like, again, funnily enough, the Gothic King legend is actually again another example akin to the adventure CBs or the adventure legends, where the effects of the legend kind of speak for themselves. So like, what do you call it? When you do the Gothic King legend, you could say this has no effect on the RP because legend is just a thing on the map, but you get the claims. The claims can then cause your RP to change because then you can act on those claims to create like your new little realm in Iberia or something. And that to me is a good example of what legends should be. The problem is that they are the exception and not the rule. There's a handful of legends that give you interesting stuff. I remember in the pre-release patch this was broken, but the Roman legend would give you claims. It's supposed to give you claims to the Roman Empire. Now, in the pre-release patch, that was just straight up broken. It didn't work. In the post-patch, I think it just gave claims to Italia, but it only gave but only the historical one. Again, only the historical one. People, there's a lot of lies. There's a lot of just straight up like lies in the CK3 community. This happens quite commonly, but this is one of the more egregious ones. The Roman Empire Legend Seed, the one that you can get from like random chance, where you do your chronicler on the Find Legend Seeds button, that one doesn't give you any claims. That one just lets you diverge into Roman heritage, which again, cool in theory, but then it doesn't actually do anything, and it's only a downgrade mechanic wise, and it sucks, and it lets you get Latin language and Latin heritage, and that's all. But those are actually worse than just not doing it. But regardless, cool, I guess. You don't get any claims from that one, the one that you get randomly, the one that's historical, which I think the Byzantine Emperor has it. He's the only one that has it. I think maybe some other people do. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I believe the Roman Emperor, the Byzantine Emperor, has this seed, the historical one. That one gives you claims to like random places in an empire. And that's cool. That's all right. But again, claims aren't that interesting. I would have appreciated something a little more, or some kind of CB. Like honestly, give us a CB or something. I don't know. And claims are just kind of whatever. I don't really care much for a claim. It's like, sure, I could just get that claim by just you know what the equivalent. I could just go get the scholar trait, and now I can get claims by spending piety. I could spend piety to instantly get claims to all the duchies that I would want, or the Roman Empire, or I could do this legend that will take so long to do and cost so much money and also be less interesting. Okay, whatever.
I still like to this day. I think honestly, this I know many people will disagree with this again, but like, I think they're kind of too weak now. I was doing
No, he's right.
The Manor Lords content was going up.
I just unpaused, not pausing again. Plagues are both too weak and too strong, in the sense that they're too weak because they don't do anything of consequence, and they're too strong because when they do something, it's disastrous and it's awful. So it's like, you'll have your king locked up in his castle, and you're like, oh dude, I'm just like chilling in my castle trying to hide from the plague, but you catch measles and then you die. And in CK2, it was a lot harsher with the hiding. So when you hid in your castle, you were pretty much guaranteed to not catch the plague unless you clicked certain events that allowed in plagued people to come into your castle. You might die then. But you had to deal with like the not having food in the castle, so then you start eating people. And that was hilarious. Was that you could have in CK2 you could become a cannibal. Now obviously I know CK3 is going away from like the more fantastical scenarios, but that meant that like, okay, I have a choice now when I'm in CK2. I either stay in and stay safe from the plague, like, I'm good, I'm safe in here, or I fucking have to eat my wife. Or, it wasn't, I don't think it usually was your wife, but you have to eat like someone in your castle. And it's like, yeah, that's a choice. You know what I mean? That's a decision you got to make. But in CK3, it's like, okay, lock down the castle, and now the game goes as normal. Nothing is different. You don't get a regent. You don't get anything. You're just in the castle, and everything's fine. And then you just catch the plague anyway, and then you die, and then the next kid dies, and then I guess you've lost some development, I guess, and then that's it. You just click the gold button to get your development back, and then in fact you might even end up with more development than you had before the plague, and then that's it. That's all. In CK2, the level 3 prosperity takes decades, I think to even like a century to build up. And that doesn't just go away, it gets turned into the level 3 depopulation debuff if you have a really harsh plague. So you go from like this immense prosperity represented by the prosperity, symbol, to like negative prosperity, and you have to live with that for some decades, a century even, to get to level 3 again. That was pretty reasonable, and that was a consequence of not building hospitals. If you didn't build hospitals, your realm got fucked. In CK3, whether you build hospices or not, you're gonna get fucked. The hospices reduce the spread chance, but because plagues tend to linger for so ridiculously long, it's gonna spread anyway. Previously, when you could build hospices in every subholding, you could actually get your resistance to 100, in which case you would never get plague ever again. So then it was too weak, because you would never ever be able to get plague. You could just never get it ever in that one particular county. Put it up in your capital, you'll never catch the plague, because you'll be in the capital where there's no plague. But then they changed it so that you couldn't build hospices in every subholding, only in the capital holding. So that was a good change. But even then, it's still like, okay, I guess I just build the hospices, and now I have a lower chance of it spreading, but it's still going to spread. Either way, what did you miss so far, Rudafant? Not much. Did we mostly just talking about like, I'm just still flabbergasted by the OPB 9 out of 10, and he's sort of going over it. But
yeah. To decompress, I was doing CK3 campaigns. I was doing one in Pomerania, and then I was doing one in Iran as Armenia, so not really in Iran, but as Armenia.
Damn, Giga
and
Chad.
I was playing those off camera, and I was playing them basically whenever I wanted to play a game that wouldn't go up on the channel. And I feel like now after this 8th of May patch where they rebalanced a bunch of stuff, plagues are like so rare, it's like they barely impact me. But at the time of the...
Listen, I haven't played CK3 in the recent patch where they lowered the number of plagues, but my god, bro, plagues are rare. Listen, in the patch before, they were so common that I would click through them like they were nothing in this hope I wouldn't die. Dude, they are like, what are you smoking, my dude? They are not rare. Now, to be fair, again, to be really fair to him, I haven't played in the new patch yet because I've been too busy with Hoi 4 and stuff. Okay? But like, considering how massive they were before, they absolutely needed to be cut down. If they got overcut, okay, sure. But I think everyone is looking for a break on the plagues. Like, all of Europe was in a constant state of plague. Like, not constant, but like every 3 years, it was like, here's the new world-spanning plague. Another 2 years, here's the new world-spanning plague. Like, okay, bro. Super resistance also contribute to the county's internal spread chance, like reducing deaths in your family. I wish it did, but it doesn't. It doesn't do anything like that. The physician will still chop off, cut your eyes out, and then you'll lose the disease somehow. The physician will still cut your leg off and then kill you, and then it's like, okay, well, this works.
The release, there definitely were a lot more plagues out there, I think. And I also think, yeah, there definitely was a lot of event spam. But for me, that's something I can easily overlook. I know other people can't. Now, the important thing about plagues, though, was that...
I'll say this, I do agree. I can also overlook event spam because I'm so good at clicking them away. Bro, I because of the speedrunner background, I have, like, one of my greatest skills in CK3 is to click away, and is to see an event and then immediately know which option's the better option and click it away in, like, a quarter second. Which, to be fair, has resulted in me making a lot of mistakes when I play challenge runs and stuff. But regardless, I can overlook it, but I will say that I have a very particular skill set for that. I could imagine a CK3 player who doesn't have all the events memorized and actually has to read every event. Oh my god. Oh god, I couldn't imagine.
I don't know when they did it, I don't remember this exactly, but a while ago, CK3's team said, okay, we hear you, game's too easy, we want to do something about it. And they implemented something called the kind of like accidental death stuff, right?
Yeah, those.
Oh my god, I hate that stuff. I hate that stuff.
Oh, why? Oh my god, bro, listen, I've talked to OPB, okay, he and I have spoken with each other about this. Not about this particular talk, but about Legends of the Dead and stuff, okay? And I did disagree with him on a couple things, okay? But like hating it. I mean, I didn't like it when I didn't like how harsh some of those harm events were. But like they weren't that bad. Like, come on, man. How can you say the plagues are fine, which basically have the same effect as the accident events or whatever, except that those were a little more bullshit. But like, then say that you hate these, like, dude, they're more or less the same thing in terms of the outcome of plagues. They're more or less the same thing as the accidents, where it's like, yeah, sometimes randomly you're gonna catch the measles, and the measles is just so deadly. It's so ridiculously deadly, the measles, and especially if you're a child or if you're old. But the point is that like even for a not elder, not child, like for like a 20, like a 18 to 50-year old, 49-year old, measles is so ridiculously deadly that it's like it's basically the same thing. Popped up in the options basically guess I'll die and guess I'll die maybe. Yeah, then I do agree that those were pretty bad. The reason those were so bad was because it's there's no agency over them, right? They just kind of happen. I think they can be fun for a very laid back campaign where you're just like, I don't care what happens, but they're obviously not very interesting. They're just not, they're difficult, but they're not interesting, and that is the difference between the two.
Stuff so much. It's unreal how much I hate it. Getting some nonsense event that just says you're dead. What do you want me to do? You're dead, kid. With no context, with no backup, I turned that off immediately. For me, that was just CK2's Chess with Death event, but like 15 times over. I hated it. I hated it so much.
Yeah. Chess with Death was so much better because even though it was pretty, I don't actually, you can win against Death, I think, right? I think I have won against him like once or twice, but it's basically just like the random percent chance thing. But then it was through like, more event possibilities of clicking through against Death. Obviously, after the 40th time seeing it, it's no longer as interesting, but it happens so rarely that it was okay compared to DK3 with those accident events.
And I think the community didn't really love it either, but I think I hated it way more than the rest of the community. Plagues, since they are rooted in the map, since they have a context, since I can interact with them, since I can...
Okay, I challenge anyone here. What is the interaction you have with the plague? Because this is correct in theory that plagues would be better than the accident system because you can interact with them and because they have more context. What's the interaction? What is it? Go ahead. It's the random event where you just say yes, quarantine, or not quarantine, hide in the castle so that you can just catch it anyway. Yeah, like we're talking about like clicking one button here, or a random event which has a ridiculous modifier. I remember I played this in my review. Okay. There you get the events that are like, okay, I want to isolate the coast, or I want to isolate a particular county. It's going to give a negative modifier, and that's going to last for like 40 fucking years, or I think it was 20 years, some ridiculous amount of time. The plague has been gone for like a decade now. Let's say the plague lasted for like a year, okay? Like a year of the plague has been here. We were quarantined. How come 19 years later we're still quarantining the county after 4 more plagues have come through? You know what I mean? Like, first of all, the plagues are still coming through. It's not like the quarantine did anything. The plagues are still coming through, but then we're dealing with like the quarantine modifier still for decades, and I still haven't fixed that, which is really annoying because that means that I never want to isolate because some of them are modifiers like negative 100% taxes. So I remember I was playing a France game once, and then I got like negative 100% taxes in my entire realm, which meant that I had no money and my vassals had no money. I fucked my vassals by doing that, which is hilarious. Like, my 20% goal isn't that bad, but some of them were like really, really awful. Some of them were these insane modifiers that don't go away when the plague ends. I was like, okay, how about like an interface where I can decide my quarantine measures or something? I don't know. Like if you want to talk about interactions, random events where I get to decide between 2 options, one of which is objectively incorrect, is not a interaction. That's just like bullshit, All lies that they're lazy. Yeah, I mean, this DLC did feel very lazy. It's true. It felt very lazy.
Deal with them, since I can sacrifice certain stats. Like, hey, I'm gonna seclude myself. I like.
Yeah, secluding myself. Secluding myself. Like, what a strategic decision that I've made to seclude myself. I'm gonna get the plague anyway, by the way, because the seclusion doesn't work like it does in CK2. CK2, you seclude yourself. You're secluded, and there's consequences, but you're secluded, so you're safe. I remember in CK2 there were many a Black Death that I never even lost any family to because I secluded. All it cost was my soul as I ate like 3 courtiers to keep the food number up. Okay? That's all it took. That's all it took. Maybe a lunacy trait. Maybe a little bit of lunacy. Okay? In CK3, I can seclude, and then I'll still catch the plague anyway, and it doesn't even matter. I lose 3 diplomacy, or I think it was like -10 general opinion. You lose like 3 diplomacy in general opinion, and that's it. In CK2, you got a fucking regent when you isolated. Because when you isolated, the regent came in and like took over. And that was, obviously Regent CK2 kind of sucked, so that didn't matter much, but that could have mattered a lot. That could have mattered, because in CK2 regents were like pointless. But you get my point.
Dying to a plague. Because it feels like I can see and influence a cause and effect. I really, really enjoyed plagues.
Okay.
The other element of it is that a lot of people, and I think that's most of the people that didn't buy the DLC, at least from what I hear, didn't like legitimacy in its current implementation. I love legitimacy.
Legitimacy's fine. Legitimacy is just kind of half-baked, but it doesn't... The legitimacy to me doesn't negatively affect the game, so legitimacy is okay. He's probably going to say he loves it. I mean, he already said he loves it. But, I don't care for it. It's not good or bad. It's just chill. I said that in my review as well. It's just chill. It's a chill game mechanic.
I in particular love legitimacy when it is low, and I have to deal with this. Basically, a very consistent issue that I have, and that we had in the roleplay series for Basconiaco as well, was that at a certain point, your heir can be terrible, can be awful. It doesn't matter. Everybody's gonna love you because everybody looks at a dynasty and goes, "Oh yes, I love you, good chap." I hated that stuff. Legitimacy is kind of a counter to this. I do think that like there was definitely some unbalance. There is still some unbalanced stuff to legitimacy, but I love that concept, and I love the implementation.
Bro, that word concept, bro, the amount of heavy lifting that the word concept does in CK3 nowadays is insane. Because I love every concept of all the DLCs. Not a single DLC has come out where I chat. Well, maybe Friends and Foes. Okay, not a single DLC that wasn't an event pack, I should say, has come out where I've been like, yo, this concept's bad. This isn't a good idea. Every idea has been good. The concept of legitimacy obviously is insane. And then it was so half-baked and so pointless and so unbalanced. Because even at not zero legitimacy, do you know what ultimately matters more? Do you know what matters more than anything? CK3. More than legitimacy, more than claims, more than your stats, is your domain number and your men-at-arms number. Nothing else matters anything, okay? Nothing matters. There is no meaning to any of these numbers except for domain number and men-at-arms number. If you have money and you have army, they can all rise up and you can kill them all, and it doesn't matter, because especially if you're somewhat good at the game and know how to make a good men-at-arms composition, which is just to stack one of the same unit. By the way, good men-at-arms composition is one of everything. I intentionally don't do that because it's boring as hell. So I choose to play suboptimally, and I still win. But if you want to play optimally, you stack the highest damage unit you have, and then that's it. And maybe, if you're feeling spicy, add siege equipment and add cavalry for the pursuit. But even then, I guess siege equipment you kind of do need. I should add that's something that you need. But the cavalry is pointless. You don't need it. But the pursuit is nice because it gives you more war score from each battle because you get more kills. A gamer intentionally making them raise up so you can shuffle vassals of play. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly correct. Yeah, you want the vassals to rise up. That's free money in ransoms. That's all that matters. Legitimacy is consequenceless. It's only used to offer vassalization. That's the whole point of legitimacy for me, is offering vassalization. But again, the concept is great. Concept is cool. Yep. Cavalry is meta for the army movement speed. Okay, I didn't even think of that, but yeah, I guess fair enough. I guess that's true. Cavalry is good, but the point is, like, usually what most people do is you stack up like some kind of heavy footman. So what you do is you find a culture that has a good heavy footman, and you stack those up, and then you just that's all you do is you just stack up those because they have the highest like base stats per unit. You also can do heavy cavalry, so you could do like Manaspa or Cataphracts. Those are also good, but point is that legitimacy is consequenceless. It's just used for the offer vacillation chance. That's all it is. Exactly.
Of it. So that is why I was like, if you play the game like me, probably gonna have a really good time with this. 9 out of 10. Like I say, I stand by that quote, or by that result, I guess. But obviously, a lot of people did not have a great time with this, right? And so before we continue, I would just like to say that even if you, or especially if you are a role player, first and foremost, let me know why you hated this DLC so much, right? Like,
I already went over it, so I won't go over it again. But I do consider myself at this point in my CK3 career. It sounds so grandiose, but a roleplay player first and foremost. I'm kind of like, I wouldn't say I'm like a retired speedrunner, but I've done all of my great speedruns that I think I want to do. All achievements, getting most of the world records, and then losing them eventually. That's kind of how it goes for speedrunners. I might go reclaim them one day, but you know, I've done all my great speedruns. I guess you could say I'm more or less retired as a speedrunner, you could say, but I do experience of a role player now, and a bit of a challenge runner here and there. The Legends, I already went over it before, so I won't reiterate, but Legends just don't contribute to the role play.
The very specific nature of your personal gripe is something I would like to learn about.
I could notepad it. I mean, how about we notepad it, just so that way we can have a very organized look at exactly what the problem is, right? Okay, we can notepad it. I know you guys love when I bust out the notepad, so how about we do that? Okay. So I'm gonna copy down what he asked. So as a role player, what is your very specific gripe with Legends of the Dead? Before we do that, I'm gonna bait you all by going to the washroom because I have to take a piss. So 1 second. Okay. The bait is over. I'm back. Half-baked mechanics. Well, you get specific, right? So we're gonna get very specific, okay? Like, 'cause you want specificity, right? Okay. So first off, what were the expectations, right? Actually, fuck it. Let's not even do expectations. Let's just do what was wrong with it. Okay. The Legends. Okay. There are effectively three legends in the game. Learn to type, you idiot. Legends in the game. Okay, heroic, legitimizing, and holy. Were they called holy? I think so, right? Holy. Different seeds have no imp. Did someone just redeem a Duolingo redeem? Not right now. Not right now. Different seeds. Also, I think I have my sound muted, so maybe you guys didn't actually hear that redeem. Yeah, someone did do a Duolingo redeem. I actually added in notifications for stuff now, by the way. So, yeah. Now you get like a little Duolingo sound and you get the thing pops up. Different seeds have no impact on the legend itself. Right? So, like, as an example, okay, this notepad is aided by my speech. As an example, EX, a seed, what do you call it? A heroic seed about raiding Rome has the exact same outcome and consequences, legend-wise. So in terms of how you achieve legend seed, it's very different. But then in terms of what it actually the seed does, it's the same. Has the exact same outcome and consequences. As any other heroic seed, no matter what it is. The Crusader King, which is a heroic seed. So somehow the guy that raided Rome and the guy that conquered Jerusalem for the Crusaders has the exact same legendary outcome as each other, even though the nature of their legends are completely different. One is like about greed, and one is about like trying to destroy civilization. The other one is about, in the minds of the Crusaders, establishing civilization. Although obviously that's a very biased look at what the Crusades are. But you take my point that what would the Crusaders have felt they were doing? They would have felt they were vanquishing evil, creating good, whatever, right? There's just no, it does. The legend seeds are ridiculous in that way. Same goes for like the legitimizing seeds of Secret through Discord. Huh? What happened? Secret through Discord. Gotta look here. What am I? Oh, or at the Secret through Discord. Hold on. Where am I looking in the CK3 Discord? CK3 news? Oh, a new update. Wait, no, that came out a while ago. Oh, June 3rd. Okay, so on June 3rd, they're revealing the release date. Okay, got it. Okay. Sorry to interrupt. I feel like I interrupted my thoughts now, but yeah, okay. So there's on June 3rd, we have a stream to reveal the release date. I'm gonna call it now. Here it is. I'm gonna call when I think this is coming out. Okay. Come on. Roads to Power out. Okay, I'm gonna say it's coming out September 23rd. All right. Burn this day into your mind. On June 6th, we're gonna find out if I am in fact Nostradamus. But his but like real. Okay. That's what we're gonna. Okay, burn it in your head. That's when the DLC's coming out. I'm predicting it now. September 23rd. Why do I pick September 23rd? I think it's gonna be September, but September 23rd is a Monday, so I don't know. Just to go with it. They've been taking forever to release DLCs these days, so I get the feeling it's gonna be in like September. I wouldn't be surprised. Alternative, okay. Alternative release date if they maybe have their shit together. Okay, July, like 19. Actually, when does the quarter end? Hold on. When does this quarter end? So right now we're in the 30s. We're in 2022. Okay, they're not going to announce the release date. It's not going to be in June. There's no shot. So I think in that case, then it is because it's not gonna. If they're announcing the release date in June, it's not gonna come out in June. There's absolutely no way. In that case, it's probably gonna be in like September, maybe August. But I'm sticking with this number. Fuck this, September 23rd. I think they're gonna take a long time to put this out. And then we have maybe like the Wandering Lords like later or something. Okay, I got really sidetracked from what I was saying about the legends. We're talking about particular gripes, right? So particular gripes with Legends of the Dead. Okay. What else is the problem with Legends? The chronicles are poorly written and barely take into account what your character has. Actually, they don't. They do not take into account, and do not take into account anything your character has done. They just swap out pre-written paragraphs depending on random event clicks. What outcome would you want in raiding legend and Crusader legend? So in the raiding legend, I think that there should be like, it's hard for me to come up with that like right off the top of my head. Like obviously, I'm improvising a quick answer, but let's scroll up here. So let's talk about like the raiding legend, right? What would I in theory want from that? I think you can have the same legend type. So these can both be adventures, right? Or heroics. Sorry, they both be heroic seeds. Crusader King and like Rome. You can have that mind flooded the shit out of me. You can have both these legends exist. Crusader King and like Raider. Okay, you can have those exist as the same legend type. They can both be heroic. That's fine. I need to mute it. I made a mistake. I made a mistake by allowing by making that redeemed, didn't I? I thought I'd be okay with hearing my own voice. I'm not okay with hearing my own voice. Hold on. We just gotta turn this off for now. Make them more expensive. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I gotta turn that off just for now. It's gonna mind flood the shit out of me. Okay. Heroic seed about. Okay, where was I? Okay. So the rating one, I would say, probably should think of what I would want it to do. First of all, it should probably give your character like the protagonist or the owner, maybe both, some kind of unique trait to reflect that they're like legendary raiders of some kind. and then maybe a dynasty modifier, depending on how legendary the legend was. It should give some kind of dynasty modifier that first of all lets you raid no matter what your religion or culture is for like, let's say 10, 25, and 50 years, depending on the legend, the level of the legend. And then it also lets you store more loot in the raiding army. And maybe it gives a new CB, and that CB is to just steal money from someone. So you declare war on someone, and then all it is just that you just take like 1,000 gold from them. You take like their entire treasury, I don't know, whatever, that kind of thing. New CB means new gameplay, so you get to do something that's new and interesting. The dynasty modifier means that it has wide-reaching effects outside of just you personally. And then the length of it, I guess maybe the level of the legend can determine if you get the CB or how powerful the CB is. I don't know, something like that. But that way you get and you get that CB for the duration of the dynasty modifier. So it's like for 50 years, if you max out the legend, you can go and declare war on someone and take all their money. I think that's cool. Maybe also it would make it so that when you raid someone, it causes a building to get destroyed. That might be too OP though. And then for the Crusader King one, I would say for this, I mean, I don't know. Maybe like for the duration, I don't know. When you finish the legend, what do you get for it? It's hard to come up with this on the spot. Just something like extra conversion speed against Muslims. I mean, or against maybe the religion of whoever it was that you've conquered in the Crusade. That would be pretty cool. I don't understand the money CBs and security raid, but I get what you're saying. Well, the difference is that when you raid, you're getting money from the buildings. When you use the money CB, you'd be taking it from the treasury of the king, which is a little bit different. Maybe plus some hostages. I don't know. I think something like maybe you get faster conversion against the people that you crusaded against. Maybe like, I don't know. You already get the Crusader King trait, so there's no need for that. But I don't know, man. It's hard to come up with this stuff on the spot. If you gave me time to like make a mod or something, I probably could make it. In fact, maybe that's a good idea. Make a mod, or I'll make a mod to demonstrate what should be different between raiding, heroicism, and Crusader King heroicism. I could even go and do that, but it's hard to just be like, yeah, on the spot, just like come up with what it should be. It takes planning and time to come up with that kind of stuff. But either way, it's a good question though anyway, and I hope that I maybe kind of answered that they should be different. Like the spirit should be a little bit different between them. Also, damn, this is so poorly formatted. So sorry, chat. Awful. Anyways, yeah, back to where we were. I'm sorry. Oh god, it's all so messy now. Yeah, it's fine. And then that's okay. I gotta fix this. I gotta fix the formatting. Guys, are you giving dev boost? Sure, yeah, dev boost. I mean, I don't really care for dev boost very much. It doesn't feel very interesting. I want like new ways to play, I guess you could say, but it's fine. Among other Paradox games, a little bit in EU4, but not much. Just briefly in EU4, just because when I was doing a mega campaign, I tried to mod a little bit. Okay. What else wrong with Legends? Okay. They were poorly balanced money-wise, but later game rules were added to make them cheaper if you want. So that more or less fixed the problem, so I'm willing to let that point go. But when they first came out, they were just like, there was a justification for them. That's the mechanic complaint, right? So this is like a RP and mechanic. Oh god, I don't want to put more. It's gonna ruin the formatting. Whatever. Oh, it already did ruin the formatting. No. Oh god, just Control Z me. No, I can't go back very far. Oh no. Chad, I hate my life. Why? I just turned tags to horse American campaign conversion. I went into the game files and changed them. Like I literally went into like the history files in the game and changed it. Oh no! Oh god! Oh god! I'm done notepadding. I can't take the bad formatting. These are my complaints. Okay, these are my complaints. Not don't worry about it. When it comes to let's get this out of here. When it comes to plagues, okay, plagues, okay, too weak and too strong. They would kill most of my characters in unsatisfying ways, which is fine, but it would happen way too often. But then, if you're good at managing succession, it was pointless. It didn't matter. The effects of the plague weren't very felt. Developments just came back immediately once you spent money on rebuilding. Like, it just felt like it was pointless. You know, it's too weak and it's too strong. It kills characters, but then that doesn't really mean very much because and it's just annoying. But then just get the development back. I feel like it didn't really matter. There's no meaningful way to interact with plagues or your response to them. Just get pelted with random events, most of which have objectively correct options to take. So they just click them away and stuff like that. Like, you can't you can't, like, I can't, don't type like on the notepad. You can't decide how to handle the plague outside of what the events give you and outside of seclusion. Seclusion often wasn't a surefire way to avoid the plague, which is fine, but I get no choices about how harsh my seclusion is. Right? My seclusion is. Which means I once again lose agency. I would like the option to very partially seclude such that my realm needs a regent and I lose legitimacy and so many consequences in return for almost no chance of plague. Instead, I sacrifice 3 diplomacy to maybe have a 50% less chance of getting infected. Yeah. Look, when I do reactions, it is what it is, okay? I take a long time. That's all I'm gonna put down. Those are my complaints. Those are my particular complaints, okay? He offered the challenge. I responded.
Because obviously, again, for me, it's like
no agency.
Have a player
Here, conclusion. Okay, conclusion. Okay, conclusion of it all. No agency in any of these. It's all just like BS. It's all just whatever. Who cares? Watch the video.
Whether it aligns with many other players, that's to be seen, right? That's a different topic. But I would like to know what other role players, like how they stand to this. I will say, for example, just to clear up my review scores, and I should have done this actually like a long time ago for like as a general info video. How do my reviews work? I do reviews again as this subjective thing, and whether you should enjoy this or whether you will enjoy this, I mean, if you are my player type. And basically a 9 and a 10 out of 10. A 10 out of 10 in my system is very viable if I exclusively have a good time. And the 10 out of 10 would then signal...
Okay. Well, I guess that informs the 9 out of 10 a little bit better. Oh god. Like, obviously, if you just have low standards, I'm so sorry, this sounds so mean. If you just have low standards and you just give out 9s and 10s like it's nothing, then you have the IGN problem, which is that your reviews are not very useful because you just give out 9s and 10s. If your line for a 10 is just, I had a good time throughout the whole thing, then I would be pretty close to giving Legends of the Dead an 8 or a 9, because there were some times when I was like, actually, like, when I was just like, you know, like, there were very few times when I hated my life, but I was dissatisfied. I was very dissatisfied, you could say, okay? I there were often times where I wanted more and I didn't get more, and that made me upset. That often happened. But was I having like a good time? Like, yeah, it's CK3, motherfucker. Of course I was having a good time. It's you have to work very hard to make CK3 not fun for me at this point, because I'll always find a way to have fun. If that's the line for 10, is just I was having a good time the whole time, then you know what, Legends of the Dead, sure, it can be an 8 or a 9. There were only a few moments where I didn't have fun, but that, I think, significantly waters down the, what do you call it, the meaning of the review. So I don't know if that's a good idea, OPB, to be saying something like this, where it's like, yeah, 10 out of 10 is so viable. It's like, okay, bro, I don't know, I think that's a good idea, but you do you, brother. You do you, brother.
No, you gotta play this right now. Like, listen, if you have the same fun as I do, this is something you're gonna have a great time. This should definitely take priority in your next play goals, right? Your playing habits. Like a 7 out of 10 is like, okay, yeah, this is good. You're gonna have a good time. You're gonna have a decent time, a good time. But if you get like better stuff lying around, like really good stuff, then go play that first. This is not really that urgent. A 5 out of 10 is like, okay, yeah.
Okay. If a 7 is you have better stuff to play, there are so many things in CK3 that are better than Legends and Plagues. Okay. There's ever playing as a Viking. That's already just way more fun. In which case, I'm pretty sure OPB should be giving every DLC a 10 out of 10 because every DLC is just kind of better. Hybrid cultures in Royal Court, which again, because we judge the DLC and the update together, they still count. Hybrid cultures are infinitely more fun than Legends. Therefore, that should be an 11 out of 10. Fate of Iberia, the struggle had its flaws, but that was a relatively interesting struggle system. That should at least be a 9 out of 10 as well. That's at least on par Legends. Like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? Like, everything. If Legends of the Dead, because it's like kind of fun, gets a 9, every single DLC is like an 11.
It's like you're gonna have an okay time. It's gonna be a good time, you know.
So it's gonna be good. So 5 is also a good out of time.
You really want to play this? It's like you're probably gonna enjoy some elements, but like,
okay, a 3 out of 10 ought to have some enjoyable elements, but like that should not be what's presented about it. Is that yes, it's gonna have some. You're gonna enjoy some elements. Okay.
You really want to play that though? That's basically where I'm coming from there on my rating system, right? So that's what the 9 out of 10 is meant to say. It's not trying to say this is flawless. It very specifically goes for the subjective rating and then says, if you are my player type, this is.
I almost want to react to his review now
again, which is
see
why
what
it's
he
so
said.
important for me to see people that have.
Like, I wonder how much history rewriting is happening right now. I don't know. I don't remember the review. I watched it when it came out, but
similar play types to mine and see what their criticisms were, because then I can correct into that direction. I want to keep making those reviews. I enjoy making those reviews much more. I think they're much more meaningful than trying to assign somewhat, if at all, objective rating to a game. Yeah, and I'm also not gonna divide paid and unpaid content.
Yeah,
like
no, he shouldn't. It's good he does that.
You
shouldn't divide them. They do come together.
Differentiate that. It does.
They do come out together.
Be it functionally or be it update-wise.
Reasonable.
We're gonna come back to that because the game director also, of course, talked about this. Alexander Oldner.
Like, it's one thing where I'll stand firmly on OPB's side here. Absolutely, paid and unpaid content should be reviewed together for a game like this. Only for a game like a Paradox game, it makes total sense to do. For other games, it wouldn't make sense. But for this, like, absolutely.
About this in that post. Anyway, so that is my rating. Now, for me, a question that has come up, and I think it's a very justified question. I don't think the community is wrong in this context. Don't get me wrong before we even get into this. Can a CK3 DLC, as things are, in the public community feedback, ever go higher than like 80%? 85%? Even like...
that's an interesting question to discuss. Before he gets into it, I'll say I think no. There is no way to create a universally praised CK3 DLC because there's different aspects. There's different aspects of what do you call it? Like different aspects of the game people like to play, right? So you're never going to impress every player base. The problem with using 5 as a metric for average that doesn't take into account the expectations of the consumer. No reviewer score exists in a vacuum. It all exists in relation to other games, other DLCs, and consumers have high expectations. The issue of a game is that it's a 9 out of 10 out of 10 because previous games 10 out of 10, then 8 or even 7 is very low. Interesting point, Trisus. That is kind of true, but the face I paused on, yeah, that is a funny look for him. I'll be nice to him. We'll go somewhere. That's so much worse. Okay, never mind. We'll leave it on that. That's so much worse face, but oh well. I tried to fix it, but okay. That is true that like people kind of like the score inflation has kind of like affected how reviews are perceived in general. Stream frozen for me. Hold on, is frozen actually? You mean like the video should be paused? My stream isn't frozen, is it? Stream should be fine. Yeah. Okay. It's good. Okay, cool. The video is frozen, which it should be. They call it. What was I even saying? The inflation of like review scores is like totally a thing. What's happening with my... Whatever. It's totally a thing. But I think that when you give a review, it is still important to have like a reasonable system. Like, let's say that the world chooses to like inflate review scores, and now sevens are like average, and like eights are slightly above average, and five is like a shit game. I think that it's better. I think it's better to caveat your review by telling people, listen, for me, a five is actually average. Um, it is still actually like you need to just clarify with them what your review numbers mean if the review numbers are so obscured. I think that's the best way to handle it rather than just giving everything an 8, because then the 8s become meaningless. If 7 is your average, you don't have a lot of room to work with for a good game, right? Because then you only get to work with 8, 9, and 10. I like being able to work with 5 to 10. 5 to 10, that range being a what you might say a positive review on Steam, 1 to 4 being a negative review on Steam. So you could even say that's a slight bias towards positive because 5 gets to be included instead of being included in negative. But yeah, but that's a whole other discussion though. It's a whole other discussion. Let's talk about let's talk a little bit about what OPB says here about like can the reviews ever be in the high 85 or whatever. Back to that idea. I don't think so because the game appeals to such different play types. But that being said, I think it could be possible if like there was a truly legendary DLC was created that was just really expansive. So if you had a DLC that was just like really, really large and it had like things that could please every kind of player, then you could definitely do it. But with the way DLCs are created by Paradox these days, you don't get like a DLC that's going to appeal to every player. Every DLC kind of has like its intended appeal, you could say. And then that's more or less it. At least it feels that way. I don't know if they're intending for that, but it feels that way. Where it's like, oh, this is a DLC for the mechanics people. This is a DLC for the roleplay people. This is a DLC for the challenge runners. Whatever, right? I think that's one of the reasons why you're not going to get like a 90% review. But let's see what OPB says.
Bank. Ever go higher than like 80%, 85%, even like 75%. Let me.
I think 75%.
This,
yeah,
right. We got I think the most unanimously positive DLC. Northern Lords mixed. Yeah, look at that. Royal Court mixed. Fate of Iberia.
Everything's mixed.
Friends and Foes mostly negative.
Whereas in tournaments though,
we're gonna get to that in a second.
Was good.
Mixed, and mixed. Mostly negative. My bad. Not mixed. Tours and Tournaments is a great DLC.
Yes.
There are certainly elements that are critical. I mean, I did a review on this. Don't need to go into that. 77%. This is the best DLC rating that CK3 has been able to achieve.
Now, why is that, right? Okay, what did I literally just say a minute ago, right? What did I just say? It has to be an expansive and big DLC that has the opportunity to appeal to everyone. What was Tours and Tournaments? It had roleplay, it had mechanics, it had challenge, it had fun stuff. It was Tour Tournaments was a big DLC. It was to put it in politics terms, a big tent DLC, right? It covered everything. It's exactly what like, you know, what you would expect, or what rather it's exactly what could possibly achieve a large swath of positive perception because it had something for everyone. That was why Tours and Tournaments did so well. Is he talking about tents now? Yeah, true. Let's play the video.
Does this appeal to everybody? Surely not. It's not.
No, it does though. It does though. He just said it doesn't appeal to everyone. Surely not. No, it does though. Tours and Tournaments absolutely appeals to everybody because you have like mechanical content. Like the impact of the tournaments was important because it gave you sick artifacts, but for a lot of money. It was very expensive to hold tournaments. The impact of the Grand Tour, while imbalanced at first and then later balancing much better, was like an important decision. Okay, it's an important decision to about like mechanics speaking. I think we all agree that Tours and Tournaments had a lot of important decision making to be made. And then roleplay wise, it also was really fun to throw your knights into a tournament, and it was really fun to go on a trip somewhere and travel and to get the events. The event spam was kind of large, but you know, I don't care for event spam, so it's fine. It's okay with me. You know, Tours and Tournaments did appeal to everyone. It actually did. You know, people who didn't like TNT multiplayer lobbies. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, it didn't appeal to everyone. It didn't appeal to the multiplayer community because it caused desyncs and stuff. That's actually fair. I will say, Hovelx, I often ignore the multiplayer community. Like obviously, that did impact the community, and the price doesn't matter, JB. But this Tours and Tournaments, let me check how expensive it was on the store page. Tours and Tournaments was significantly more expensive than other DLCs because it was way bigger. It was $40. So this DLC is much larger than twice as big. It's very big, okay, but it was $40. So it was twice as expensive as the other DLC. Legends of the Dead was, let me check. Legends of the Dead was $27. Sorry, it was 27 Canadian, so like 23 American or so, and then like 22 British pounds. I don't know, whatever. The point is that tours and tournaments was slightly larger, well, not slightly, a lot larger, and then a bit more expensive. You love like once it actually worked. Yeah, once it actually worked, I imagine is a very important caveat there.
Justified to be negative about a particular DLC.
Yeah.
But my point is, when we take a look at this, I feel like a lot of the negativity that is coming at upcoming DLCs and upcoming updates stems from something that is bigger than those DLCs. And I want to stress here.
He's going to talk about like the negative sentiment he will have towards Paradox. It does exist. But I'm telling you, as someone who isn't like a Paradox hater, like, look, I've had my critiques and I've had my like upset and stuff. But like I like the company. I think they do like the dev diary is really nice. I like the stuff that they do. I don't. These DLCs are lower quality. Like I hate to tell you, but like with the strange exception of tours and tournaments, which was an outlier and a good outlier, thank God. Paradox DLCs have been sucking ass lately. Okay, look at Hoi 4. Okay, I just started playing it, but I've already heard about how bad the South America DLC is. Which, to be fair, South America in a World War II game, I can see why that wouldn't do very well. But it's a very, I get it. Whatever. Look at the EU4 Winds of Change. Winds of Change, I think, got received relatively well. But other Winds of Change stuff definitely, or other EU4 DLCs definitely haven't well received. But Winds of Change is like the outlier again, where that one in particular has been pretty good. And even then, let me check the review scores. I think it's like maybe just barely positive. I don't know if it's like actually powerfully positive or not. It's mixed. No, Winds of Change is mixed. So even Winds of Change, which I believe is relatively positively received, is also mixed. So that, there's that. The Victoria 3 obviously has been a total crapshoot the whole game. Let alone like the whole game, let alone the recent DLCs have just been total shit, right? Like for whatever reason, across Paradox series, even Paradox is like externally developed, but then they publish them like games like Millennia, City Skylines 2, all this stuff has been like so trash, right? Like I think that Paradox has been on a weird downturn lately. Do you compare or give an idea what CK2 DLCs were like in scope and reception and what's been lacking with CK3? So in general, in CK2, I've been playing CK2 since Old Gods came out, which was like the second DLC. Every time a new DLC came out, everyone was hyped for it, and everyone was happy to see it, and also it was like, it radically altered a particular region of the game usually. So in terms of scope, each DLC usually focused in one place. So you didn't have a lot of world-altering DLCs. It would be something like, let's take, for example, Rajas of India. This added India to the game and gave content for India. But then beyond that, I think it added a couple of smaller mechanics for everyone. It was always like what do you call it? CK2 was DLCs were always like, here's one region that we focused on, plus a very small mechanic for everyone else. So the big thing was for Sons of Abraham. That was a DLC mostly about like the Jews. But then it added the ability for any Christian, or I don't know if Muslims could do it, any Christian nation to be able to take a loan from the Jews and to expel the Jews and stuff like that, and events around that. So it was like a little bit of stuff for Christians, mostly stuff for Jews. That was the idea. Trying to think what else. I mean, even Old Gods focused obviously on pagans, but then it also let Christians proselytize with pagans. So yeah, it was usually like sort of big focus on one region plus a little tiny bit of content for everyone else was usually the idea. Holy Fury was one of the first examples actually of a DLC that really altered the game for everyone. So for example, Holy Fury focused on pagans, again, technically. They changed how religion reformations worked with Holy Fury, but then Bloodlines affected everyone in the game. And Bloodlines were, funnily enough, probably a smaller mechanic than the pagan reformations, but then they were much more impactful because everyone had access to them. Point is that CK2 DLCs were generally very well looked upon. It was very rare that you got a bad DLC. Way of Life was seen as kind of a bad DLC because it didn't add a lot of content, but it was seen as good because the lifestyle focuses added so much roleplay. So I would say the most controversial CK2 DLC probably, besides like unit packs, which are always controversial, was probably like Way of Life. Or maybe Jade Dragon. That one also wasn't received that well. The one where you get the Chinese Empire off screen. Okay. That's CK2 though. That's other stuff. Let's go back to CK3. We're talking about he's gonna talk about like the general hate towards Paradox now, I think.
I'm not saying to discredit or devalue that attitude, right? But I would like to highlight it because it's an interesting thing to discuss. What I mean here is this game releases, what was it, the 7th of September, the 1st of September 2020.
Yep.
You get Northern Lords, sorry. No, it is Northern Lords. I thought I said the Old Gods. You get Northern Lords.
That's what I was talking about, Old Gods.
I don't even remember. I think it was like January 2021. And then nothing.
Yeah.
Until February 2022.
Yeah, dude, the CK3 droughts are awful. The CK3 droughts are insane.
The reasons for which we've explored a lot on the channel, that the community has talked about a lot, but that's a long time. 2 years have passed. You have one expansion. You have the very first expansion pass out at that point. Then you get Fate of Iberia and all that stuff. And all of a sudden, we find ourselves in 2024. And just off the top of my dome.
The correct nomenclature is off the top of the dome piece. Continue, OPB.
Cardinals, anti-popes, trade, nomads, better tribal gameplay, maybe modular governments, merchant republics, trades, illness. Okay, illness is out, sorry. Maybe a map expansion, old world, right? Societies, more interesting council gameplay. Just off the top of my dome.
The correct nomenclature is off the top of my dome piece. Continue, OPB.
After 3.5 years, soon 4 years, we are at a point where I think all of us can name 1, 2, maybe 3 topics that they really want in the game.
Yeah.
But they now slowly realize will not be in the game until the game was out for 7 or 8 years. And I feel like...
So he said 7 to 8, but the fact that the subtitle said 78 is kind of more accurate, I would say, in terms of a prediction of time.
That reality setting in is something that will make it so that no matter what the CK3 team does, it will swing into the review score. And I want to be very cautious about this. So I want to reiterate, I'm not saying that to say you shouldn't be rating these so negatively. It is Paradox's business. It is Paradox's obligation to make it so that you like what they sell.
True.
If there are compounding factors that make it so that you don't like what they sell, it is on them to clear that up. That has to be clarified. If the community, and I mean again, I love trade. I love trade so much. I've read so many papers on medieval trade. I want trade so bad, man. If it's not coming next year, so
it's not coming, motherfucker. It's not coming. The trade is. I don't think that. I can't imagine with what the focus of CK3's DLCs have been up to now. I can't imagine trade being an actual priority like ever. Let alone in like next year. I don't imagine that CK3 devs will ever want to focus on trade. I just don't think they care about it. I think they care a lot more about like characters and stuff. Yeah, it's Sims. Yeah, exactly. It's just not a Republic DLC. I really don't see a Republic DLC happening either. I mean, not anytime soon. Like, everything is character focused. We've seen this in every DLC. It's all character focused. Trade and Republics like eliminate character focus. In terms of like a republic doesn't have a king, it has like, you know, a mayor who doesn't have a dynastic lineage. The trade is completely inhuman. I don't think those are going to happen because they're going to be, they're not focused on the Sims aspect. You know, I don't think it's going to happen. But that being said, they might just simify it, right? So you could have like trade, but it wouldn't be like an Imperator style trade where it's like, you know, or even EU4. It wouldn't be either of those, where you have like you know, buttons that you click for trade and all that. I think it would be more like you know, you might have like a court position that's like the court trader, and then that might cause some events, or you know, you might have like the ability to ask a king to let your merchants operate there to get some extra income. And you see how it's all character oriented. you can take the idea of trade, but then it has to be implemented around around the characters for the devs to consider it. Which I will say this, I think is good. I think that they should play to their strengths, and that we should have mechanics implemented around the characters, because that's what people like about CK3. That being said, I would not be unwelcoming towards some more mechanical, like, hey, here's a trade system, here's a government system, here's this and that. I just don't see them doing it. I think they have I think that the developers for CK3 kind of have their heads stuck in the ground when it comes to like just being a Sims game. That's it.
So like if Roads to Power comes out and trade isn't in the next expansion pass, that means we're looking at 2020.
Yeah, exactly, Joe Angel. That'd be as much as I would expect for implementing like trade is through the same way as it did Silk Road and CK2.
6 for trade. Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna die. So I hope that you see that I feel your pain, right? I want to point this out though, because the actual quality of the mechanics still is a separate topic.
Yeah.
From
that's true.
These concerns, right? It's a valid element in your judgment, whether you think, you know where you're coming from there, that Paradox has to tackle if they can. But I want to bring this up to inquire, does that swing in your opinion? So like, I got a feeling that that is something that is like an underlying current that is there now and has been there ever since. I mean, there's been so much negative press just to summarize for CK3 alone, you got the COVID delays, you got the price increases, you have this shifting stuff around between expansion passes, right? Ultimately, it's kind of like McDonald's, where McDonald's raises prices, but they don't actually raise them. It's just, if you commit to installing their app, which makes you statistically more likely to show up in McDonald's, you can get the original prices, right? That's like how they've done it.
What is he talking about? the prices are higher for CK3 DLCs. Like the prices have been increased. I don't understand the comparison. Was there some way to obtain, I mean, season pass? Well, okay, we can add up the costs of the season pass real quick. I mean, hold on, let's let me just display capture real quick and let's go. Okay. Sure. Oh, it's underneath the YouTube. We just display capture real quick. Let's just go add up. Oh, this is my Discord. Hold on. Just going to add up the cost of the DLCs real quick. I mean, it's not going to be a lot cheaper. I'll tell you that. So if we add up the cost of the current one is Chapter 3 bundle is the Capes, Roads to Power, and the Wandering Nobles, and it's $37.58. So if you look at the cost here, I already own this, so they get the calculator out. Well, actually, we can do it on Notepad so that way you guys can see it. Hold on. Actually, I'm doing display capture, so it would work to do it on the calculator. Hold on. Calculator. Right? So if we do like 27 plus 40 plus 7, that's 74. And then what would and I guess you're saving 20%, but like... But the thing is that if these numbers were lower, so let's say that because they raised the prices, okay, they raised the prices on these, okay, or then this 20% only brings you back to what it would have been before the price raise. But before the price raise, the bundle would have still been here, and its numbers would have been lower. We've still gotten 20% off. Like it's still there's no cope about the raising prices. The price increase is still there because this 20% wasn't added in response to a price increase. This 20%, the bundle discounts have always been there. Like back in the original season passes, I can't look at them now because like they're gone. But like, you know, the chapters 1 and 2 passes or whatever, even the collection bundle or whatever, like these discounts would have still been there. Like it's not like in this bundle, the collection, right? It's not like it's like it was let's say this, for the sake of argument, let's say this was $100 this total. It obviously wasn't, but let's say it was $100, right? If it was $100 and then you bought the bundle and it was 20% off, it was 80. Then when the prices get increased to 120, 20% off of 120 is still higher than 20% off of 100. Just because 20% off of 120 might be closer to 100, the original price doesn't mean that you're paying less money. You're still paying more money when the prices go up. that's just like doesn't that's just like misunderstanding the concept of like a bundle. Like the individual items increasing in price means the bundle's more expensive, even if there's a minus multiplier to the bundle. It doesn't make sense. It's just, whatever. That's just not really. I think that's not just a like an opinion I disagree with. That is like a bit deceptive, to put it that way. But whatever.
And I feel like it's very similar here with the expansion passes, where they're basically saying you can have the old prices, but you have to commit to the full thing. Which for them,
but you don't get the old prices though. You don't get the old price. You're getting a more expensive price because the bundle isn't getting cheaper. The bundle is still accumulating more from the higher prices. The discount is still there, and that gets you to maybe what the original price would have been when you bought them all separately. But if you had bought, like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. You're absolutely wrong about CK2 members being supportive and excited for each DLC. They're just as angry and unsatisfied. I don't think that's true, because first of all, I was around for all that time. But if we look at CK2's DLCs, so I'll go display capture again just for this. Look at CK2's DLCs. They reviewed highly, and they still do review highly. Like, they always reviewed highly. And obviously, DLCs aren't everything. The forums are a thing. But the forums, okay, these are obviously bad because everyone hated the Blue Designer. But the forums always are mad. They're just always angry. They seem mostly positive. Again, Sunset Invasion is a funny one. Roger Medea mixed. Okay, this is making me look bad. But Old Gods is positive. Sons of Abraham is positive. Charlemagne mixed. Okay. Way of Life positive. Horse Lords positive. Conclave mixed. Reapers do very positive. Monks Mystics mixed. Jade Dragon mixed. So a couple of mixed, right? But there's a lot more positive here for sure. There's a lot more positive in here compared to in the past. Get roasted in glasses? Maybe that's true. I also was a teenager at the time, so I'm willing to say that, like, yeah, times have changed. It seems to me like overall there was a more positive feel about CK2 back then. But I also was a teenager. 200 reviews on average per DLC. That's also a good point. I'll take the L. You know what? I'll take the L. Maybe CK2 was also toxic. I know the forums always are though. The forums are cringe because they're always toxic. It's always like that. They're just always like they're just always so angry about everything. But yeah, it was a long time ago. I got a bad memory and I was young. So yeah, we can take the L on that.
Obviously is a huge boon. I talked about this ages ago now, that the Paradox business model today is still a long-term DLC business model, but it's actually different because the initial buy-in price is infinitely higher than it used to be. I talked about this in the context of Victoria 3. But I think it's true for all grand strategy games of Paradox that have this kind of expansion pass stuff going on.
Bro, they can be expensive as they want. Just make them good. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, you could have doubled the price on Legends of the Dead. You could have made it $50, and that would have been an insane price. But if it was a good DLC, okay, if it was actually good, most people would have probably said, yeah, but it's a good DLC. You can always counter that. Anytime someone says, oh my god, it's so expensive, you could also just counter and say, but it was a good DLC. You could equally so, on the other coin of that, on the other side of that coin, you could have made Legends of the Dead $5, and it still wouldn't have been worth it. It's still a bad DLC. If you made it $5, it would have been less egregious. It would have been like, oh, okay, a couple of little legends, cute little legends for $5. But the quality of the DLC matters way more than the price, if you ask me. People complain about price as a talking point, but most people don't actually really care that much. I think most people care about the quality of the content. It's why when you get something like Tours and Tournaments, which was $40, right? Like $40 for Tours and Tournaments, again, 40 Canadian, so call it 30 American. Like maybe like 28 euros, whatever. I don't know what the prices are, but 40 Canadian dollars for Tours and Tournaments, it's a lot of money, okay? But it was really good. So no one talked about Tours and Tournaments being overpriced. No one was like, Tours and Tournaments is too expensive. No, it was a good DLC, even though it was $40. It's a good DLC, so no one cares. That's just in general how it goes.
So yeah, I mostly want to know, to put this section of the rambling to an end, how much does the question, I really wish this was my dream feature though, how much does that impact now 3.5 years into CK3, how you feel about mechanics and DLC and so on? Because I got a feeling, and maybe I'm wrong with this, that is like significantly impacting it. I think Legends of the Dead, even if you're not my player archetype, is not a 34% positive DLC. But it is, with an underlying current in mind. Now, obviously, this underlying...
Yeah, just on the merits of the content of Legends of the Dead, I'd say it's a 40 to 50% Steam review, but that is dragged down by the content drought for CK3. The constant content drought means people are more angry when, like, think of it like if I mean, this is a weird analogy, but if you're like starving for food, then I guess the food will always taste good. This doesn't work because when you're hungry, it doesn't matter how the food tastes like. You're just happy to get anything. When you're this is the way we put it. When you've been waiting on a reservation for a restaurant for like 3 hours, and then the food's mediocre, you're more pissed than if you just sat down right in the restaurant and ate in 5 minutes. That's a better way to compare it. The starvation doesn't make any sense. If you've been waiting in a line for a long time for anything, and then when you get it, it's not very good, you're more disappointed than if you had just gotten it right away. People have been waiting for CK3 content for so long. I mean, there's always all these content droughts constantly, just like there's never any stuff coming out, and then it comes out and it's mediocre. Yeah, it's gonna be given like a 3 out of 10 instead. That is an important context to be given. That's why, in general, when I talk about Legend of the Dead just as a DLC, as a mechanical piece, it's anywhere from a 4 to 6. 6 on the optimal side, like on the very optimistic side. 4 on the more pessimistic side. 5 is a more realistic score. Um, that's kind of just how it is. Like because you waited so long, it goes lower. Yeah, but I think that's valid though, because the question is, what were you doing in all that extra time? If you're gonna wait like a year to make any content, then we want a year's worth of work. But this feels like you like I consider the amount of time that I put into making the Accumulated Legends mod as a no as a zero experience modder that doesn't know anything about coding. I learned it all from the bottom up from scratch. I put together a mod that outclassed Legends, obviously built off of the Legend framework, so that in mind, but that outclassed Legends as far as the 99% positive score the mod had, and also most of the comments outclassed it in like a month, a bit less, like three and a half weeks or so. Now, obviously, creating everything from scratch, like with C++ and having to implement the UI and all that stuff, takes more time. So let's quintuple that amount of time to 5 months, right? Let's say, and also they're professionals who are being paid, by the way, doing it professionally. I just did it as an amateurist hobby. Okay. Um, Took them like a year to make this, and I'm like, dude, I can't. I don't even know. What did you spend the year on? Like, the chronicles aren't nicely written. There's only 3 types. I put together 5 legend types. They put together 3. I put together 5. Like, what were you working on the past year? It seems like not very much considering what legend ended up being. That's the big complaint that we're gonna have. I think. It feels like it wasn't worth the wait.
The line current goes much, much further than just what has happened with CK3, where CK3 stands on a content level after 3.5 years. It goes all into Paradox as a whole, as a company, right? There's a lot going on there. Too much to go into in this video, because then I will never stop rambling. Got a lot of thoughts on a lot of things. But yeah,
there's
that's
something that
I kept in mind, because for me, it's kind of like, I feel like the mood in the community for CK3, in the core community, just has soured.
Yes.
And I don't think that it can be regained.
It has soured
anytime soon. Even if you make the perfect DLC, I don't think that DLC is going to be rated over 80%. I just don't think so. Because everybody would look at the DLC and go, okay, yeah, that's great. But where's my...
I don't know about that. I think that, well, I said that it would be difficult to get, I think that I agree with the idea that DLC getting over 80 or over 85 is difficult to do because of the nature of the game. But that's not because people want their mechanic. Okay, some people are jerks, blah blah blah, whatever. But it's because the DLCs haven't been very good. Like the DLCs need to be good. That's all it is. Look, I'll tell you that Tours and Tournaments is a perfect example of this. Tours and Tournaments was a good DLC, and it was universally praised. Obviously, some people had problems, some people complained, and there was some issues here and there. Yeah. But it was universally liked. I would say across the core CK3 community. The more good DLCs that you get. In fact, actually, now I'm curious. I wonder what do the negative reviews about Tours and Tournaments even say? Like, what is their complaint? I haven't actually done this before, but I'm curious now. What's the negativity around Tours and Tournaments even supposed to be? Too long, didn't read. Too long, didn't read. No, price is too high. This is not true. Yeah, price is too high. Price is too high. Price is too high. Price is too high. It's just event spam. Yep, fair enough. Bugs, which got fixed later, but fair enough though. Bugs are still a problem. That was annoying. Yeah, overpriced, faulty, and unfinished. Yeah, so there's some weirdness with it. Translations, yeah, translations. This is a thing I don't really comment on because I play the game in English. But yeah, I don't know if the translations are good. I've seen you Renkurl talk about the German version of the game being a little bit weird. Yeah, little bugs, whatever. Yeah, also too expensive. So again, these complaints. I noticed that if I take out my languages, do we get more? Because I didn't see a lot there. Or are they just not loading all of them for me? Like I want to see more. Or they're just not that. Oh, this is all recent, eh? I want to see like. I don't know why it's not displaying very many, but you take my point though that like you see how like a lot of this is just like complaining about price. Like the DLC was good. There were a couple of little bugs, and those later got fixed. And the DLC was good. Then you lose some reviews because it was expensive. It was expensive indeed, and there were some things that didn't make a lot of sense. But that's all. It was a good DLC. Like, that's good. Like it was a good DLC, so it was well loved. I don't think much of the community was like, man, I didn't like tours and tournaments because it had the wrong priorities. It didn't implement the mechanics that I wanted. I would have preferred a trade system. I don't see that critique coming out very often, if ever. Good DLC gets good reviews, period.
Mechanic that I wanted. We have 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years in now. Where's my mechanic, right? I feel like that is going to be a tone that will stick to CK3 going forward. Now, I do want to say, even if that means people think I just rate CK3 content positively, I will also going forward, much like I did with Legends of the Dead. I have a huge frustration in this current underlying current with trade. I want trade in the game 3 years ago, okay? But I will still divorce that from my reviews because I specifically, like I mentioned, want those reviews to be connected to how I think a player archetype is likely to enjoy that delivered content.
You did just say it.
Just for the record, I will keep doing the reviews the way they are because that's the point of the reviews. I would have, for example, the Iranian Intermezzo, I would have given it maybe a 6 out of 10. So 6 out of 10 is like, it's good. But if you got better games lying around that you enjoy more, go play those. You're not going to be missing out on too much. That's in my rating system again, which isn't, it's more like just...
Yeah, I mean, actually, he and I argued about, OPP and I actually argued about Iranian Intermezzo. I said that I think Iranian Intermezzo is pretty good. I liked that it was a faster paced struggle, but at the same time, I can recognize like that's subjective. I think his opinion is valid about Intermezzo, but I liked the Intermezzo personally. I thought that it was good, but that's just...
It's like, how much will you enjoy this, and should you play this immediately? Yes or no? Yeah, Legacy of Persia right here, you can see this DLC here. It is roughly at 59%, so it kind of happens to align with the score that I would have given it had I...
Like, to me, 59% is pretty reasonable for Intermezzo. It didn't add a lot, but it was relatively fun.
Reviewed it. It essentially comes down to the fact that I was playing it, and I never really had a bad time, but at all times I just went... the text jurisdiction is so clunky, it's so annoying. I will look at this once and then never again. Very similar, basically, to the acclaimed Knights, I think.
He is just dapper. Actually. That's true. We do, in fact, we should probably do a, what do you call it, a drip check on OPB. He looks pretty good. I do like the collared shirt. I like the deep V-neck sweater. Is that what it would be called? I don't know. The head cut, the haircut, I'd say, I like to have more hair. I'm more of a, as you can tell, I'm more of a lot of hair kind of person than a tiny little bit of hair kind of person. But I understand that everyone's different. I think his headphones are fine. His headphones are okay. Just black. It's fine. I think I like mine a little chonkier. I don't know if he's not gonna get enough of a headphone dent with a look like that, but it is what it is.
When I look at, for example, the struggle, I really do not like the idea that it's only active in 867. I feel like I'm getting half the bang for the buck there. But maybe more importantly, I think the struggle is a really interesting twist, a really interesting idea on struggles where you say, okay, you have 2 different groups of supporters. That makes it really interesting. You have some clear opponent in front of you, which decidedly is the opposite situation for Iberia. And
it's so funny they say that that's the positive, when to me that's the negative. Is that like you have the one like teams in the intermezzo, but I don't feel like any sense of opposition towards them. Like whenever, like obviously the only thing that was annoying was if you make an alliance with someone that's on the opposite team, you can't call them into wars. They'll always refuse, and that was really annoying because I would forget to check that every time. But like I felt almost no impact from whether you support the Caliph or not support the Caliph. It was everything else that I liked. Like I liked the different modifiers during the phases. I liked how fast the phases moved. I liked the endings. Oh, it's so interesting.
Then at the same time, you also have a struggle that can close out. It can just end itself. Now, these are cool ideas, and I really appreciate the thought put into this, but as I was playing it, it's just, if I play Hastine, and I do something, I don't know, I migrate to Germany, and then, you know, I want to migrate again 200 years later. If I go to Iberia, there will be a struggle there. There will be something to do. It will be interesting. If I go to Iran, nothing is there. It's already closed out. There's nothing interesting going on. It kind of sucks.
Okay, but that's the entire map, except for Iberia, because Iberia has the long-lasting struggle. But like Iberia gets a little bit of extra flavor through the struggle, and then once it closes, it becomes like any other part of the map. That's everywhere. That's nothing. That's not different than
if I play in Iran, I have to very specifically choose a very particular playstyle so that I can achieve my struggle ending. If I don't do that, it's just gonna, you know, close out on its own. Yeah, I don't love that. I do not like that.
I mean, I don't understand what's weird about that. Like, yes, if you want a particular ending, you have to play a certain way to achieve that ending. Like, yeah, I wouldn't want to be able to get any ending by doing anything. I think that it should be like, if you want this to happen, you have to achieve this. Whatever.
I think it's a net negative. Again, I had a good time with this DLC as well, which is why I land roughly on like 6 out of 10 somewhere anywhere. But I wouldn't recommend it like with the urgency of you need to play this right now, because for that, yeah, there were just too many elements where as a role player I said, yeah, no, I can't really, you know, hey, you do this once and then you've pigeonholed yourself enough that you don't want to do it again. When I was playing Armenia, as previously mentioned, I had a really good time, but yeah, I really wish the struggle kind of got a different direction there. I understand, obviously, this was an experiment, didn't really pan out, but that's where I would have landed there.
It says so much that when he says this was an experiment, didn't really pan out, this is one of the higher reviewed CK3 DLCs. In fact, I want to check what it's at right now, actually. This is actually one of the better received CK3 DLCs, sitting at 59% positive still. It's still 59% when I just checked it right now. Like, this is one of the better received DLCs, and this is the one that missed. Like, no, this is one of the ones that hit. You know what I mean? Like, Royal Court was a miss. Okay, that was a miss. That was a big miss. But the update was good. But the DLC was a miss. Tour Tournament was a hit. You know, like Fate of Iberia was a miss. Even though it's funny because Fate of Iberia 54% positive, so a little bit less than the Iberian Intermezzo. That one was a miss because it people didn't like it as much. Northern Lords, I'd say, was a hit, 6-7% positive. Yeah, so you know, Intermezzo ends up ranking like 3rd place or so. Yeah, it ends up ranking 3rd place. You know, in the hierarchy. Somebody says that it is a miss. It was a hit, clearly, in terms of CK3's average ratings.
When it comes to that, and well, again, it happened to align with this, but that's not really what I go after anyway. Now, that settles where we're standing there. I want your full opinions on all of that, but now we get to the other topics indeed. They have a bunch of stuff that they want to bring in to make the game more interesting in the patch for Roads to Power. For example, right here, you can choose a different destiny, a different
this stuff is
heir.
cool, yeah. This stuff is really cool.
You can also mark actually somebody from what we know as, you know, always needing to pop up here. You can see right here, this guy, I think this is the button. Nope, that is not the button. There you go. This guy, I believe, is Landless. This looks like an adventure symbol to me, if you ask me. I don't think it says anyone there. Experience as a wise man. What the hell does that even mean? Anyway,
Does this guy even play the game, bro? Wise man is a trait. Wise man is the mystic trait, motherfucker.
Yeah, so whatever. You can now choose this stuff, or this is the goal to...
Guy doesn't even play the game, doesn't know what a wise man is.
Make it more interesting. I always enjoyed Inheritance, which is a mod by Stick. Really good mod. You should check it out if you want some variation in the playthroughs as well. So this is definitely a good change. Then right here we have Conqueror stuff, where basically sometimes characters will emerge that will be very powerful and just go around and conquer stuff. I think that is nice. I am worried about balancing and all that stuff, but I find it interesting either way. I think it's a pretty cool idea there. To make gameplay more interesting, you just say, okay, every now and again, people will consolidate. I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. It's basically cheating for the AI, but yeah, okay. If you want challenge, that is probably a nice way, and it just makes it more interesting to look at the map.
It's funny to me that OPB can't see the roleplay value of it. Like, he's talking about, like, oh, this is just like a nice challenge. But do you not understand like the roleplay value of something like that? Like having a conqueror come in and shake up the world? I personally, when I hear about that, I see so much potential for roleplay. That's just me as a roleplay player as well. That to me is like, yeah, let's shake up the world a little bit and see what happens when the dust is gone, right? Um, I just, you know, I don't know.
Now, beyond that, of course, we are also taking a look at what is coming in Roads to Power, the big upcoming major expansion that could have a ton of pitfalls. Let's take a quick look at what that looks like. On Steam right here, Roads to Power discusses specifically what will be in it. There will be the administrative government, the family estate. We got some screenshot for that, not here, but in the post right there. We're going to take a look at that as well, of course. Then we got the life of adventures, so you can supposedly now be landless, which is pretty wild because it has never been done before, and that also makes me very worried. Other than that, we have an influence system. Not really enough information to think about that too much. New imperial management, run a strong imperial bureaucracy, appointing and directing the governors of your provinces. Sounds much like CK2. Then we got choose successor or Caesar, new Byzantine flavor content, and cosmetic additions. I want to talk specifically about my concerns for the mechanical side of things. Why don't we start with the upcoming start date? This is 1178. 1178 is pretty interesting. You got the Kingdom of Jerusalem, you got Saladin, you got Lionheart, you got Barbarossa, you got that French king, what's his name? Philippe, something like that, right? You have a lot of stuff happening. The Black Death is about to roll over the world. You have the Mongols about to come along as well. It sounds great, and I'm also super worried. I am super worried because of the general balancing. I'll be honest with you. I think late game balancing for CK3 is in an awful state. Has been
I agree so
forever,
far.
Because everything just compounds to have bigger numbers, and the wider the variation in numbers is that you can have, the bigger, the worse will balancing be. I am absolutely certain that the patch that we're going to get, I'm just going to like say this right away, I would be surprised if 1178, I would be surprised by this more than by anything else could ever surprise me. I think 1178 will be a balancing mess, okay? Because, so I've played mods that have these kind of late start dates, and everybody's swimming in money, everybody is in a position where resources are aplenty, you will never worry about any of this, and all the challenge is trivialized. It will come down to you going through the motions of doing a war, eviscerating people with the massive stacks of men-at-arms that you have. If they change something drastically here, where they go, okay, you know what? Actually, in the late game of CK3, instead of having 50 units of men-at-arms because we're crazy, you will still only have 5, but they will have better quality. Unless they do something like this, right? Where they then have numbers that they can manage more, where it's easier to balance those numbers, where they say, okay, these 5 units, you know, it's much easier to see through what is happening here. Unless they do something radical like this, which I don't think they will, I think this is going to be a huge, a hot mess.
So a way to balance late game would be to reduce the number of troops and make them do higher quality damage. Maybe sometime, Rusty Rod, send it to me on Discord and I'll take a look at it. Maybe. I don't know how I feel about that. The idea of just reducing troop counts. Like, it'd make the game more readable. Like, it would make it more readable, that's true. I don't know if it would fix the problem, though, because you'd still have, like, ridiculously powerful men-at-arms. Or something, yeah, I can't think of, like, a easy response to, like, how to fix late game balancing. It is tough to fix. Like, so the way that the current CK3 works, in 867 you have like the slowest game, so it takes a long time in 867 to build up to like the a very powerful realm, because you're limited by your technology, you're limited by the follow-up James Charles fan, you're limited by many different things. Very many things. Like, you don't have enough tech to build lower castles, you don't have a lot of money unless you're raiding, in which case you might have more money but you still don't have a ton. You don't have a lot of men-at-arms slots, it's harder to conquer stuff. Like, in general, the game is slower. In 1066, the game is much faster. You can build up to like a pretty insane domain pretty fast in 1066. And then I imagine that effect will be exacerbated in 1178, where you're going to start the game and you're already going to have like a late game, not late game, but relatively late game economy. I think it'll just be really fast paced, which some people will definitely appreciate. If they don't make any changes, so they just implement like a new start date and then they update the tech and the building levels and the domain and men at arms and all that to suit that era, you're gonna have like really fast gameplay where like you're gonna have huge disparities between like the big and the small, but you're gonna have a huge ability to go up and down the ranks. So it's an interesting problem, but I see it more like maybe if you're just desiring a faster game, you just go there. I don't just know if it'd be a problem. It's just if you're used to 867, you're gonna be like, you know, you're gonna be like, bro, I what do you call it? If you use 867, you're gonna be like, bro, this is so fast. I didn't get like my 60 years of economic buildup. It's like, yeah, your economy's already built up. So it's interesting. I don't know if it's actually. I don't know if I'm concerned that much about it, but it's an interesting concern.
You cannot balance for something like this the resource abundance. We're looking at massive increases of income there, just statistically stemming from the building levels that go above and beyond. Basically, at that point, what I would be hoping for would basically that you make $10 if you're making good money in 1066, and you're making $10 in 1300 as well. But those $10 in 1300 can buy you way cooler stuff.
Oh, dude, no, dude. Look. I'm gonna be honest. Map gamers. Okay, map gamers love the big numbers. If you did that, you'd kill the game. Okay, I would hate it. I love in TK3 making 200 gold per day or per month, whatever. You can, the fix cannot be to deflate the economy. Okay, no one likes deflation. Okay, that no one likes deflation. I think that's a horrible way to fix it personally. Depending on what the coolest stuff is, to be fair. Cooler stuff. I mean, in CK3 right now, there's not really much cooler stuff you can get. It's very easy to max out your buildings and then just kind of be sitting there with nothing to spend your money on. I'm yawning. But I think that a deflationary fix would not make anyone happy. Because then you'd still have the problem of like, well, you still are going to have like, realms that are way more powerful than others, and you're going to have like super late game economies. But if you're still making 10, you're not going to feel like you built anything up. Like, I want you to imagine the player who started at A67 went from making like 3 gold per month, and that was like a good income for them, to then playing in 1200 and is now making like 5 or 6. Yeah, Rusty, I already told you, you can send it to me on Discord. Now I might take a look. The disparity gaps that can occur later. But I think the disparity is important so you can know like who's doing well and who's doing poorly. Like, if there's no disparity, then there's no point in growing. Like, if I can reasonably assume that once I'm making 10 gold per month, now I'm just good. It's like, well, whatever. Man arms upkeep does increase per era, so that is a thing. Increasing the actual cost could be interesting, but the upkeep increases every era. Not very much, to be fair, but a little bit. I don't know. I just don't think that's a good solution, but whatever, it's fine.
If they balance it like that, I think you can see a resembling of balance. I don't know whether I can bring it across, but basically the issue is as soon as you I make $100 a month, you're not balancing any of this. It's not happening.
Yeah.
The difference, the dissonance between big and small characters, big and small realms will be so significant. It will be so insane. I don't think you can balance that right. I'm excited.
Well, I guess that's to me. I guess the answer would be the disparity between the realms is too big. Okay. We kind of saw this in the mega campaign in a way. Isn't that kind of the point though? Like, I hate to say it, but as you approach, so CK3 starts very fractured, and as the game goes, you slowly consolidate the map into like larger and larger realms, right? I feel like that is kind of the intention, is that you're going to have smaller realms lose their ability to compete with the bigger realms and they get subsumed in some way. Like, I think that's, at least to me anyway, that feels like it's a positive outcome of the disparities, is that like, yeah, as you play more and more, the smaller countries get taken over by the bigger ones, and then that creates, big realms. And then to break up a country, you have to do some subterfuge. You have to murder someone, or you have to swear fealty, or what have you. There are all kinds of different ways to do it. But like, the early game is full of these tiny little realms You know, part of the relative stability increases from innovation. Yeah, but the AI is not good at taking advantage of that stuff, though. I will say, like as a player, obviously, once you get primogenitor, the game's over. There's nothing more to play. Or even if you just do seniority with an election, then you basically the game is already over. But I mean, you can basically get primogenitor by just doing elections in your duchies. The AI, I would say, doesn't do a good job of it. But I guess it is fair to say the players should have something limiting them. But I don't even know what you do for that. I feel like it's just not. I feel like I just push really hard against I push really hard against the idea of deflating the economy. But I don't see this game as a race the strongest nation in the world. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to say. I'd have to organize my thoughts more to give a proper response to it. I initially don't react well to deflation because it feels like it would make the game less fun.
For this start date, but I also think having played mods that with the current balancing are in this late of the game period, they're not really made for replayability, I think. Yeah, that's basically my thoughts on this. I'm very concerned about this. I'm not that interested in this start date because of that reason. I think
I don't care for start dates very much in general. This one, I mean, looks interesting just because they have so much stuff, but like, you know, I don't really care for start dates. It's one of the least epic things about this update, if you ask me.
This comes out, it will be a huge mess balancing wise. Then down here, we have the question of estates, and I find this really interesting. We had estates in CK2 already with the family estates for the
republics.
For the merchants, right? So the merchant republics. I don't think Imperial gameplay had any type of estate. I could be wrong there, but I'm pretty sure they don't.
He's right.
Now, these estates could be interesting. Right now, when we take a look at this, what do we see? Well, we see a pretty standard thing, right? You have different building slots. You have this right here. You have an upgrade path. I actually really like the idea of you needing to make a choice for one particular building at some point. Quite interesting. But in general, this just feels like a money sink. What interests me in this a lot is whether this will actually make it good and interesting and fun to kind of be a governor and then just lose your governorate and you just retreat here. I wonder, can we do stuff from our family estate? Is there enough to do inside of our family?
This is the kind of thing where you just need more details to possibly judge, right? It's all going to be questions and no answers. So obviously, like I'm going to agree with OPB here, where it's like, yeah, there's lots of questions to be asked. We don't have any answers. We don't know what powers the governor has. We don't know any of this stuff, right? So
make it interesting. How easy will it be to return from a family estate onto the stage? Can I become emperor from here if I have the resources? That kind of stuff. That is what I'm interested in. The fundamental thing that we're seeing right here seems like a money dump, which isn't bad. We need more money dumps, right? But in general, I wonder whether this would be good enough to basically incentivize sometimes just being a courtier, sometimes just, not holding anything. From how I understand it, these family estates will be only for stuff going on in the Byzantine Empire, so when it comes to the administrative government. But I think in general, if they manage to make it so that it is interesting enough that you can do enough stuff from this right here, so from your estate, then I can believe that merchant republics might be more fun than they were in CK2, that maybe even China could be something that eventually, maybe in like 2027, 2028, could be on the menu for CK3 and be fun, right, with the estates. Obviously, Landless gameplay is I'm the biggest Landless gameplay hater, okay? So that is, we don't have any screenshots for that. Okay, we don't have any information on that.
I can't agree or disagree about the hate on it because we just don't know anything about it yet. I don't know what it's gonna be like. But I like the idea. I like the concept. We just don't know any. It's hard to say whether or not I can't say that I hate it or like it or not because we don't know anything about
gameplay beyond what we have right here. And let me actually, sorry, this is Legends of the Dead. We don't have any gifts here. We got nothing. We just have this. Freely roam the map. United, untied to any realm or holding, going where the winds of fortune blow you. Fulfill contracts as a landless adventurer, even through the generations. Building up a reputation of your own. Earn gold, prestige, and fame traveling the globe until you decide to settle down and claim a land that you have earned through merit. Yeah, this sounds like a perfect player fantasy. And I think a lot of people will see this much more positively than I am seeing it. I hated the Rise to Power mod for CK2.
Didn't play it.
I am very afraid that Landless gameplay here is just going to be all about you pressing buttons until you get land. I fear that.
Well, okay. Counter to that real quick. Isn't that the whole game though? isn't the whole game just pressing buttons, right? I mean, it's a little bit reductive. What matters is what the buttons do, because everything is just pressing buttons at the end of the day. Like, that's all you do in CK3 is just press buttons. But what the buttons do matters, right? Like, when I press the button to declare war, and I press the button to move my army to the capital, and then I press the button to assault the capital, and then I press the button to end the war with enforced demands. That's all just button pressing, but obviously there's more to it than that. I think to be more charitable, I think what he means is like you'll just press a button that's like, you know, gain 100 gold, gain 100 prestige, gain 100 piety, whatever. Right? You just have like these little things that you do, and then you eventually just get land, and that's that. It's all gonna depend on what the buttons are and what the buttons
will be the case. In which case I will be like, okay, that sucks. That's, you know, I really hate that. I did not like Rise to Power. I know it was a fan favorite. I know many people played it. I remember this. I was doing YouTube content at the time. I never covered it because I just didn't have fun with it. I hated it. And I think chances are good that they, unless they do something really miraculous, which I would be really interested in, I don't think I will enjoy this. So in general, let me phrase it this way. I think Roads to Power has the chance to be seen quite positively by the community. I think I will be pretty not positive about it. Primarily based on, you know, the idea of Landless gameplay, based on the idea that I would rather have trade, and based on the idea that when it comes to administrative gameplay, I'm already kind of disappointed. Not as disappointed as I am in Power Blocks and Victoria 3, but that's a separate video. I'm kind of disappointed in the fact that this is a government specific to the Byzantines.
Yeah, I had this exact same complaint when I talked about it. I agree with this completely. Like, I don't, you know, I don't really care for like the gated content for particular areas. I'd rather have a more dynamic system. I much prefer dynamism just in general.
I was always under the impression that government types eventually would see a general revamp instead of being kind of sectioned off into completely separate twigs. We already have this now with a clan government. You will never have tax jurisdictions in feudal governments. You will never have contracts.
That's not true, actually. That's not true. You can get tax jurisdictions as a feudal government. Any country that has Muslim vassals gets access to tax jurisdiction. They just don't get access to the tax laws. So it's kind of not, but I take his point. He's right about his point, though. That like you can't customize stuff. Sounds like a virus game. Hold on, let me see. Is Game Jolt a legitimate site? Hold on. Primarily for Gen Z. Doesn't look very interesting anyway. I'm probably not going to look at it, but consider it. Do not install random games. Definitely won't. Yeah. It says it has no download, so I assume it's just like an in-browser game. Definitely don't download anything.
As a main thing for clans. If we get an administrative government that is completely isolated as well, then I'm like, well, that kind of sucks. We're looking at a situation of, oh, and my God, you know what? I'm going to finish this video rambling like I started it, okay? If we get an administrative government...
This guy thinks that he's rambling. He's got to see my stream.
That has no intention to ever be kind of translucent towards other governments and vice versa, that isn't modular at all, I will be sad. I will be disappointed. Which also, for the record, was the one big thing. I was like, okay, I get it. In 2020, right, you ripped out Imperial government because CK2 sucked. It was really bad. Everybody hated Imperial succession. I hated it so much. It really sucked. If you've played it, you will know why.
Thanks for the follow.
You're going to implement it better.
I didn't see it fast enough.
Now, my idea for government types was they're going to be pretty modular. You can have some type of republican characteristics in your feudal empire. This can be a thing. It's not mutually exclusive. These are naturally grown traditions of a legal variety, right? And now they're re-implementing them, and they're all kind of segregated. It's like, wow, I don't like that.
No, I completely agree with this. Yeah, this is where, like, yeah, he's totally right. Dynamism is really important, and CK3 doesn't have a lot of dynamism, especially not the governments. The governments are completely non-dynamic, so that sucks. But.
A very similar case, and this actually soured me significantly on the Iranian intermezzo. Okay, they brought, and this wasn't even listed anywhere as a feature. I had to find out about this. just by looking around. I was just like investigating this and found it by accident. They brought back Secret Faiths in CK3 with...
They brought back Secret Faiths, but did nothing with them, so it was like the most useless and pointless thing I've ever seen. But yes, they brought back Secret Faiths. Very pointlessly and meaninglessly.
Legacy of Persia. And it was worse than in CK2.
Yeah,
because in CK2, at the very least, you could found your own cult, you could spread it. It was more interesting. In CK3, it shouldn't be in. I'll be honest with you. I think the way it is right now, that...
Yeah, I agree with this. You could take Secret Legends out and it wouldn't change the game at all. I think that they're completely meaningless and pointless to have in the game. No point to have.
I was like, oh my god, how can that make it back into the game with so little functionality? It's like it just exists so that you can get blackmailed. I hated that feature. Sadly, never got to bring that up because I just didn't find the time to do a review at the time. I liked a lot about Legacy of Persia. I think the art, you know, like a lot of the flavor, it's so amazing. The buildings they added, really cool stuff. But my god, I really, that soured me because I was like, I understood in 2020 why you ripped out Secret Faiths. You wanted to do something once you had a better version of societies. That's my impression, right? And then it comes in like a worse version. I'm like, I sure hope that the Byzantine stuff won't be like that. You know, that's like my personal Vietnam, where I'm like,
oh my god,
ooh, let's hope that doesn't come out that way. Anyway, listen, a lot of rambling. I am hopeful for Roads to Power. I am quite intrigued.
I'm surprised he kept that in, to be honest, but yeah.
By what we've seen of the estates, I hope that will make it interesting to maybe sometimes not hold any land at all. I hope that it's going to be interesting in general. I like many of the changes they are doing there. I'm very skeptical but open to be surprised when it comes to Landless gameplay, mostly because I was so negative about Rise to Power back in CK2. Did not like it at all. I mean, it's a great effort by a modder, don't get me wrong there, but gameplay-wise, I just did not like it. Let's see what they do there, but I'm skeptical when it comes to Landless gameplay, probably much more skeptical than the average player. And that's all the news for CK3 right now. I mostly want to use this video, obviously, for like a bit of a community get-together, talking about where we each stand on...
I'll let the video finish, but what do you say, guys, that let's leave a comment on this video, eh? Let's leave a comment. How about that, eh?
All of the topics that we've discussed here today. You know, it can be kind of weird to make these free talk videos because there's so much that I want to talk about. There's so many thoughts that I have that I mostly only really share on the Discord because they just never have the time to make it into a video. It's nice to have that kind of stuff in a video every now and again. So that's why we were here today. Let me know what you think about everything. Otherwise, I will force you to unsubscribe from me. And hey, listen, let me know your opinion on all of that stuff. I love to see them
Chad play.
because this is a live community, and we'll see each other in 2029 when we finally get trade. God, I hope we're gonna get trade next year. I hope it's so much.
How can your how can your primary focus be trade of all things?
Anyway, I will leave you right here, and I'll see you later, alligator.
Oh no, I don't know what's the
Hello and welcome.
Okay. Let's put a comment down. First of all, let's see what the comments see here. Abandoned. Man likes to trade. He loves trade, apparently. Worrying whether the comment is new. True. Okay. When you asked about particular gripes with regards to Legends of the Dead. I'm gonna put LOTD because everyone does that. Legends of the Dead. Okay. You want to fight? Yeah, sure. No, OPB and I get along. Is CK3 chat? Oh, you sent? I remember. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that earlier. I did quickly watch it, but it's just kind of like a lot of the complaints are a bit outdated to me. Like, but at the same time, yeah, it was some valid stuff. I'm not gonna watch it though, because I want to focus on the OPB video. I'm not gonna watch it on stream right now, but I watched it off stream earlier. I watched for like the first 2 minutes. I wasn't. I don't like the way the guy was talking. It didn't appeal to me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. A reaction to the stream? There's no way he will. There's no shot. He asked for particular gripes with regards to Legends of the Dead. It was kind of weird to me because, at least in my view, the gripes are really obvious. Okay. Is there a teaser for Roads to Power? Yo, send it to me, bro. Put it in Discord. Legends of the Dead. Yeah, the grapes are really obvious. First off, there are realistically only 3 legends in the game. Make sure to type this out nicely. All the heroic and holy legends, exact same thing with equally unsatisfactory writing and chronicles, while legitimizing legends sometimes give to particular region a historical. Other ones just give claim the empire of your capital. In general, let me take a look at that. We're gonna compose this tweet. Not this tweet, sorry, this we're gonna compose this comment, but first I want to see the tweet. Oh yeah, I saw this on this Discord, yeah. They're gonna do a release date type thing. Very exciting. Other one just give claims to the empire of your capital. To me, that's a total shame, as every legend type just feels the same as any other legend. Secondly, to capitalize. Secondly, what was I gonna say for my second point? The chronicles, the legends and chronicles. If you keep begging for me to play the game, Rusty, I will never play it. Legends and chronicles are very I'm not gonna say are isolated from the player's action almost completely. The chronicle text change according to a Poke Rogue on stream. I was playing it off stream. Chronicle text change according or happen. Let's do happen instead of change. Happen according to random events. Not that their chronicle changes are meaningful in any way, since the writing is so low quality and they have no actual effect. The most we see in terms of legend responsiveness to the player is in the form of a handful of what are they called, like of legend modifiers that oftentimes are not very full. To me, that's a critical flaw. Legends should be distinct for every legendary figure, and yet they're not. Every legend is more or less the same. You know, it's like whatever. Who cares? Thirdly, okay, with regards to legends, what was the other thing that I said in the other thing that I said? Poorly balanced. With regards to legends, they were poorly balanced, with them being horribly expensive until that one patch added the ability. I know I'm essaying, I know. Added the ability to make them cheaper with a game rule. To me, I know you're a roleplay gamer. RP gamer. As am I. As am I in my speedrun retirement. But I think that even from an RP perspective, Legends suck. I don't feel any uniqueness to them on account of my character's actions. I don't feel any growth story with my character, because the Chronicle just says some generic crap that's the same for everyone. I don't feel like who I choose as a protagonist in my legend matters, except for the little bit of extra legitimacy. Mod ad? Should I throw in the mod ad here? No, I'm not gonna do that. That'd be a little too much, I think. That'd be a little bit too much. That'd be a little bit too much to throw in, like, oh, check out my mod, by the way. I'm not gonna do that. But I think this is a pretty valid, like, series of complaints. I'd be curious, since you gave the DLC a 9 out of 10, what exactly... Actually, let's actually go watch his review real quick, just to see if I can answer this question by looking. What's up, Luigi? How you doing? How's it going? Sorry I didn't reply right away. I just, just doing some stuff right now. Let's see the... He's doing Mandalore stuff these days, eh? Where's the Legend of the Dead review? Is this the review? No, this is it. 13 minutes. Let's watch this real quick.
Legends of the Dead is the newest DLC for Crusader Kings 3. This new content promises to add some spice to your playthroughs by throwing terrible diseases at your realm, while also allowing you to spread the greatness of your family better than ever by introducing legends. The DLC does of course come accompanied by a free patch, and as always with my reviews, I will be reviewing the update as a whole, as indeed both
I'm a little low. I got you.
The same coin. I have played a ton with these new features, so let's get an overview of whether this new update is a hit or a miss.
Hold on, I know how to fix it. Hold on, I know how to fix it. Sorry. This should be a little bit better now.
Do that. Make sure that you are subscribed to the channel so that going forward you don't miss anything that you want to know about regarding CK3. Alright, let's start by what arguably is one of the two key parts of the DLC, and indeed does not have any element.
Also, Luigi, whatever the request is, it's probably gonna have to wait because I'm just doing like something a little focused right now. But you can put it in, and I'll maybe put it. Maybe if you want me to see it, put it in Discord. More likely that I'll see it then.
As part of the free update, Legends. In Legends of the Dead, you can come into possession of legend seeds that act as the start of a legend that you can spread. You will find that many regions of the world have various historical legends just lying around at the start of the game, giving you plenty of opportunity no matter where you start to really take in the local perception of the world. Legends themselves are a really interesting system, although there are certainly also some caveats. You can get the most out of playing with legends if you are indeed the actual owner of the legend, rather than, for example, just one of the promoters or even a completely neutral person. You will not just be able to shape the story of the legend itself quite significantly, but also to leave a stamp on this memory of the protagonist's existence. The individual legends range from things your character or one of your ancestors actually achieved, all the way to fantastical claims entirely made to embellish the right of your family to rule. If you or one of your neighbors is spreading a legend, you will of course also get events related to them. It has to be said that similar to the events of tours and tournaments activities, for example, these events will after some time get quite repetitive. However, there is a good amount of them out there in general, meaning
First of all, a good number of them.
that this fatigue shouldn't set in all too soon. Mechanically speaking, legends are nicely embedded in existing features like activities, the danger score of a province while you travel, or for example old decisions like restoring the Roman Empire that will now give you a legend seed.
So he likes them because I'm not understanding what he's liking about them from hearing this. Like, he likes them because they make your character like feel cooler. I don't know.
Starting, promoting, upgrading, and finally finishing a legend feels engaging.
Feels engaging. Okay. What's the engagement? What is the engagement from finishing the legend?
With plenty of benefits.
Like the wording
is generally worthwhile doing, meaning that you will engage with the content of this DLC quite frequently as you play and be pretty happy about it.
Okay, hold on, go back a little bit. I missed something. The word engaging is meaningless unless you tell me what's being engaged here. What do you mean it's engaging?
Province while you travel, or for example old decisions like restoring the Roman Empire that will now give you a legend seed. Starting, promoting, upgrading, and finally finishing a legend feels engaging, comes with plenty of benefits, and is generally
the benefits aren't very good. Some of them are okay, but you know, if we're talking about mechanically speaking, it's a waste of money compared to building a farm and field and a manor house.
Worthwhile doing, meaning that you will engage with the content of this DLC quite frequently as you play and be pretty happy about it. My favorite part of playing with Legends is that the rewards for all Legend types offer interesting follow-up actions. Yes, Legends do, of course, come often with modifiers that will just make your land, your rule, or even your character better without
Yeah, a little extra +2 stewardship, a little +5% domain tax, so good.
doing anything else for it. However, after finishing them, you will also be able to do cool things like building unique legendary buildings, gaining access to unique decisions like converting large parts of your realm, and gaining access to unique casus belli that, for example, let
Okay. Oh, there was one casus belli. Never mind. There was one CB. It was the migration CB. One CB. So actually, he got it wrong. Unique casus belli. I believe he implied that was plural. It is singular. There is only one. Oh no, there's two actually. Sorry, there is two because one of the dynastic legacies gives you access to the one that lets you declare a war for land that you've historically claimed. Okay, never mind. There's two.
root your entire realm into a different location. This is much more engaging than simply stacking modifiers in my eyes, and I think a big plus of how this was designed. All in all, spreading a legend and then indeed completing it and what comes immediately after is fun, and I can only recommend playing with it. Now, as with all new features in CK3, there is a discussion that raged on in parts of the CK3 community about whether legends are overpowered or not. They are fun, that much can be said, but
Okay, I feel like I'm trying to learn more so I can comment about like his thoughts more, but because I don't want to assume what's in his head. Give the DLC 9 out of 10. What exactly it was? Here, I feel like I didn't really learn a lot from there, but I'll just I'd be curious to know what exactly he even found engaging about Legends. The entire thing, much like the entire thing is pretty much what you fear Landless gameplay will be. It's just pressing buttons, then getting some reward. The rewards for Legends are okay. Writing a whole legend in the comments, true. The rewards for Legends are okay. Actually, I'm gonna say they're pretty good. Are pretty good, in the sense that the adventure CB and the realm evangelization, among others, are interesting. But that to me is the only saving grace on Legends, which does not weight them, in my mind, to a significant feature. Not generic, not specific enough. Actually true. Actually true. In terms of engagement, Legends, it's perhaps one of the most passive systems in CK3. I don't really do anything except watch them grow and then click complete. It's done. When it comes to plagues, I think they were pointless. I think there's a fear of bringing down harsh consequences on the player. So Paradox chose to make the plague's effects more or less reversible via that decision where you spend money to get your development back, and in some cases pushed beyond what it was before. Like, the only real consequence. I'm gonna actually jump to this. You mentioned that you felt like the plague. I'm gonna see if I can timestamp it too, just to make sure that he knows what I'm talking about. Did he talk about it here? I don't remember where he talked about it.
it doesn't matter. everybody's gonna love you because everybody looks at Dynasty. Plagues though was that I don't know when they did it. I don't remember this thing. Yeah,
like remember when he mentioned that plagues were I feel like the plague you could interact with it, like it was something you could interact with, right? Remember when he mentioned that? He just says not reading all that. I mean, honestly, fair, yeah.
But in general, I really like the effects that they gave. I in particular like the also like I would disagree with this again, but like I think they're kind of too weak now. I was doing as the Manor Lords content was going up to decompress. I was doing CK3 campaigns. I was doing one in Pomerania, and then I was doing one in Iran as well as Armenia. So
the thing is, Alex Clark, is if you're going to have a consequence exist for a plague and then have the way to counter that consequence exist at all times, what's the point of the consequence?
Not really in Iran, but as Armenia. And I was playing those off camera, and I was playing them basically whenever, I wanted to play a game. At the time of though was that the kind of like accidental death stuff, right? That just says you're dead 15 times over. I read kid, with no context, with no background.
He mentions it here, I think.
Immediately. For me, that was just CK2's chess with death event, but like 15 times over. I hated it. I hated it so much. And I think the community didn't really love it either, but I think I hated it way more than the rest of the community. Plagues, since they are rooted in the map, since they have a context, since I can interact with them, since I can deal with them, since I can sacrifice certain stats, like
7:35. So here, so much as interact. You mentioned, I'm gonna put 35 as the timestamp. Something you could sacrifice for, but I quite frankly don't see that at all. Sure, I can seclude myself, sacrifice a measly bit of general opinion and some diplomacy, but that pales in comparison. Even CK2's relatively simple plague system. CK2 I could seclude, which would implement Regency, and would potentially lead me to a life of cannibalism. My castle food. In CK3 I can seclude and then get the plague anyway, because seclusion just reduces the chance of getting infected. Treaties. And then just hope for some events about the plague that might let me quarantine stuff, I guess. What interactions are you talking about? Like, I hate that. I think I'm calling him out too hard here. But like, what the hell is he talking about? Like, what interactions are you talking about? What do you do in your games to fight the plague? Do you build auspices? There's a character limit? There must be. That doesn't feel particularly engaging to me. Do you quarantine your provinces or counties when the event comes up? That's just a reaction to an event. I wouldn't exactly call it an interaction. It's just a reaction. Like I don't know what he's talking about when he mentions that. Like, it just doesn't. This doesn't feel like, I don't know, like you can appoint a court physician who will roll the dice on doing some plague prevention, but that's again just an event pop up that reduces plague, that either increases or reduces plague resistance. Not exactly engaging gameplay there. Not saying I have the answers. Plague problem. saying that I have trouble even talking about what you claim are its merits when I fail to see their existence in my games. Like I don't get it. You know, I don't understand what he's even talking about. Um After hearing more about how you choose to review stuff, with your ratings feeling a bit inflated, that's too confrontational. To review stuff, I do understand better why you gave this DLC a 9, but then why isn't like? But then it also makes your 9 quite meaningless. Sure, when I was playing solo TV in early access, even after early access, I wasn't having a bad time. Therefore, I guess it was like an 8. It was like a 7 or 8 according to your scale. I just think that's a pretty pointless. I just think that's a pretty pointless. I think that's a pretty pointless, like score at that point. Not to rain on your parade, not to like. Is it metric? Yeah, maybe it's a metric score. Not to be overly negative, or to be like accusative or anything like that, or critical. To be like overly critical, but I I watched your review again. In fact, let's actually watch more of it. Let's just see more. It's from
Are they overpowered to a degree where they take away enjoyment by making the game lack challenge? Let's talk about it. CK3 historically has had, and in fact even now has, problems with regards to balancing. I think that should be clear. When CK3's latest expansion, Tours and Tournaments, came out last year, I specifically called out activities for being unbelievably unbalanced in my review. You can never really stop experienced players from exploiting certain things in games, but the problem with activities is that you don't even need any degree of deep knowledge of the game, you just stumble into infinite resources. Doing one grand tour will give you up to 6,000 prestige, and doing one pilgrimage can give you up to 3,000 or even 4,000 piety. That is terrible, considering that anybody can stumble into this, trivializing any challenge that the game may throw at you.
I don't even agree with that.
The bad news first. Activities still do this, even in this version of the game. But for the good news, Legends are honestly nowhere near this level of broken, if I would call them broken at all. Most results that you get out of bonuses, effects and casus belli from a legend can be facilitated through alternative means at a pretty similar cost. You can conquer massive areas easily without getting, for example, the Ancestral Reclamation effect. You can also convert large territories or stage invasions of foreign realms and migrate without completing a legend. Legends are not the overly powerful.
Can you migrate like being a legend? I mean, you can. Not the same way, not with a CB, but you can like by strategically releasing vassals, you can sort of migrate your realm, but I wouldn't exactly say it's the same thing, but whatever.
Must-do path that activities are when it comes to, for example, prestige gain. Instead, they simply add another path towards whatever you may want to achieve, while statistically absorbing more of your money than activities ever would. In short, Legends mostly open up new and more embellished paths towards what you can already do on other paths. They will aid you in telling your story, and I think that is their biggest strength here. What you can achieve with them can already be achieved in other ways that have a similar cost.
Yeah, Ring Adventure is exclusive to Varangians, though, right?
Well, other ways aren't nearly as cool as enshrining one of your ancestors as a saint. So, in short, Legends...
Like, enshrining an ancestor as a saint. That doesn't, you can't even do that. You just make a holy legend with them as the protagonist, but it doesn't matter who the protagonist was. That character doesn't have any noticeable change happen to them. They just get to be the protagonist. Let's go over the critical watch review again, and I don't want to include this part. This is critical. I don't want to include the part about the score. Well, sainthood just isn't even in the game, really. Like what? There's no. Like, what do you like? When he's becoming a saint, what does that mean? Like, you complete a legend, I guess, like a holy legend, then do you become a saint? Like, not really. Can Turks migrate now? Nope, still can't migrate, but they can do it through the legend, but not normally. The holy legend doesn't matter who the protagonist is; it matters who owns it to get saint trait. Do you even get the saint trait from it? I don't remember getting the saint trait from doing holy legends. Oh, it's with the dynasty legacy, right? Oh, yeah, it's the dynasty legacy. That's what it is. Yeah, it's not a perk; it's a trait. Yeah, it's from the legacy. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't even matter. Doesn't What does it even do? What does it even do? Even in the wiki, venerated ancestor. Yeah, this is like so whatever. +2 monthly piety. Like who care? Both of these are like so pointless. Like who cares? You know? Who cares about any of these? You even know what wise man is? True. Hey, wise man's a lot less obscure than saint. Okay. I think LOD does suffer from uh the general discontent of the CK3 and larger Paradox community. But that is only an exacerbation. That is only an exacerbation of the critical flaws of the DLC. Just by looking at tours and tournaments, did I do that right? Yeah. I didn't put the T. Tournaments, we see that when the DLC is good, people do like it and do give it good reviews. I briefly browsed the Steam negative reviews for TNT, and it only was ever about being too, which, let's face it, will always be complained about. Cheaper. Let's be honest here. Um, when a DLC is good, people like it. When a DLC is bad, people don't like it. LOTD was bad, and therefore it was reviewed poorly. And on top of that, it stoked the flame of people's discontent with the content drought that is CK3. Like is that, you know what I mean? Like tours and tournaments was well received because it was good. Legend of the Dead was poorly received because it was bad. And then even worse, the game has like no positive sentiment right now, so people are even more upset, right? I mean, it's just I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's just like you can't just be like, oh, dude, it's because people are just, upset at the company. Like, no, man, the DLC was bad. But by most people's metrics. when you asked about whether a DLC can achieve a 80 to 85, 85% score, like, I wanted to check actually what score did TNT get. I just want to quickly see. Curious what it what was its actual percentage? 77. I think it absolutely can if a DLC just would be good. TNT is sitting at 77%, and I imagine higher for negative views from recent paradox discontent up. It is possible to appeal to role players, roleplay gamers, and mechanically driven gamers, which TNT exactly did. The RP of fighting in a tournament is good, as is the cost and benefits of the tournament itself. Should be as are the cost. Yeah, that unison of both aspects of the game created a very well received DLC, which hit that metric you're looking for. I think I want to wrap up the comment now. Sorry for the long comments. I just had a lot to say after reacting to this 35-minute. How long was it? 35 minutes? 35-minute video for like 3 hours on my stream. I think that's a nice hard way to end it. Give him a wholesome emoji. A wholesome emoji. I'm not a member to him, so I can't put his stuff. I don't know what to put. Give him like a your dick small. Okay, your dick small emoji. Nerd emote? Yeah, I could do a nerd emote. Get rid of that. Do a little nerd emote. Okay. Epic. I am gonna copy this into a quick, just love for fellow CK3 content creator. God, that's cringe. No, I'm not gonna put that. I want to be for the people, not for the creators here. You know what I'm saying? Cucumber and water emoji? No, no. I want to see if he talked about plagues in here. Did he talk about plagues and then like talk about what he does to confront them? Like, what is he talking about?
Alright, but let's finally move on to the second major key element of the update, and of course the DLC itself, diseases. Diseases in general have been revamped with a free patch, but there are more visual assets, a Black Death event chain, as well as more diseases if you're playing with the DLC.
I should do that, you're right.
This entire sector of this update is awesome. Diseases come with a healthy dose of flair, but also impact. If you undertake no preparations, chances are that a normal wave of illness can take out your carefully crafted successor. Not to mention that the Black Death may just wipe out everybody in your family altogether. What is also very impressive and gives a lot of hope for future updates is the way the diseases spread. The way diseases spread across oceans or along rivers is not just satisfying to watch, but also immersive and actually pretty predictable. There isn't really much in terms of negative elements to say about the gameplay related to diseases, other than that it may currently be
Luigi?
too
Rush
easy
E,
to
1,
prepare
2,
your
3. What does it
holdings
even mean?
adequately, at least for most diseases. Apocalyptic level diseases can still take a good chunk of characters out even with very high resistance levels. I can report that indeed the AI also knows to prepare its holdings quite well, meaning they don't really suffer disproportionately more than players, but well, they do suffer. Diseases overall are interactive, immersive, deadly, and clearly
Okay, interactive, immersive, deadly, and
also
clearly
following a very sophisticated spread system.
Yeah, the spread system sounds good. In the sense that, like, yeah, they do go along rivers. I have seen that. But like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Immersive and sophisticated, interactive.
Immersive.
What's the interaction? I don't. What interaction? I still don't know what he's referring to. Like, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to be as charitable as I can, right? Because I don't want to be like an asshole and just like take him out of context or something. What does he mean interactive? What interactions?
Deadly and clearly also following a very sophisticated spread system. I cannot wait when CK3 gets its trade update in that respect.
Trade
Surely,
again.
trade routes will only bring positives, right? Now, last but not least, when it comes to diseases, the Black Death is of course amazing. I love the game rules that we get in this respect, and I love the Black Death and the Black...
Yeah, the immersion is fine. The immersion's alright. He goes pretty okay immersion. I don't know about the interaction,
in
though.
particular, they are just fun. Seeing this massive wave of death rolling over you and, well, you know, taking most of your courtiers with you is a great element. I think the implementation of diseases overall is just effectively flawless. The third topic here today will be legitimate.
Flawless. Bro said it was flawless. Flawless. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it should go in here. It should go in the manifesto. You're so right. What exactly was flawless? I say I wouldn't exactly feel. I wouldn't exactly accept calling plagues flawless. I'll put in the timestamp.
Resistance levels. I can report that indeed holdings adequate pretty predictable. There isn't really much in terms of negative elements to say about the gameplay related to diseases, other than that it may currently be too easy to prepare your holdings adequately, at least for most diseases. Apocalyptic level diseases can disproportionately. I cannot wait when CK3 gets its trade update in that respect. Surely trade routes will only bring positives, right? Now, last but not least, when it comes to diseases, the Black Death is of course amazing. I love the game rules that we get in this respect, and I love the Black
IR student. Is that international resident student? No.
Death and the Black Death event chain in particular.
They
are just fun. Seeing this massive wave of death rolling over you and, well, you know, taking most of your courtiers with you is a great element. I think the implementation of diseases overall is just effectively flawless.
Okay, that's at 9:02. Yeah. International relations? No, I'm not in international relations. There you go. I put something in German. Did I have breakfast today? I actually didn't have breakfast today, but no, I just, I just wanted to write a nice little comment for OPB. Okay, I'm gonna post it. I'm done. That's it. Yeah, it's over. I'm posting it. Little, yeah, it's a little unhinged. I'm not beefing with him. I'm not beefing with him. Not beef. There you go. It's here. It's here. It's here. Okay, there I put it. Just gonna pin and air me, bro. Please, I'd love people to read this. Facial your gestation was shorter, bro. I write stuff like this. I write stuff of this length all the time. Okay, this is not even that long. When you write 10,000 word scripts for YouTube Giga Chat stories, this is, and you do those like in 2 or 3 days. This is like nothing. Student of Japanese. I am a student of Japanese. I love yapping. I yap so much. I yap an immense amount. Um, to buy servers until I comment. True. I don't comment very often though, so that'd be why. Maybe I'll have to buy to my servers. This should have been the word event, not decision. Whatever. Oh, you were right though. Damn, got him. Okay. Here's the thing, guys. The next thing that I do, right? Okay, hold on. Here's what we do next, okay? For the ultimate like ultimate get him, okay? Is we go into the shit posting on the Paradox content creators like Discord, and we just say left you a comment on the video. Enjoy. That's what we do. Now that we completed the comment, we just drop one of these in there. Drop a little ping on OPB. Let him know. I'm not gonna show too much on the Discord because I don't know if I'm allowed to even, but we just give OPB a little ping there. Yeah. Just give him a little ping. And I got a buzz in my phone. Did I get an email? Someone has replied to the comment. Okay, it was the Canadian twin with the nerd emotes. If he were to respond, yeah, but who asked though, I would probably just cry and kill myself. I think that would be the only response. That's about all you could do. Hold on. Okay. He replied to me on Discord, but I don't know if I should share what he said. Hearing beef? I'm not making beef. He asked for a conversation. I gave him a conversation. That's not beef. I'm not making beef. It's not beef. Oh. Oh, would you like to? That'd be good. Not be. It's not. I'm not. I'm not. I mean, he did ask. Yeah. 5? I mean, maybe. Hold on. Now I feel bad. I feel bad now. I wanted to respond because he made a because he asked for it. I felt bad. Now I oh. I didn't want to start anything. He asked for responses. I don't care about your request, Luigi. I really don't care about your requests. Don't make this a thing. Don't make this a thing of like actually causing beef. Okay, we're not trying to cause beef. We're not gonna cause beef. We're just chatting. We're just having a talk. We're just talking. I'm not defaming him. What do you you people, you get me? Helpful polite response. I mean, that was a little bit aggressive. That was a little bit aggressive. But yeah. I mean a little bit maybe. I tried to be he does have me beat on the what do you call it? He's got me totally beat on the clothes meta. I don't wear like anything fancy. But it's not about beating each other. I just wanted to leave a little wanted to talk a little bit. He's typing and I'm scared. Here's some more comments. This was true. I noticed this too. This was very true. I got another their phone vibration. Someone else reply. He said, "Have you ever played CK3?" What? Yes. Definitely. Oh yeah, I respect him for making the video for sure. Hey, like my own videos in my own live stream is here. Look at that. Gagged you? Not gonna lie. What do you mean? Oh. We got 7 uploads already. Also, my comments down here. It was literally it was up above earlier. Think I get trade? Yeah, it would suck. I don't think trade will come. Sorry, I'm in the discussion mode now. Now I feel so bad. I feel so bad now. Because I was I hope you guys know that I don't dislike OPB, just so everyone here knows. There's no dislike of OPB. I just am perplexed by by the comments, that's all. I just don't get it. That's why I'm putting the big comment. Wait, drama? I don't want it to be drama, but I'm hoping it won't be. Otherwise, I kind of regret what I've done. I didn't expect this to be what would go on today. I kind of on a whim decided to react to it. You taking it poorly? I don't want to say until we talk more. I don't want to I don't want to be like giving you the play by play of what we're talking about. Pivot into a Hoi 4 YouTuber? No, I don't want to do that. Basically, Rancor, I reacted to OPB's video where he just did like a day ago about thoughts on like the game and stuff, and I had some like disagreements, I guess you could say, and then like obviously on the stream, I like I'm a little more performative, you could say, but I'm like, man, like I don't get what he means by this. I don't understand. I don't know what I don't agree with this. I think that's a little bit weird. Um, so I wrote up this big comment where I just sort of said like, hey, here's the things that I don't understand what you're saying. Um, like here's what I think. Here, and then as a meme again, I'm seeing it like a meme. I pinged OPB in like a server between us, and I just said like, hey, like I left you a comment, and then I don't know if he's taking it very well, but we'll see. Again, I don't want to say for sure. So till I know more. I'm not sure what he feels about it right now based on what he replied with. But obviously, I won't show you guys that until until I feel it's appropriate. For now, I gotta go take a piss, so I'm gonna take a piss. But to be really clear to like everyone here, like there's no dislike. There's not meant to be any drama or anything. Okay, there's not meant to be anything like that. Um, you know, nothing like that. I just wanted to. Look, I'm a little autistic. Okay, that motherfucker's getting clipped out of context. I literally said right after that I just say it as a transitional word. Okay, I'm not calling him a motherfucker because he's not a motherfucker. He's a fine guy. I just agree with some of his takes. That's all. Um, but yeah, I need to go take a piss real quick. But then we'll stay live for a little bit. Be back. Okay, I'm back. Did we just get raided or something? Oh, wait, is that just Dyson team just AIing? Personal nature is fine. Yeah, I mean it's fine. Just that it's like I feel like if the plague's effectively reversible, then it doesn't feel like there's much point to the plague, right? But I guess it costs money, so it's not totally reversible. But yeah. I just I don't know. I understand what the video is, Luigi. I'm not gonna check it out. If you say it one more time, I will time you out because I'm tired of you mentioning the same thing over and over again. I'm not gonna right now. There's a lot more important stuff going on. Can you watch Asmongold? No, I don't want to react to reaction. I'm just reading a response real quick. I'm not. I am. He just said to me, he just said this motherfucker's streaming. But don't worry, OP, if you're watching, I'm not showing what you're saying. I'm just replying, quietly because I don't necessarily know if you want this stuff being shown. So don't worry, it's not being shown, okay? If you're watching right now. Play Manor Lords for disrespect to OPV? No, I don't want to disrespect him. What do you? I don't like this meta. Okay, no disrespect. There's no disrespect for OPV here. Okay, this is not a meta that I'm approving of. But I guess you guys can chat how you want to chat. But Nothing wrong with showing it that either. Okay, well apparently he's okay with showing it, but I still feel like I don't want to. Whatever. Um, what was I saying? I keep getting mind flooded. Um, I'm typing something right now. First drama? Stop it. It's not. This first of all, it's not my first drama. Okay, me and Renkrl have drama every day. Okay. Okay, hold on. I gotta. Hold on. Is there a way? Let me just. I just got this message. Hold on. I'll show it on. I'm glad. I feel like he's taking it well. But I just got this reply. So he's watching. He's watching. Oh damn, it's kind of small, but see it right. He's joking. He's joking. He's obviously joking. He's obviously joking. In Minecraft, yeah. He's obviously joking, guys. It just was funny. Unless he's not joking. Unless he's not joking, and the Wehrmacht is on its way. You never know, man. I've been playing some Hearts of Iron 4. I mean, it's the Wehrmacht could be on the way. You never know, dude. I want to reload the page and see if my comment is being pushed to the top of the page, just so that I can just derail this whole video into being a drama between me and OPB. Oh yeah, 10 likes. Already a fifth of the way there to OPB's like count his pin message. We'll make the competition a little bit harder. Yeah, dude, so true. The thumbnail bait right here. OPB and Tarkus drama, red arrow. I hope you die, buddy. It's perfect. It's perfect, totally. But I don't want to farm drama though. I don't really like drama. I don't really want to do that. So I don't think I will do that. But that's a good idea. But I don't believe I would actually do that. And a flame PNG, of course, without a transparent background, so it's just gray and white squares or whatever in the background, or maybe in purple. I don't think purple. You know what I mean? Like the boxes from when it's not transparent. Prox don't really do drama. Oh, they do. Oh, they do. There do be drama in the Prox community. It's just that it's not front and center. What if it's a fake, like ironic drama? I mean, sure, it'd be funny. You guys want to watch a iSorrow Productions video? I still got to get through the drama I have with ISP, where he made a mega campaign on the same day that I did. Can you believe that ISP, a famous mega campaign like guy, made a mega campaign the same day that I did? Look at this. I mean, obviously this is just like the director's cut or whatever, but he released it on the same day that my mega campaign came out. Can you believe that? This guy stole my video. Although to be fair, it's not doing very well, so I guess get wrecked. But also like, bro, can't believe it. I got to sort that out with him. Like, hey man, you stole from me. I like ISP, he's good. I'm just joking around. Number second, no, yeah, he has no reason to talk to me, obviously. No, I'm just memeing. I don't actually have drama. ISP copying me for success? Yeah, sure. Oh look, a new koi fish video. Copyright mega campaigns? Yes. I see. Now I want to watch more of this. I want to see more.
Alright, but let's finally move on to the second major key element of the update, and of course the DLC itself. Diseases. Diseases in general have been revamped with a free patch, but there are more visual assets, a Black Death event chain, as well as more diseases if you're playing with the DLC. This entire sector of this update is awesome. Not to mention that the Black Death majors or along rivers is not just satisfying to watch, but also immersive and actually pretty predictable.
Or I guess you might be referring to this timestamp.
Context, since I can interact.
Right, okay. So in the context of, okay, so basically I guess he said I can show it, so fuck it, I can show it, I guess. This is when I mentioned the stuff about like interactive plagues or whatever. He mentioned that it's in reference, it's contrasted with the random death mechanics, right? Like the accidents and all that. Okay. Like, what do you call it? In that context, where like if you simply take the plagues and contrast it with the like the tragedy events, I forget what they're called. You know what I'm talking about though, like those bullshit events. Then they're an improvement. But I don't know. I don't know if I buy it. You know, I'm not. It sounds again. It sounds so. It feels like that's based on the review video. It seems like he just likes plagues. But I guess maybe it's it's like written. What do you call it? Unwritten under. What do you call it? Reading between the lines. You have to know that it's a comparison.
Isn't really much in terms of negative elements to say about the gameplay related to diseases.
Like, see, that to me is such an egregious take that I don't know if I can accept the like, oh, bro, it's just in comparison to the accident events. There's nothing much negative to say about diseases, or whatever he said.
Is not just satisfying to watch, but also immersive and actually pretty predictable. There isn't really much in terms of negative elements to say about the gameplay related to diseases, other than that it may currently be too easy to prepare your whole...
I don't know, bro. Am I muted? I'm just not talking. He does love trade. He does love trade. He really does. You know, the trade is one of the things. Like, I'm not gonna get mad. I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, how could you like trade? It's more like just I don't know. I don't see trade being in line with the focus of the game. I think again, unless they made it around characters. To be fair, I wouldn't put it past them if they were to like somehow like model some kind of trade system that relied on like merchant characters. I think that could work, but I don't see, from what I've seen of CK3 development, they don't really seem to care for like strong strategic mechanics. It's more like, okay, if it's oriented around a character, then we can do it. But you know, it just depends on the it just depends on how they want to put it in the game. I don't see it like coming into the game. I don't see it coming into the game. Like just as a straight up mechanic. But at the same time, I could be wrong. I'm not in the heads of. I'm not Alexander Oldner's head. Spell the jewelry option coming back, bro. I would have said that would be too controversial because Paradox kind of like, you know, avoids the controversial stuff these days. But with the Israel-Palestine war, there may be some positive sentiment for that now. That was a little inflammatory. I'm sorry. Omega lol? Yeah, it's like, is it Omega lol? Is it a Keck W? Don't know. The Summer Press to take that from the Jews plus expel IRL. I think he would probably just go into the game rule and then just turn off like Jews if there was a game rule for that, or just get a mod that would remove. Just rereading my own comment now, I'm just like, am I dumb or am I smart or am I neither? Now, I'm sure you guys can tell what side I am on the Hassan thing, considering all these Destiny videos in the side here. I'm sure you guys know where I'm at on that. Although to be honest, sometimes like I kind of don't like either of them sometimes. Although I more often prefer Destiny than Hassan. I don't think I've liked Hassan in years. Sometimes I go back and forth on Destiny, but recently I've been enjoying his commentary. Yeah, it can feel like that at times, generalist. Like, so one thing I was enjoying, I don't know what he's streaming right now, but I enjoyed watching him do his research streams about the Israel-Palestine conflict because it motivated me to do my own research and stuff. You know, it's like that's why I go back and forth. Sometimes I watch him and I'm like, yo, that was a really interesting stream. Other times I watch it and I'm like, bro, or sometimes it feels like he um doesn't know things that are pretty obvious. Like I remember whenever he talks about like Middle Eastern like geography, and I'm like, bro, this guy doesn't know like anything about the Middle East. But that's okay because he's trying to learn, right? There's no way, there's no way to get better than to like accept that you don't know something and then go and learn it, right? So I don't necessarily bully him for that. But okay, I'm just having drama with OPB right now. Okay, you gotta understand, journalists. I'm busy reading with having drama. Yes, true. Guys, started on the drama. I'll explain it in a minute. It's not really drama. I'm just memeing. Boxing match? True. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna ask. For me, it's just watching a call or something navigate politics. Well, for me, what I like about watching a lot of Destiny politics stuff, either is it's funny, which that's always a good appeal. It's like sometimes it's just funny to watch, right? But also it gets me to think about things myself. Like I do a lot of self research after watching Destiny stuff a lot of the time. Like um, sometimes I think he has interesting takes. Other times I think he has really dumb takes. It just depends on what he's talking about. Like whenever he talks about Canada, I didn't mean to click on my own channel. He talks about Canada. He tends to be very like misspoken about Canada. But um, it's like Canada's not really relevant, I guess, anyway, right? Other times he talks about stuff, and I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Most of the time, I just like I don't know. It's just kind of like whatever. it's entertainment, and then it gets me to maybe look up some other stuff later. Like I learned a lot more about I have this textbook about like the Middle East, it's called the Modern Middle East. I think it's, do I literally have it here? I have it in my drawer. I do here. I it got me to reopen my textbook that from university, and I was like, oh yeah, let me read this again, right? You know, there's a lot of stuff in here that I missed when I was in university that I now understand better, having like, you know, learned more and stuff. So sometimes that can be a nice of a Destiny stream. Just gets you to think about stuff that you wouldn't have thought about otherwise. But also it's just entertainment. That's how I look at it. I don't see it as anything more than that. It's just entertainment. Anyway, I'm more or less just like staying on the stream just to like chill. But I am DMing with OPB, so um I'm sort of focused on that. But yeah. Study political science in school is part of the content. That's completely understandable. Yeah, if you're like if you spend all your time in school doing this stuff, then it's like okay. This is debates legality of abortion is never really talked about in Europe. Yeah, in Canada we just have like legal abortion, and there's not a single relevant party that wants to get rid of it, so it's not even a discussion in Canada. But I guess there's always some interesting like philosophical, political bit of both. They're both kind of intrinsically tied. Like philosophical and political discussions to be had about the nature of like abortion, but I just find it to be such a non-issue. It's like only America has this problem. Trudeau or Poilievre. See, like I'm very apprehensively in support of Poilievre. I'd say in general, just because of how much I really don't like Trudeau. But Poilievre has his own. I have my own reservations about him too. It's really hard to put my support behind him when some of the things he does are just like super cringe. Um, but he makes some very good points, and he's also very charismatic, and he did a really good job of he did a really good job of like what do you call it like he does a good job in the parliament of like talking about the issues and like getting the W's and stuff like that, which isn't necessarily a show of like the most important thing for like a prime minister. If anything, what's most important is the prime minister be civil and be able to work with the other parties. Um, but when you have a majority, I guess you don't have to, right? He's probably gonna get a majority. I think that regardless of what I think of Poilievre, I'm almost certain he's getting like a majority next election, like a literal conservative majority, and he won't have to give a shit about what any of the parties think at that point, because they can do like votes of no confidence if they want to, but that won't even. I mean, I doubt that would happen unless he really fucks up. Because when you have a majority in Canada, if you have a majority in the parliament, then you basically can do whatever you want. Like not completely, but you know, you don't have to. You're not beholden to any party. Unlike the liberals right now, who, for example, have to work with the NDP. They're like in a coalition with them, right? Because they didn't get majority. So yeah. What am I doing right now? I'm just like scrolling around. Why they mentions like about like the flaws isn't the focus. And to be fair, this is a different video than the Legend, but we literally used the word flawless in this video. Like he literally said this flawless.
Well, taking most of your courtiers with you is a great element. I think the implementation of diseases overall is just effectively flawless.
I guess the word effectively is doing a lot of heavy lifting there, but like, flawless isn't the focus. Then flawless. Like, all right, okay, bro, okay. Most polls are projecting a 211 to 338 seat majority in the Conservatives. Yeah, I mean, bro, what told me that Poilievre was almost certainly going to get a majority was that even like I live in a very liberal circle of friends, and I'm kind of like the outlier for being a little bit more centrist, but still leaning kind of liberal, but a little more centrist than my other friends. My liberal friends are planning to vote Poilievre. They're like pro Poilievre point, which is insane. You know what I mean? Like that's just crazy when your liberal friends are because conservatives have a very bad reputation in Canada. They're kind of the People's Party kind of took some of the weight off them because the People's Party became like the party for like the absolute wackos. Um, but then like the conservatives still share some of the sort of what would you call it they still suffer from a similar perception of being like very xenophobic and being very like very, very Trumpy, I guess you could say is the best way to put it. I hate that like describing things as Trump-like is becoming more common, but it kind of just is what it is. Look at this, we got another essay comment, not as big as mine, but Berlusconi-like? Sure, let's go with that. That's a good way to put it. Canadian politics are referring to American politics. It's because that's what people know, right? And also, to be quite frank, Canadian politics is a lot like American politics. We just have a parliament instead of having an electoral college. That's all. It's basically the same though. Like in terms of like, I think people want it to be different. Like there's a big sentiment in Canada to be like, yeah, bro, like we're so different. But it's like, nah, not really. Pretty much the same system, just a little bit different. Canada's junior partner of America, the customs union, I would say. Well, not necessarily actually a customs, but pretty much a customs union. For all intents and purposes, yeah, for all intents and purposes, the same. America's hat, we do be America's hat. It's very true. Very, very true. Interesting. I asked OPB the ultimate question of, do you think we could talk about it on a call? And he just hasn't replied yet. So I think we, you know, like when you're fishing and you pull the line too quickly, I think we ruined it. It's over. I wish we had a parliament, to be honest. What are the merits of a parliament that you wish you had, Mr. Gaming? I like parliaments because they're cool and they're British, you know. American parliament would be so chaotic, bro. Like the amount of violence that happens in the Canadian parliament is already intolerable. I mean, I say that it's like nothing, but imagine American parliament like violence. Although I guess they wouldn't necessarily have to do like a Westminster system style where it's like very rowdy. Like I can show you like we can just find some like Pierre Poilievre clips or whatever and just look at him like fighting people in the fucking like fighting in the parliament. He got expelled? When did that happen? Wait, I didn't hear about this. I want to say, I'm just curious about this. That's Pierre Poilievre for the non-Canadians. There's the Conservative Party. So everyone claps. This always happens. You clap. This is the Speaker of the House. So this guy is basically the mediator between the two sides. The opposition is the Liberals and the opposition is the Conservatives, and then the government is the NDP and the Liberals.
To please withdraw that comment and simply withdraw that comment.
What was the comment? Wait, what was the comment? Hold on, I gotta. What did he say? He said he wants him to withdraw a comment.
When will we put an end to this wacko policy by this wacko prime minister?
Oh, probably because he called him a wacko. You can't. That's look here, bud. In Canada, like calling someone a wacko is like asking for to have like a war declared on you. Know, it's like launching a nuclear missile. You know, he kind of did like the ultimate play there. And to be fair, Pierre Poilievre is French. He's not English, so maybe he just doesn't know the meaning of the word. But when he said that, you know, he just went a little too far. You gotta pull that back, eh? You really just can't have something like that.
Leader of the opposition, one last time, to please withdraw that comment and simply.
It's fighting words, eh? Yeah. Unacceptable.
And replace with the aforementioned adjective.
Oh, Giga Chad. Joseph. So basically what he just did there was he just said like I will not, he basically said no, I'm not going to withdraw what I said. Oh yeah, sorry, the volume's low. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting how to do this every time. Not that way, like this. That should be loud now.
Standing Order 11. I order you to withdraw from the House and from any participation.
Yeah, so basically the guy told him that he needs to withdraw his comment, and then he was like, how about you go fuck yourself? And then the guy's like, I have to leave. Damn, all the applause. That's all the Parliament is clapping. It's latest unending clapping. Here, let me see him talking to Trudeau. That's always
When will
fun.
we put an end to the year following his decriminalization of crack, heroin, and other hard drugs in hospitals, transit buses, coffee shops, and parks where children play, there has been a record-smashing 2,500 deaths. Will the Prime Minister accept the BC NDP's demand?
Yeah, they're talking about a local issue for me, so I can actually comment on this. I'll let them finish, but
to recriminalize those drugs.
Okay, so there's two schools of thought when it comes to, like, you know, substance abuse here in BC. Basically Vancouver. It's basically just Vancouver and Hope, I guess. But like, the idea is, do you criminalize the drugs and therefore arrest people that do the drugs, or do you decriminalize them and therefore like make it safer for them to do them? And obviously the Conservative position is to criminalize them. The Liberal position is to decriminalize them. Blah blah blah. That's basically the discussion that they're having here.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
This is Trudeau.
I just answered that question. What hasn't been answered by the Leader of the Opposition is why he...
To the deflection. Trudeau, this is one of the big critiques that people have for Trudeau is like, the deflection at every moment, right? So we're going to see here that he's going to like he's basically just going to throw an accusation at Pierre as a response to his accusation. And this is one thing that's got him in a lot of trouble in Canadian discourse in general. It's just like all the constant like deflections and never answering anything and stuff like that.
Chooses to continue to court extreme right nationalist groups.
Yeah, see, like just being like, yeah, he has extreme nationalist groups and all that. Yeah.
These extremists who don't believe Canadians should coexist with each other. Instead, they call for war and tell people to follow their instincts accordingly. The leader of the Conservative Party is actively courting the support of groups with white nationalist views. It is disturbing, and he needs to stand up.
I wonder what he's going to say to that. I wonder what he's going to say.
Colleagues, so soon in question period, it is important that we try to control ourselves. I'll ask the honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton, please, to allow members to ask the questions and members to respond. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I always condemn extremism and racism, including from the guy who spent the first half of his adult life as a practicing racist.
He does the same thing. He does the same thing, bro. Oh, what is this shit, man? He also just deflects it back to Trudeau. This is like, what a meme we live in.
Dressing up in hideous racist costumes so many times.
Yeah, this is from the this is the controversy where Trudeau did blackface one time as a picture of it, and like that just he's never been able to get through it. He'll never escape this image. He'll never escape this picture. This is just gonna be with him forever. Like it's over. It's gonna get brought up like every time he ever talks about racism. It's just like this is this picture where he's like dressed up as like a black guy. I mean, I think it's supposed to be Arab, but you know, it is what it is. It's just, you know, it's never gonna go away.
The Honourable, the Honourable member, Leader of the Opposition.
It is Jover, yeah.
Knows that to make an accusation directly at the
You see how rowdy it gets, though, dude? It gets so rowdy.
single person is not appropriate. And I'm going to ask all members.
The interesting thing, though, I will say about this is about like the speaker here. This speaker is very controversial. I think you probably can tell. Most people believe he has like a harsh liberal bias. Did Trudeau not just make an accusation about Pierre like just a minute ago, and then nothing was said, and then Pierre did a similar accusation? They both basically did the same thing, but then only one of them gets punished, right? This is another thing where this is interesting because I don't watch enough Parliament debates to know, like, I can't tell you firsthand, I think that this speaker has this problem or that problem. He just has a reputation right now for being a little bit like too sided towards the Liberals, but that reputation could just be fake for all I know. Like, it's so hard to know what's like real and what's just like people saying stuff, and then it gets perpetuated by more and more people saying it. So it's like, you know, I don't know. I'd have to watch like actual parliamentary debates. Instead, it's like I just kind of watch I just kind of like see the news articles, you know, hear what's going on and stuff, different sources.
To control themselves.
But yeah, all the rowdiness. It's so rowdy in the Parliament. It's always so rowdy in the Parliament. It's crazy.
I'll ask the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to rephrase this question and to start for the top.
Mr. Speaker, I also condemn the extremism of a Prime Minister who gives hundreds of thousands of dollars of anti-racism money to a Jew hater who has proposed shooting Jews in the head. I condemn,
Jesus.
I
Yeah,
condemn
okay.
a Prime Minister who allows the IRGC, which murdered 55 Canadians, to remain legal. And I
What is the
condemn
IRGC? Islamic Revolutionary Guard. Yeah, I've heard about these guys. We had a controversy with Iran because of them a while ago. Probably what he's referring to.
a Prime Minister who allows open use of crack, heroin, meth, and weapons in hospital rooms that threaten nurses and on school buses next to children. Will the Prime Minister reverse?
See, okay, you know, talking about the drug thing, right? Okay, so I live where what he's talking about. That's where I live. Like that's like what he's talking about, like this, like the open air drug stuff. Like I live where he's talking about. And you know what's funny? I remember I watched the Channel 5 video, the streets of like San Francisco Channel 5 video or whatever, like the San Francisco streets, and like these kind of videos make me feel like, oh yeah, dude, it's probably good to like decriminalize drugs and try to help people and stuff. And then you live in it, and then you want to criminalize like all drugs, because when you're around it, it just like sucks so much. And it's funny because I think I consider myself relatively empathetic, right? So when I see someone who's like clearly like high out of their mind and like not doing well on the street, I feel really sad and like upset about it. But then like when like it feels like almost kind of dangerous to be in your own city, or it feels like a lot of opportunities are going away because all the drugs around are like causing problems, and like you get radicalized when like the actual effects of a policy are getting to you. Like all the legal drugs around and stuff really make like it means that like the street corners and stuff, like there's parts of Vancouver you kind of just can't go to because it's just way too drugged out, and like if you go there, it's like something will happen to you, like almost certainly. And I don't believe in like criminalization of drugs, but it's like, fuck man, can we do something about this? Like, geez, I don't know if decriminalization is working, but like you need decriminalization plus other stuff to help, I guess. But whatever.
His extremist policies and
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the leader opposite is showing us exactly what shameful, spineless leadership looks like. Shakes hands with white nationalists.
Yeah, they just do the same accusation again. Yeah. What is he even saying? I can't hear. Weak reply, yeah. Just say the same thing again, right? That's all he did. That's true, generalist. It's very true.
I'm going to ask the honourable member from Lethbridge if she has problems with the chair, that she should challenge the chair in a way.
Yeah.
But as she knows...
Yo, he's going hard, bro. Who is the Lethbridge MP on? Who even? It's Rachel Thomas. I don't even know who this is. She looks like someone she looks like a Lauren Boebert type, though, you know, again, to put it to the American, she looks like someone who would be like, I think that teachers should have guns instead of having, like, better gun control. Just on the look, which I know is not good to judge people on their looks, but... Yeah. Of course she's anti-vax. I should have known. You know, I was really hoping that like, because Pierre Poilievre did like this thing where he went after MPs in his party that were anti-abortion and anti-gay marriage. Amazing, by the way, that in Canada, like, we still even have MPs that do that. He kicked out many MPs from the party that were like anti-abortion and anti-gay marriage, and I was like, that's based. That's really based. You know what I mean? I was really hoping he'd be a little bit more harsh on the anti-vaxxers, because I think that's like some real like fucked shit, because he personally is pro-vaccine, but I think he does tolerate the anti-vax people in his party, which kind of sucks.
The honourable member from Lethbridge knows that by challenging the chair is against the rules of this House. I'll ask the honourable member to please...
What her challenge was, by the way, was she spoke up while the Prime Minister was talking. She basically spoke in the middle of his talk, which, like, you know, violates the rules of the Parliament and all.
To ask her to withdraw her remarks.
The chair is acting in a disgraceful manner.
I'm going to ask you...
Damn, you guys hear that, bro? She said the chair is acting in a disgraceful manner. Damn. Damn. Someone get a metal chair and hit this guy, bro. Someone get a metal chair, bro. They just muted it. I think they're like, yo, they want to hear all the yelling and stuff, so they muted it. I can't even hear it. It's muted. No, it's back.
It is harder. I have to name you for disregarding the authority of the chair.
Ooh.
Pursuant to authority granted to me by Standing Order 11, I order you to withdraw from the House and from any participation by video conference for the remainder of this day's sitting.
They gotta add the video conference part because of COVID, bro. I'm in, bro. I'm interested now.
Now back to the issue at hand.
What the fuck is this top story? Hold on a minute. Do you guys see this? You see this top story? Dating app Bumble will no longer require women to make the first move. This was shown in the same spot as other stories, such as like having to get Netanyahu to go to like the International Justice Court or whatever. Like what, bro? What?
Mrs. Thomas, my apologies. Now back to the original point. I'm going to ask the Prime Minister to please, as I'd ask the Leader of the Opposition, you can start from again and to make sure to start his question, to reframe it in a way that does not call into the character of an individual member of Parliament. The Honourable Prime Minister, Right Honourable.
This guy's just like, you can't ad hom. Excuse me, no ad hominems in my house, in my Parliament.
Speaker, the Leader opposite is showing us once again what he will do to try and earn votes through personal attacks. He shakes the hands of a leader of a white nationalist group, then goes to actively court the support of the group's members and thinks he can get away with it. This is a group that advocates for violence against US LGBTQI plus Canadians, against...
Oh, jeez. Bro said the whole ass acronym.
Hindus and Sikhs, against Muslims and Jews. Diagolon stands against every...
What is he, Diagolon? What is this? I don't even know what these people are. I've never heard of these guys. Jeremy McKenzie. I feel like I've heard that name. Accelerationism. Yeah, these guys. Apparently, he called them losers and dirtbags. Curious about this photograph of him shaking hands. I feel like it's hard to claim that he's like trying to court their members when he called them losers and dirtbags. Proud Boys, but more racist. Yeah, see, I know what Proud Boys are. Everyone knows what. I want to see this handshake. Curious about that because it might have just been because he's a veteran, right? So one thing that's interesting with Jeremy McKenzie, from what it seems like he's a veteran or something, right? Military veteran. You kind of have to shake a veteran's hands if you're in the government. They did threaten to do that to his wife. That's true. Oh my God! Look what this guy said. Maybe because of the convoy protest. Maybe that's why they shook hands. Because there must be a reason why, right? Like we can't live in the world where like he's somehow a supporter of them while also like saying this about them, right? Which, to be fair, he said after they threatened to do something pretty terrible to his wife. So, trying to think. I wonder what it would be. So let's do like, if we do like Poilievre, Diagolon, handshake. What do I get here? What's the, see, this is the image. When was this image taken? This is important, you know, because the timeline really matters. Did he know who he was? Because I will say, one thing you can say, right? Okay, imagine if Pierre Poilievre was just having like a political rally, and then this guy who he doesn't even know who he is just comes up and says, "Hey, like, thanks for the rally," gives him a handshake. Like, he, you know, I don't know what the context is. Yeah, I think that's probably gonna be what it is, right? He just didn't know who the guy was. Yeah, I mean, it seems like he doesn't actually support. Because I was gonna say, this is worrying, right? I don't want the guy that I may be back. I don't want the guy that I probably am gonna vote for in the next election to be like, you know, shaking hands with this guy. But it seems to me that like, just doesn't know who the fuck the guy was. Posted back, yeah, they aren't having dinner exactly. Like, I wouldn't exactly call this like, oh yeah, bro, like they were like buddy buddy, and you know, I think this was just like he was at some campaign or something, and this guy he doesn't even know just came and shook his hand, right? That's what it looks like to me.
We stand for as Canadians,
but, yeah,
and
hard
yet
to know.
he will not denounce them or what they
He did
stand
though,
for.
didn't he?
That is shameful,
I'm curious what he'll
Mr.
respond
Speaker.
now. I'm like invested in this shouting match now, because like, didn't he denounce them? This was from a few weeks ago. So is that just like a lie from Trudeau?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that, like everything else he says, is false. He uses fear and falsehood, and this latest distraction, because he doesn't want to face the fact that he has become so extreme and radical that even the BC NDP is distancing themselves from his decriminalization of crack.
Yeah, so NDP, real quick, the NDP, like BC NDP or whatever, they are like, so we have like different levels of government, obviously. We have provincial, federal, and municipal government. So the provincial NDP has control of BC. And they've actually been recriminalizing, or rather pushing forward the recriminalization of drugs because the problem is so bad, even though they're like a, you know, pretty leftist party, right? Social democrats, right? They're the kind of people that would be for like decriminalization. They've been recriminalizing drugs, and that's made them a bit distant from got legalized crack or something. It's not legal to do. It's legal to possess, but not to sell. So it's a similar system to like San Francisco and stuff, where you're allowed to do those drugs in public. But then you can't sell it. That kind of. Did they already decriminalize it? Criminalization of drugs, BC. Did they already do it? Oh, okay, yeah. Wait. Oh, this is. Wait, I need to do recriminalization. Hold on. I think something else. I thought that. Are they? I think they're trying to undo this. You know, the consumption sites and all that. I don't know. I don't know the details, unfortunately. I should look more into it. But no, it's not about. This is about like hard drugs. Yeah.
Heroin, meth, and other
weed's already weed's already been legal in Canada for years.
Drugs in hospital rooms, causing nurses to have to stop breastfeeding their babies for fear that their contaminated air might end up in the breast milk of the baby. Why won't he ban these drugs?
No.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
So interesting the way that he chooses to deflect, right? So in just a very quick little bit of And just a quick little bit of like research that I quickly did. I just looked up what Diagolon was, and then looked up what the context was. So like this picture, right? This picture is what Trudeau is hammering Poilievre about, right? This image, and with like a very short amount of like research, I'm like, yeah, it's pretty clear that this is not any kind of like support for this obviously fucked up like movement. He just shook his hand at some political campaign or some rally or something, and then immediately after did in fact denounce them. He clearly does not. He clearly does not like support these guys. Like I wouldn't say that's even in contention. It's not like Trump and the Proud Boys, right? So when we talk about like Trump and the Proud Boys, like there's a lot more. There's a lot more. Could say like difficulty. Yes, to not difficulty. I mean, I'd say it's actually pretty obvious that he is clearly in league with the Proud Boys in some extent, right? Like it's pretty obvious. You know what I mean? It's different here. Stand back, stand by as well. They have exactly like when you have a statement like that, you can't just be like, "Oh, I didn't know who they were, and I just shook their hands, and that's that." He clearly has some kind of connection to them with a statement like that, right? And everyone knows he said it. It's not in contention if he said it or not. Whereas here, I would say that like this Diagolon connection is not really reasonable to put forward. No, I wouldn't say that's reasonable.
Still won't condemn these groups. Any
He already
leader
did,
that needs the support of a far-right white nationalist group to fundraise and get closer to power does.
But I wonder if I'm missing something, right? So what was the site that I even used? So this is an important thing, right? Is what was that site that we used to look at it? Because I know this is like global news is like not at all like obviously most of you guys won't know these like if we look up like global news bias or something, they're pretty much like neutral from what I can tell. They might even be leaning left. They lean left. I wouldn't exactly call them like in favor of like conservatives, because you got to think about that too. Is who's reporting this, right? Global news is not exactly like an extremist or far right or even far left. They're kind of just like right. I would call them centrist, but apparently according to this random site, they lean left. And whatever. I don't know what the site is, but I'll just take it. Sure. Low or confidence. Okay, sure. We can try and find something else, but I would. This is a pretty like normie core news station, right? National something right leaning popular media or in Canada, yeah, exactly. So it's like I doubt that there's any kind of like weirdness going on here with like the site. Like this seems pretty obvious to me, but whatever.
Elected office. This is a 19-year career politician who knows exactly what he's doing and thinks he can get away with it. It was a choice to pander to white nationalists, not an accident. And it is a choice to continue to
look at the MPs in the back just nodding their heads. Yeah, he's right. You tell him, Trudeau. This is what happens when you try to pass laws in Vic 3. They just get the characters to sit in here and talk.
I'm going to ask the honourable member for the second time from St. Albert, Edmonton, to please withhold.
Who's the St. Albert MP? Who's that? Michael Cooper? I don't know who this guy is either. There's so many MPs, I just don't even know. There's too many. How are you going to know all the MPs, bro? What's this guy like? This guy like? When a speaker roll the dice? I think pretty soon. Okay, so he voted against the bill that wanted to ban conversion therapy. Hilarious. Again, I don't know how these MPs are like allowed to exist. Like, how can we have any MPs? I understand the conservative parties like this, but any MPs. He's from Alberta, to be fair. So, or is he? Was that what his seat was from? His seat. Oh yeah, it is. It is in Edmonton. So you expect this from Alberta, but like, bro, imagine voting against banning conversion therapy. Who could possibly support that? Also, this guy do food reviews. Yeah, it does kind of look like he does kind of look like what review of the week or whatever. I forget what his name. Vague and overly broad. He did vote for it at the second reading stage, though. Okay. He did vote for it at the second stage. Okay. Using his electorate, that's probably true. He attended the Freedom Convoy, handed out coffee. Oh my god, wait, is this true? Oh, in the background. I thought. Oh, I misread it. I thought it was that he was holding a flag with a swastika. That'd be insane. Yeah, of course he condemned it. Thinking, okay, okay, he's condemned it. Just for a second, I was like, wait, was he like, we getting this bad? Like, okay, well, seems like pretty run of the mill guy. I'm just curious to know. It's good to put a face to the people, right? Because they don't do a good job of putting the cameras on the MPs here. They just keep it on the chair.
The floor. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I do wish they would use names, but they refer to everyone by their positions in the parliament, and I don't really like that. So.
It is a choice for him to implement extremist policies that have taken the lives of 2,500 British Columbians every single year. Since the
question is if they would have lost their lives, whether there was criminalization or decriminalization or not. It's hard to say because obviously the drugs cause death and all that, but then like if they were getting arrested like and thrown into prison for doing the drugs and then let out again, they probably would have just died anyway. I don't necessarily know if it's because of those policies that that the deaths are happening. So
NDP has asked him to reverse course on his and formerly their radical policy. 22 British Columbians have died of drug overdoses, but he continues to allow those drugs to kill the people in our hospitals and on our public transit. When will we put an end to this wacko policy by this wacko prime minister?
Yeah, they just do it by the seats. Each seat is an MP. Okay, that makes sense.
No.
He did call him wacko. You see that he busted out the wacko word again, but I'm pretty sure we already saw this, right?
The Honourable Member to please.
Yeah, they cut his mic. He called him a wacko again. But this is the clip we saw before. Yeah, this is the clip we saw before. So that's the follow. That's the lead up to it. Yeah, and of course the comments are like unhinged as always. What's another one? I'm curious now to watch more of these. These are kind of fun. Oh shit, he met Joe Biden. Let's see this 15-second clip.
Mr. President, Pierre Poilievre, leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition. Loyal opposition. Absolutely. We believe that
loyal opposition. He's like, you don't want to plan an insurrection?
Is an act of loyalty in our system.
We do too, unfortunately.
Hold on, wait. I gotta. You guys gotta hear this. Hold on. You guys gotta hear this. I have it too quiet for you to be able to hear. Don't. Listen to them. Listen to the two talk.
Mr. President, Pierre Poilievre, leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition.
Fucking Canadians, am I right?
Absolutely. We believe that opposition is an act of loyalty in our system.
We do too, unfortunately.
Damn. We do too, unfortunately. Red eyes, Joe Biden meme. My God, the comments, bro. The amount of like, the amount of like upset towards Trudeau in the comments is crazy. He is kind of quick with everything 81. That was an impressive comeback. Is it really making a big... Bro, he's just memeing, bro. You don't gotta make a big deal. That means more than most can fathom. He's joking around with his friend. Come on, man. All these UK flag people. Bro. Excuse me. What's some other good ones? I might stop the stream pretty soon because I think OP's not going to reply. So it's like, you know, we're kind of done for now. But, what else can we watch here? Oh, the federal budget stuff. I need to look more into that. I didn't look at the federal budget stuff. Ghosted? Yeah, it is over. It's over, dude. I think it's because I asked him if he wanted to like talk on a call sometime, and I think that he probably was like, I don't want to do that shit. +1 rival. His apple eating interview. Red pen logic. Is this a... Sure. What is this channel?
Oh, hi there. So there's a video of Canadian Conservative Party leader. That's
I don't know. I don't want to... How about this? I want to just see the thing. I don't want to look at someone talking about it.
But Canada, Liz.
Canada.
I've been waiting for this one the whole night.
This is such a good story.
What this is Sky in Australia. CTV clip. Okay.
On the topic, I mean, in terms of your sort of strategy currently, you're obviously taking the populist pathway.
What does that mean?
Well, appealing to people's more emotional levels, I would guess. I mean, certainly you tap very strong ideological language quite frequently.
Like what?
Left wing, you know, this and that, right wing, you know, I mean, it's that type of ideological thing.
I never really talk about left or right.
Anyways, a lot of people
don't really believe in that.
Okay.
Based.
Taking a short break now from what's unfolding in the Middle East.
Okay, that was the clip, eh? I don't know. I just can I see like the full clip? Is there like a full interview? This is a video from Pierre's channel. Maybe it's just the interview.
They struggle to actually find young people to do work, and of course, housing is a problem, and healthcare is a problem, as was mentioned earlier. The hospital here gets closed quite frequently. Nothing to do with vaccinations, I don't believe. It's a doctor issue. It's more a shortage of doctors. So what do you do in the meantime? I mean, you've got lots of plans for building houses, etc. But in the sort of immediate spectrum, what do you do to
create a Blue Seal test to quickly license the 20,000 immigrant doctors we have in Canada?
Yeah. I've heard about this. So there's actually an interesting there's actually a very interesting problem in Canada when it comes to like the immigrant situation, right? So it's pretty common knowledge at this point that like we take on too many immigrants because they cause like housing shortages, because they need houses too, right? Like they need apartments to rent, so they cause like shortages in housing, and they take up like a lot of them take up like low skilled jobs, and some Canadians need those jobs, right? So some people get upset about the immigrants and all that. But like that's all one thing. But another thing is that the classic argument for why you need so much immigration, and I do agree with it, is that we need like educated immigrants that can be like doctors, because we have a doctor shortage, and we need like engineers and all this stuff, right? So what we often do is we take on foreign students who will then become those jobs. But then we have the issue of those foreign students sometimes leaving the country, sometimes not completing their education, sometimes they just like, you know, don't pursue the work that we intended for them. There's been a lot of pushback on that. But this new meta recently has been like trying to license foreign doctors faster. And it sounds good to me, I guess, but I wonder, like, I don't know, like, I guess it probably depends on what country they're from, right? Because like obviously foreign doctors, like some countries probably have like even more robust education than we do in Canada, so they're good, right? But some countries, I'm like, bro, do we want to be like giving out like doctor licenses to like everyone really easily? But I guess I don't know. To be fair, I don't know like anything about it, right? So who am I to comment on it? I'm not necessarily sure what like a Blue Seal license is. It's just interesting to think about like the immigration situation in Canada, because people, even amongst my more leftist, like not leftist but liberal, which is different, amongst my more liberal friends, they've sort of been being more and more like, oh, I'd kind of prefer like less immigration and stuff, but you know, it's a new sort of vibe these days that people are saying that, even more liberal people.
Many of them are prevented from ever working, and they give up on getting a job as a doctor, and they end up taking low-wage work for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, see, that sounds ridiculous, WSDXM, because I think that Algeria probably has good enough education that we would like be okay with their doctors working here, right? I don't imagine that would be like you know, like, oh no, they're not qualified enough. When I say like I'm not sure about that, I mean like you know, I can't think of an example actually, because most countries do have pretty good education when it comes to universities. Like if you're a doctor in any country, you probably have a reasonably good education, but like, you know, it's an interesting consideration, I guess.
I'm proposing a simple Blue Seal testing standard that would apply right across Canada. Take the test, get the license, get to work within 60 days.
Okay, and I mean that obviously you're going to encounter some opposition from the College of Medicine, etc., across the provinces.
Yeah,
so how do you deal with that issue?
We push forward. But
we haven't filmed this, isn't it work or anything? I'm curious who was the so let's see, like if we do like the Poilievre. That's a really good question actually. It's a very good question. Apple Video reporter. Who is he? A journalist. Okay, CBC. Thank you. Who is the journalist? Because it's a good question. Where is he from? Right? What's his What's because maybe it is staged for all we know. What is the okay? A local journalist. But who? Urquhart. Okay, it's okay. Don Urquhart of the Times Chronicle. What's the Times Chronicle? What is this? The local news network they mentioned, right? So hey, this is South Okanagan. That's pretty close to where I am. That must be why he's eating. Oh, he's in the Okanagan. A bit. Yeah, I just realized that, like, yeah, these are vineyards. Most of there's a lot of I don't know if these are vineyards, but in the Okanagan, I can show you. There's a lot of vineyards here. This is close. This isn't where I live, but it's close to where I live. It's also got Canada's only desert. But yeah, they grow a shit ton of. You see, here it is, the vineyards of Central Okanagan Valley. I live like right over here where my mouse is. Like right, if you look at this map, like I'm like right here in this constituency, right here, and then this is the Okanagan. But yeah, okay. So that's where he is right now. This video. The guy is the editor for this newspaper. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's like a local paper kind of thing. Okay, well, who knows what it's like. You watch this on? No, I don't. I used to, but I don't anymore. Do you be eating an apple to keep doctors away? Doxing out on Twitch? I didn't show where I live. I just showed the region.
And there's not easy street leads to a dead end. Best hard roads lead to the best destinations.
You should disqualify being able to speak English or French. Yeah,
we're not going to.
That'd be a problem.
We're no longer going to accept that this or that gatekeeping bureaucracy stands in the way of obvious common sense solutions. It is unacceptable.
You do be eating the apple.
That 20,000 doctors can't work in Canada when we have a massive shortage.
Oh no!
And when people come to me and say, "Yeah, but this or
Sorry,
that
guys,
clerk or
I'm
bureaucracy
more of a
is not going to be
guy,
happy,"
but I wouldn't call myself like a super
that's
Destiny
life.
guy. But
Right.
There's going to be a lot of vested interests in bureaucracies that are going to be very unhappy when I'm Prime Minister.
Okay. On the topic, I mean, in terms of your sort of strategy currently, you're obviously taking the populist pathway.
What does that mean?
Well, appealing to people's more emotional.
Oh, bro, that's a whole ass conversation. There's a lot to unpack there. I like that Destiny does a lot of research about Palestine, but I think that some of what he comes to doesn't end up being very good. But I think that his opinion's been evolving, though. That's one thing I will say about him. I like is that his opinion's been evolving as different stuff happens. It's good to see that.
Emotional levels, I would guess.
What's his take on Palestine? I'm pretty sure he's relatively pro-Israel. But like, I think that as he does more research, he ends up like he used to be like pretty strongly pro-Israel. Then he became like lightly pro-Israel, and now he's taking a lot more of like a I'm not sure kind of stance these days. But yeah,
I mean, certainly you tap very strong ideological language quite frequently.
Like what?
Left wing, this and that, right wing. I mean, it's that type of ideological spectrum. But anyways, a lot of people
really believe in that.
Oh wait, okay. Do you mean the one? No, sorry. Do you mean the one with Finkelstein? That one was crazy. That was a crazy debate.
A lot of people would say that you're simply taking a page out of the Donald Trump book.
Like which people would say that?
Well, I'm sure a great many Canadians, but
like who?
I don't know who, but
I will say you can't name who it is, right? But I think the question he's asking isn't for a particular name. He's asking for like the archetype of person, right? But definitely, it's hard to be like, oh, bro, just name the person. It's a little bit tough to do that. Requires you can't doing the policy. Yeah, I see what you mean. It is like a slight appeal to. So like whenever you this is not like how it always works, but like you know how like like a tendency of like a fascist politician. This happens again. Not saying Trump is a fascist, but like a fascist way of doing things is to undermine the authority of the current government in some way, right? In the case of Trump, it was by like talking about how corrupt everything is, by eroding confidence in like the sitting government, right? Or in the government, not just the sitting government, but like the whole entity of government. You could argue that Pierre is making that appeal where he's like, okay, so these bureaucrats are barring us from getting stuff done, so we have to get rid of the bureaucrats. I think that like is, you could say that that's like nationalistic in some way, where it's like, yeah, we need to get rid of the bureaucrats and we have to like, but the legitimate right to govern. Exactly, yeah, that's what I mean. Like the government as an entity, to discredit it. I think you could say that, but I will say that we do have like some bureaucracy, and the question is how far he wants to go with it, right? So one thing about Pierre that really gets to me that I don't like very much that he's been talking about, makes me apprehensive, like want to like vote for him, right? Is him wanting to get rid of the CBC. Now, basically the CBC is like, if we look at like Wikipedia, the CBC is basically Canadian like state-funded news, yeah, a crown corporation. Sorry, we call them crown corporations, Canada, right? So he wants to close down basically our like state-run news, you could say. Now CBC, for whatever people want to say of it, unironically, I think is a really good news station. They're not very biased, okay? I find that in general they release a lot of like anti-Trudeau stuff. They release a lot of anti-Poilievre stuff. They release a lot of pro-Trudeau stuff, a lot of pro-Poilievre stuff, whatever, right? Canadian BBC, exactly. He wants to get rid of this. Now, it's not that I'm so attached to CBC that I don't want it to go away. It's the precedent that it sets for the erosion of like institutions in our government, right? Like I don't necessarily think like, oh bro, the CBC going away is such an awful loss. Like we have other news stations, we don't need it, okay? But it's about the precedent that it sets of like eradicating the stuff. I don't really want to see like more Canadian institutions get gutted, and I can only imagine that like, you know, the more you the more that that we do this stuff, the more it's going to happen, right? I imagine it's the beginning to like a much larger thing. And this would be another example of like a sort of fascist tendency of like eroding the trust or the faith in government institutions as a whole, not just in the sitting government, but in the institution as a whole. The thing is, I don't think that Pierre is necessarily trying to erode the belief in government as a whole. I think he's trying to erode the belief in the sitting government, which is kind of a classic tactic of any politician. Ban Turkish essays, yo, so true. Who was the politician that wanted to ban the P word? I don't actually know. I know what you're talking about, but I don't know who it was.
Well, you're the one who asked the question, so
yeah.
You must know somebody.
Okay, I'm sure there's some out there, but anyways, the point of this question is, I mean, why should Canadians trust you with their vote, given, you know, not just the sort of ideological inclination in terms of taking the page out of Donald Trump's book, but
what are you
also
talking about? What page? What page? Can you give me a page? Give me the page. You keep saying
in terms of turning things quite dramatically in terms of Trudeau and the left wing and all of this. I mean, you make quite a, you know, it's quite a play that you make on it.
Yeah, the reporter definitely like came unprepared or something. Or I think it's hard to say what the problem is here, right? Because I will say this, like, yeah, there are some Trump-like pages, you could say. There are some Trump-like pages you could say in Pierre Poilievre's book. But if you're gonna bring it up, you've got to be prepared to like back that up, right? What does Pierre Poilievre do that's kind of Trump-like? Well, I'd say it's funny. He does. Let me show you some of his videos, right? So like, they're a lot less Trumpy than Trump, obviously, but he's like he can get very dramatic and very like I don't know how to explain that, but I don't know if this is much different than like, I don't know if this is much different than most politicians though, eh?
Because of the incompetence of this Prime Minister and Liberal City Hall in Toronto, Rent there has more than doubled over the last 9 years.
Right, one second.
What's worse is that the Prime Minister's so-called Housing Accelerator Fund has given $500 million to Toronto, and only months later, the politicians in that city hiked up home building taxes by 20%.
I don't want to see this video. Is this...
of all home hypocrisy. And the president,
like, okay, not this. This is reasonable, but I mean, there's videos of him. Maybe I'm just completely baseless on this. Actually, I remember seeing videos of him. Like, see this video that says insane. I wonder what this is. Or stuff like this. This appeal to like the old, right? So, I imagine
everyone meet Raquel. You'll never believe what she's done. Raquel, you and your family made a decision after
why do we only have left your audio?
Newborn.
Yeah, she's 3 now.
She's 3 now?
Yeah.
And what was the
Can we get some right ear?
We were trying to find a larger house that was affordable. And
do you have any connection to Nicaragua? Canada to go to Nicaragua.
Yeah, so this idea that like I think what I quickly just I think this lady probably like fled Canada to go to Nicaragua because it's more affordable or some shit like that or whatever. Yeah, looks like that seems to be it. But like this sort of it's pretty obvious that like, you know, he's stirring up a lot of like dislike for Trudeau. But I will say that Trudeau kind of brought it himself. I'm trying to think of what I've seen that made me think that, because I know I've seen things that made me feel like Pierre was being a little bit too dramatic. But these videos are all so chill. Yeah, see, that's pretty weird that he wanted that, yeah. Wonder if I agree. I completely agree. Like, something like this, liberal accidentally tells the truth. I don't know, but like... Yeah, it's just, you know, being anti-CBC to me, like being anti-journalists, being anti-reporters, like dunking on news people, I think tends to be like kind of Trumpy, I guess you could say. But I don't remember what it is that I saw. There's a fundraiser event of Vineyard. The local news posted the video.
So I'm
not
just
sure.
wondering.
But definitely, regardless of the reality of the accusation, you have to have something to back it up if you're going to say it, right?
I don't know what your question is.
Then forget that. Why should Canadians trust you with their vote?
Common sense.
Okay.
Common sense for a change. We're going to make common sense common in this country. We don't have...
This common sense talking point's really popular in the States as well, I've noticed. And I think it's kind of like stupid, not going to lie. I don't like the common sense thing, because things that are common sense often kind of aren't. Like, is there a common sense solution to immigration? Like, not really. It's a very complicated matter, right? So that's one thing I'll say. Like, I don't like. It has good appeal. It's a very good like political statement, but it's kind of like if it was common sense, then like we would have done it, you know. But it's not common sense. These are complicated issues. These are difficult decisions to make, right? Whatever it is.
Any common sense in the current government, you know. The guy prints
Democrats
$600 billion, grows our money supply by 32% in 3 years. That's growing the money 8 times faster than the economy. No wonder we have the worst inflation in 4 decades.
Yeah, this is one thing I do appreciate is his focus on like the economic stuff. One thing conservatives do in Canada that I really have that makes me feel more confident voting for them is that like they kind of took their hat out of the social issues writing. Like they're kind of like, yeah, they comment here and there, but the focus of their platform is more so like all the economic stuff, which, you know, I think is more where they're strongest, because in the past our prime ministers from the Conservative Party have always been good at like budgeting and stuff like that. So you know, I appreciate that that they've been focusing on that. They haven't really talked a lot about other stuff. Like Conservatives are good at economics. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, I don't like austerity, but I don't think he's, you know, I'm not sure what his plan is. He wanted to like I think he wants to like cut government spending, but I wonder in what way, because when you cut government spending, that could mean like closing parks, or like, you know, having like more bureaucracy, and it could be really annoying. Or it could just mean like, I don't know, just like lowering salaries on the politicians. But I doubt they're gonna do that. I don't know. I just in the past we've seen the Conservative Party do pretty okay with economics, like when it came to like Stephen Harper and stuff.
I'm going to cap spending, cut waste, so that we can balance the budget and bring down inflation and interest rates. You'll want to be able to pay your mortgage again. You want to be able to afford rent.
Yeah. See, like cutting spending is always worrying, because I don't like austerity. It tends to not work very well, at least in examples we've seen in Europe and stuff. But yeah.
You have to vote for Pierre Poilievre, because I'm the only one with a common sense plan that will bring back the buying power of your paycheck. Second, I'm going to make work pay. Right now we punish work. You know, they're asking, why doesn't anybody want to work? Because work doesn't pay. Why would you work when you get punished for working? Our country now punishes work. You make it, Trudeau takes it. I'm going to cut taxes so people bring home more of each dollar they earn.
I don't think gonna make work pay nonsense. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know how much role the federal government has in because the thing is, like the provincial the minimum wage in BC is controlled by the provincial government, right? One complaint people have had is that right now, right now in BC, at least in the cities, right? So in the cities where there's actual work, there's been a lot of complaints about how it's actually currently, if you do the math, the average housing rent or whatever around here is like $1,500 or so, like approximately, like on average, per month. And that's very expensive, but that's how much it is. Like I'm paying $1,450 for my one room basement that I live with my partner in, right? Okay. So $1,500 or so is about average, but it's probably even higher if you account for other apartments. But for a minimal 1 bedroom type apartment, like $1,500. And if you do a minimum wage job at the current minimum wage rate of $15.80 or something an hour, you basically can't afford to pay your rent, let alone to buy groceries and to live. So you have to either live with your parents or live with roommates. And a lot of people don't like that because they want it to be the case that you can get a living wage, is the classic talking point, right? Like the living wage idea of I can work whatever job and it's a minimum wage job and it's enough that I can survive in the province. Currently that's not the case. But I don't think that that's because of that's not because of federal taxes. At my partner's income and my income, if we were to combine them, it still wouldn't be enough to even enter the first tax bracket. We would still not even be paying taxes at our current income levels if we were to combine them. We're filing as individuals, right? So obviously individually we don't get taxed at all. So I don't know what the federal government can even do. I don't know what the federal government even can do about that issue. To be fair, that's a very BC issue. I'm not sure what the rest of the country's like, but I wonder cutting taxes would help the middle class, I guess, more so, because the middle class probably loses more of their income to housing, but the lower class definitely won't really notice a tax cut. They're kind of the ones that are suffering the most with it. That in the U.S. you qualify for food stamps while working full-time minimum wage is insane. Yeah, because you're not making enough money, right? Our minimum wage is definitely higher than the United States, but I mean, it's still not enough here because, to be fair, we live in a very expensive place, but it's just not enough. You need more money, and then at the same time, we also have the wages get depressed by all the immigrant students and stuff who work just for some little money. Because I remember my mom had this problem. My mom had this problem where she just needed a minimum wage job to just for some extra money, because she lives off her what do you call it, off her pension now, but she wanted some, because my mom's kind of old, she lives off her pension and all that, so she just wanted a little bit of just a little bit of supplementary income, right? Just something a little minimum wage thing. And she couldn't get hired, not necessarily because, now she told me this, she's old, right? And a lot of companies don't want to hire old people. We're talking about a grocery store, if somebody checks out your groceries and all that. It's pretty normal that you'll see old ladies working at the grocery store, just doing the cashier stuff or working in the deli, whatever they're doing. Mom was like, dude, I could not get a job, and it's just it's really hard because there's a lot of immigrant students who will work for will work dogged hours for almost no pay just because they need to, right? And they're, to be quite frank with you, I'm not they're more willing to work compared to people around here. Just how it is. A lot of the international students are very go-getter people, right? They're willing to leave their country and fly here and learn a new language. They're also usually willing to work much more competitively. So it's very, let's get that out of your window security. So it's definitely a tough issue, but I don't think the federal government can do anything about that besides cutting immigration. That's one thing which I think every party kind of wants to cut immigration, except for the liberals these days, but cutting immigration might help with that. But even then, I mean, it might be kind of too late. I don't know.
Housing. We have the fewest houses per capita in the G7. Why? Too much bureaucracy. we have the land. We have more land than any other country in the G7. Yet why do we have the fewest houses per capita? Because you can't get anything built. I'm going to require cities boost home building by 15%.
I mean, the reason why we have so few houses is because no one wants to live outside of the big cities, right? Like 80% of Canada's population lives like a few kilometers from America's border.
Per year.
It's hard.
Or they're going to lose federal money. But those that beat my target will get a bonus. So
I got a message from OPB. Hold on. Hmm. Hmm. How scared of you is he? Actually, he's not. No, we're organizing stuff. Don't worry, we got this. Okay. This unboxing match is on. True. Okay.
So we reward good behavior and punish bad. That's common sense too. We're also going to bring home safe streets. People are going to feel safe in Kelowna. Kelowna is the worst crime in all of Canada after 8 years.
That's not true, actually. Excuse me. My city claims the highest crime rate in Canada. That belongs to, okay, apparently Saskatchewan's a province, city. Give me the most dangerous cities. Okay, we all know who it goes to. Okay, what are these numbers? Give me. I think it's violent crime is what we're the highest in. Kelowna's number 2. No. Where's Surrey at, bro? Edmonton, Windsor, Vancouver. Surrey, number 12, but it's the violent crime. See, the violent crime is like the highest, I think. Never mind, it's not. Okay, I don't know, dude. Is it the non-violent crimes? 86.1. Is that what it is? 82, 86.8. No, Vancouver has a little bit more. I remember hearing that Surrey was the most violent city, bro. Look, maybe it's outdated. Maybe we've calmed down. I was just compared to the average American coast city. It's probably, well, honestly, just because there's less people, it's not that dangerous. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. How many times like I don't what do you call it? I never feel scared in Surrey because there's so few people. You don't really encounter anyone. Depends where you go though, because there's a part of Surrey. There's a part of Surrey called Wally, okay, and this place is like here. I don't want to show where I live, so. Okay, it doesn't show it there, but Wally is like, you see it on the map here. This is like by far like the sketchiest part of Surrey. I don't live in Wally. Nobody wants to live in Wally. It looks beautiful. This is Wally, by the way. This is Surrey Central, and this is like a big mall, and it's also an office building, and also there's a university in there. I went to the university in here. It's called SFU. It's one of their campuses in here. This blue building over here in the corner used to be a Best Buy, but it's not anymore. You can actually see the Best Buy tag imprint there. This is a SkyTrain track, SkyTrain station and all that. And these are like this is a big hotel, the Civic Hotel. There's all kinds of stuff here. Okay, but this place, don't let it fool you with the beauty. This place is like a den of scum in the sense of like how much crime happens here. It's crazy. And if you ever go there, there's just people that are just super high, like all the time. Interesting. It is in fact a majority South Asian. I didn't know that it hit that point. But yeah, majority South Asian. So a lot of Indians. But yeah, here it is. It is, we do have there is a tent city there. Now Newton is, yeah. Now Newton is more dangerous. That's true. Newton is definitely a little bit more dangerous now. But Newton is dangerous for a different reason, though. Newton is like... Here, I can show you Newton as well. Newton is like a whole other thing. It's a little further south. See, Wally was like up here, Newton's down here. They're like I'm trying to think of the difference. Like, so in Wally, the danger was like people doing drugs and stuff. So it's like, you know, like you'll be around people that are like really high and they could do like, you know, crazy stuff for all you know. In Newton, like people get stabbed and like shot and like jumped and stuff. It's very common to have like murders in Newton. So Newton is a lot more violent in terms of the crime. It's a different kind of thing. Like when you're in Newton, you don't necessarily have to worry about your life because they're probably not going after you unless you're like in a gang or something. It's a lot of gang related stuff. You might get caught in the crossfire, but just don't go anywhere that's too shady. But in Wally, it's like everywhere you look, it's just like poverty. It's so sad. It's awful. But again, don't be fooled by the Pizza Hut. This place ain't rich. Okay. Taken in 2010. Yeah, I was gonna say I think the Pizza Hut is a different sign now. I don't recognize that sign. And these towers aren't here anymore. I don't know what they replaced them with. They're not there anymore.
Years of Trudeau and Singh. And I'm going to get rid of I'm going to bring in jail and not bail for repeat violent offenders, treatment and not decriminalize crack to bring our loved ones home drug-free. And we're going to secure the borders to keep illegal guns out while protecting the rights of lawful, licensed hunters and sport shooters.
Going back,
it's funny they talked about like that with guns because we have the same talking points as the American conservatives about like guns being like important to identity and stuff like that, right? But in Canada, you can only have a gun if you're like a hunter or you like do it for sport, like you go like a range or whatever, right? So it's like the same line, but then they just change it from like American citizens to licensed hunters and sport shooters. I find that hilarious. But yeah, for me that's just funny.
To the drug issue, are you looking at to put any money into treatment? Because that's obviously one of the big things identified.
Absolutely, and that's a great idea. It's the only way out. Treatment is the answer. We need to bring people into beautiful treatment facilities. I think of one facility I visited in Winnipeg recently, where the father of a young man who died of an overdose has created a beautiful facility where they separate the addicts from their addiction, counseling, yoga, sweat lodges for First Nations.
First Nations got to bring that up.
Fitness program, a job placement after they leave, and they're building housing right attached to the facility.
Speaking of the
so that when they graduate,
we
don't
were
just
beautiful treatment facilities.
Throw them back out on the street. We put them in supportive housing where they can come back, get some exercise in the gym, see a counselor, and mentor.
I don't think. I mean, I'm not sure if it would. The thing is, how are you gonna like simultaneously cut the budget and cut down on spending, and then also like pay for and fund these sorts of things? The thing is, I can't imagine the federal government running stuff like this. It all feels very provincial. Like this all feels like, to put it in the American terms, this feels like if you had like a president talking about like, well, infrastructure projects. I mean, presidents do talk about that, but I can't think of a good example of this. But like, if the president was talking about something that was very state oriented, where it's like, I don't know what the state takes care of, but the states manage like roads. I don't know if that's like a federal thing. Whatever. The point is like, this all doesn't feel like the federal government's responsibility. This is all very like provincial government responsibility. Is like taking care of this stuff. Federal tax breaks those who seek to open treatment shelters. Yeah, I mean maybe. I guess that'd be a way of incentivizing it. That's true, Nagand, yeah. I will say that optically this did look like a really good interview for him. And definitely he's gonna like win the election so hard. Guy's a gangster. I don't want a gangster prime minister. Tough questions. They weren't tough questions.
Incoming addicts, so that they can have a nice, smooth runway to lift off again into a drug-free life.
This is obviously going to cost quite a bit, and there's staffing issues involved in this, presumably.
Yes. So my plan on that is I have a dollar for dollar principle. Every new dollar I spend will have to be matched with a dollar of savings. So I'm going to cut the money that Trudeau government is spending on giving out high-powered opioids. They call it safe supply. It's now clear that it's just being diverted and sold to kids to profit drug dealers and pay for fentanyl. Since this experiment began, In BC, we've seen a 300% increase in drug overdose
I'm curious
deaths.
about that safe supply. What is safe supply? What is that? This is a government website, by the way, so you know. It's sort of like safe injection sites, I guess. This probably is a good, it's probably a good thing to have, to be honest with you, because it's better for people to do safe supply than to, like, the illegal, like, the illicitly cut drugs. Damn. Yeah, but saying that he's giving opioids to kids is pretty crazy. That's definitely, like, that's a bit too much.
And 30,000 have died nationwide. I'm going to get rid of that program, put the money into treatment, not new drug handouts. I'm going to stop funding activists and bureaucracies and put it into frontline treatment. And finally, I'm going to sue the big pharma, the corrupt pharmaceutical companies,
big pharma,
who caused the crisis in the first place by flooding the market with OxyContin, which ultimately caused people to become addicted right across North America. The Americans have now recovered $54 billion. We've covered almost nothing in Canada, so I want to recover those billions and put that money into treatment.
Okay, and just going back to cutting taxes and whatnot, where would you do you have any targets already in terms of where you would make cuts?
Defund the CBC, save $1 billion, get rid of the ArriveCan app, reduce the monstrous contracting out, stop sending our money to foreign dictators, to...
Yeah, it's all very isolationist, right? Oh, man. Like, I feel like there's so many things where, I'm, like, in principle, against or for a particular, like, idea. And then when I have to live with the consequences of it, I would, like, because I would rather be something else, right? So, in principle, I'm not, like, isolationist, like, at all. Like, I think it's important for a country to exist on the international stage and for it to interact with other countries and to, like, participate in global trade, because I think that free trade is, more generally speaking, more profitable, like, in terms of, more efficient, rather. It's more efficient, like, in terms of, like, you don't want to have your labor being used for inefficient stuff when you can just trade for it, right? But then it's like, at the same time, it's like, man, in Canada, we kinda, we kinda, like, need a real focus on the self these days. We almost need to, like, step back from the international stage a little bit. So to speak, center-right, I mean, they're more just center. They're a little bit right, but they're not really that right, to be honest. Like, because when we say center-right, I think people will think of, like, I don't know. I guess, well, they are. I guess at the end of the day, well, here's actually how I'd put it. All of them are right-wing to some extent, except for maybe the NDP, but they've been shifting more right-wing, because liberals are, like, laissez-faire capitalists. Not laissez-faire, that sounds too extreme, but they're like neoliberals, you know? Like, if we were to... What is a neoliberal? Let me just quickly... They're, like, kind of neoliberal, but not totally neoliberal, like, a little bit. If I look up the Liberal Party, what does Wikipedia say about their... What do they say about their stances? I'm pretty sure they're... Center to center left? Okay. Who's this person I disagree with? True. Like, they're capitalists, you know what I mean? They're very, big tent. Yeah, big tent is a good term for them. I'm not sure, like, they're not super lefty. In the past, they were more left. So you talk about the Canadian welfare state here. They used to be more left, but they don't really do that stuff anymore. So, the principles and policies. Syndicalist markets. Yeah, I think it's not quite neoliberals. I think I went too far saying that they're not neoliberals. Yeah, all these definitions are always so wonky because they're not leftists. Like I want to make it really clear, they're not like leftists because I think that can be really like that can really make people Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, Poilievre du Canada. But they're not leftists by any means. The NDP, you could argue, are a little bit leftist, but they've moved away from leftism. They've become a lot more center over the years. And then the conservatives are just like also capitalists. Like they're also just kind of on the right, but they're a little bit more economically and socially conservative compared to the liberals. They're a liberal party. I mean, yeah, but liberalism isn't like leftism. You know what I mean? They're not like socialists. They're all kind of the same to some extent. Yeah, they have very small differences in their like you know, what, small differences in their policies, but they're mostly the same in terms of their ethos. Like Britain, probably a bit like Britain. Yeah, but isn't Labour a little more lefty though? Like, isn't the Labour Party like pretty left? See, like social democrats, democratic socialist, trade unionists, like this is unheard of in Canada. Social democrat, kind of, but not much. So socialists aren't leftist based. Keir Starmer, center left, is that the current leader? Okay, yeah, it gets complicated, right? It gets complicated. Blue labor and left labor. I see. Interesting. I don't know.
Terrorists and international
like
bureaucracies
soon,
that waste it on themselves and bring that money home. We're also going to cap spending so the government doesn't grow, and we're going to use the savings to lower the debt and the taxes.
And who are the dictators and terrorists that Canada is currently giving money to?
Well, President Xi in China gave $250 million to the Asian Infrastructure Bank, which is building pipelines that we don't allow to be built here. He's building.
Oh, dude, like the Trudeau and China stuff is so crazy. I don't even know what if it's true.
What
if
it's
Asia. Not true.
Bridges, other Asian projects that are designed to reestablish the ancient Silk Route of the Chinese Empire. Why would we pay to establish some kind of imperial Silk dynasty with Canadian tax dollars for
He's
communist
yapping,
dictatorship? It's insane. So we want to stop these kinds of giveaways and bring the money home to our own country and our people.
So I'm guessing with you as Prime Minister, relations with China would be a bit rockier than they are currently.
Well, I think they're very rocky right now. It's just that they're the ones, the dictatorship in Beijing is the one in charge. They're basically dominating our Prime Minister and exercising influence against our country.
There were some accusations that China influenced Canada's elections and stuff, and apparently like they were like pretty true, and it's like, damn.
I'm going to stand up for Canada because this is our country and our home.
Well, they are right wing. I'm not saying that. Oh, you talking about the other guy? Okay, never mind. They are definitely right wing, but it's just like, how right wing are we talking? Like, they're not that right wing. They're just kind of right wing. There's another part to this, bro. 900,000 views, 400,000 views. Interesting, this like series that he did. Current year right wing. I feel like right wing has become so pejorative now. It's hard to label someone as that without sounding like it's an insult. You're not gonna lie. So that was kind of psycho, yeah. The Chinese Empire stuff is kind of weird, champ. Like, it's rhetoric, right? It's rhetoric at the end of the day. It just kind of sucks. That's how you have to talk to get people support, though, eh? Because I mean, Trudeau says some pretty crazy shit too, and it's like, it's just like when he says stuff like when he said that Pierre Poilievre like shook hands with that like white supremacist guy, and then like therefore he like supports those groups. Like, bro, that's pretty weird because he didn't do that. Well, he shook the guy's hand, but he denounced him and said that he didn't know who he was. Which, to be fair, maybe he's lying, I guess, right? He could be lying. Oh, you're saying Trudeau's putting opioids in... Well, that's definitely pejorative stuff, too, yeah. I don't know, I'm just pretty anti-Trudeau. Hate to say it. It's so hard to, like... It's so hard to, I don't know, I don't ever want to be, like, locked into some kind of, like, ideological belief where it's like, well... I consider myself like a little bit left of center, so therefore like I can't be in favor of like Pierre Poilievre or something because he's right wing. That's why it's not that I'm worried about like insulting him by calling him right wing pejorative. It's that like I don't want it to be like I call him right wing and now that's like a label and now I can't like consider my position on him, right? Because now he just is at a position that's not compatible with mine. Because I do kind of like I do kind of like the like, I don't know, just the way that he talks to Trudeau and, like, how he... But also I don't. I don't know. This is complicated. I'm also hungry and also been streaming for a while. But yeah, it's hard, man, to like, evaluate this stuff. Yeah, there is a lot more to right-wingism than just those couple of things, yeah. Because he is anti-abortion, he is pro-abortion, pro-gay marriage. But he's, like, kind of an isolationist, right? It's the classic, like American isolationist stance, where like the right wing kind of wants to like focus on itself all the time and focus on its own country. And he's a bit harsher on crime. He's a little bit of austerity. I mean, I wouldn't call it austerity to close down CBC, but he wants to balance the budget and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, but it's like if he's right wing, can I still vote for him? I don't know. I just feel like regardless of what he's like in reality, we kind of need like what do you call it? We kind of need someone that's not Trudeau, I guess would be nice, right? That'd be kind of cool. I need someone that's like not Trudeau. Because Trudeau it just feels like it's all going so poorly. I don't know, sorry, I'm kind of just yapping. I'm just yapping, bro. Honestly, I did all this. Okay, you guys took the bait. I did all this to spend time waiting for OPB to reply, which he has now, wondering if maybe he would like want to come on the stream or something, but I don't think he won't. But it's okay. The drama, there is no drama. Okay, there was no Tiananmen Square. There is no drama. All right. But I just wanted to keep the stream up in case something like that happened. But I'm pretty sure that that's not going to happen. So not to, just because I think he's not into like the podcasting exploratory, put in his words type thing. Lex Friedman debate with him, yo, so true and real. But yeah, I think I'm gonna end the show. I'm getting hungry. I need to eat some food. I didn't eat breakfast and I'm tired and hungry. We're gonna find someone to raid. Raid. Oh god, give me English, please. Who you call OP a bunch of slurs? Yeah, that kraut. Attack his socials? So true. We could raid Can You Pass the Pie? We haven't raided her in like forever. It's because she wasn't playing CK3. God. Ads about drugs in BC. Hilarious. Let's raid I think Julia's her name? Julie. Okay, yeah, I remember. We haven't raided her in a very long time, but let's give her a raid. It's been a while. Playing CK3. I do follow Tyler1, legendary content creator.
Switches between me and someone else.
There you go. Okay.
Oh, we are the family head, actually. But it keeps switching.
Yeah.
Let me see if that's...
Oh, sorry, I'm tired, chat. I'm tired. It's a long stream and I didn't eat properly. Yeah, we'll raid Julie. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow or what. I don't know. Look, Hoi 4 multiplayer maybe this weekend. Still gotta maybe organize that. Not sure if we'll do it or not. I'm gonna find out. But yeah, thanks so much to all of you guys. Really appreciate it. You guys have a wonderful day, night, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is for you, and I'll see you all next time. Okay.